Hello, everyone. Big up, big up. We are here for part 11. Sorry, my voice is going today, so a little squeaky. We're just waiting for Mr. Pelu to come through. We got StreamYard popping for a little while, so yeah, could do the StreamYard today. Um, Let me make sure he's got the link. One sec. There we go.
Hello, hello, everybody.
Hey, how's it going? How's it
Good,
going?
good
Good,
luck
good.
always. Good luck always. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for being here. All the early birds. Um, yeah. So this is part 11. We're now everybody. We're towards the end. We're in the epilogue. So we're in a home stretch.
Yeah,
So
we're winding down for sure. Yeah.
yep, in the home stretch.
Yeah. StreamYards does make everything easy, man. It's
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
really easy.
I mean, that's why you got StreamYard, but then there's always good that backup. You know what I'm trying to say? It's good to learn how to use the
Yeah.
backup too. I mean, StreamYard is easier, but the other one still works, and it worked for all our intents and purposes. You know what I'm saying?
The other one, you have more control over everything. Like you have more technical control over everything. Like so it's really the other one is way better, but this one is just so much easier. My God, like it's so much.
Mm,
Yeah, like you don't have to manually enter like stream keys or not. Like there's a lot of stuff you have to do with the other one where this one just
mm.
yeah, it does it for you. So um all right, I'm just going to I just want to grab a water bottle because my voice is kind of
Yeah, no.
raspy right now. So let me give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. Everybody, we're coming. We're trying to get refreshed. Yeah, everybody, we're here. Everybody, how's it going? We here. We here, everybody. Let me see who's in the chat. We hear everybody.
All right, let's go. Let's go. I didn't share this out at all. I did. I was so bad, like advertising this weekend. Kind of busy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, because we ain't share it till I ain't share it till like um, less than 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I know. I was this one. That's kind of slacking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alrighty. So yeah, so we're at this part, right? Epilogue. Good to go. Oh,
Yeah, we good to go. Yep.
okay. So you know what? Wait, one sec. One thing that Anand said to me earlier that was like a really um I wish I could remember the phrase exactly how he said. He said this book shouldn't be called the common ground between Islam and Buddhism. It should be called the common ground between Mahayana Tibetan Buddhism and Indian Sufi Islam.
Yeah, yeah. I understand why he would say that.
And I was like, wow, like that's really good, like compare it because it's true. Like it's definitely not,
Yeah, because that's the outlook it's
all
coming from.
inclusive, but
I mean, no, I mean, that's the primary outlook is coming from because it's patroned by the Dalai Lama, then it's patroned by I don't know who's patroned by it, but if how Annan is saying, I mean, so but the guy is a prince. The guy is the author is who? What nationality is the author again? I don't even know.
yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Somebody told me that he was a Ismaili Shia. Let me see, Reza Shah Kazemi is an author who specializes in comparative mysticism, Islamic studies, Sufism, and Shiism. Yeah, he is the founding editor of the Islamic World Report, and currently a research associate at the Institute of Ismaili Studies with the Department of Academic Research and Publications. He received degrees in international relations and politics at Sussex and Exeter University before receiving his doctorate in comparative religion from University of Kent in '94. So he's Ismaili Shia Sufi kind of guy. Yeah, which I guess makes sense, like seeing as how the book is more from a mystical kind of aspect, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's from that type of I can see the type of traditions, but he also tries to he tries to placate traditional Sunnism a lot too. You remember even from the get go when he was trying to make that long disclaimer about trying to
Yeah,
please don't kill me. You know what I'm trying to say? He was
yeah,
placating
yeah,
Sunni sensibilities as well. So he was trying to come from he was trying to come from an es from what from
like a
a sort of
balanced
esoteric what
like a balanced kind of perspective.
a sort of um a pan Islamic type of but a pan
Uh,
Islamic like pan Islamic semi mystical approach. I won't even say
okay.
fully mystical, semi mystical approach or sort of mystical approach or quasi mystical approach.
Mm,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Because because he wants the way I said quasi, 'cause he's separating the he's not presenting the esoteric aspects of Islam as being an integral part of Islam. I mean, he's making a dualism in Islam that's not really there between the esoteric and exoteric because they both one sides of the same coin in Islam. So that's what I'm saying, like quasi mystical, but it's like is the Ishmaeli slash, but he cause he and the reason he's doing that because he's placating. He has to placate he's placating to Sunni sensibilities in many ways. You
yeah,
know,
to the majority, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's also. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the approach he does is balanced, but I think he does just way too much stretching. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, yeah. But thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing it. Because I think the restrictions he's under is making him stretch in ways they feels he has to please some sensibilities, so it's making him do too much. Yeah, but I still appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I do too, definitely. All right, let's get it cracking.
Yeah. Okay. What page on the reader is it?
I have 135 on the PDF reader.
135. Okay, PDF reader 130. Okay, wait. Let me get up there. 135. Okay. Okay. 135. Okay, then let's get it cracking. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to say this word. So, epilogue, the common ground of sanctity. The following passage from the, okay, you ready? Prajno Paya Vini Skaya Siddhi. Ooh, an important text in the Mahayana tradition expresses that dazzling combination of wisdom and compassion, knowledge of the One, and compassion for all beings, which constitutes the essence of sanctity. The non substantiality of things, which is realized by reflection and by discriminating between the act of knowing and what is known, is called the essence of wisdom. Because one is passionately devoted to all beings who have failed to extricate themselves from a whole flood of suffering, this passion and devotion of which their suffering is the cause is known as compassion. In that one thereby brings a man to the desired end by a combination of appropriate measures is also called the means, upaya. The mingling of both wisdom and compassion is known as wisdom means in a union free of duality. It is the essence of Dharma to which nothing may be added and from which nothing may be withdrawn. It is free from the two notions of subject and object, free from being and non-being, free from from characterizing and characteristics. It is pure and immaculate in its own nature. Neither duality nor non-duality, calm and tranquil, it consists in all things, motionless and unflurried. Such as wisdom means, which may be known intuitively. It is this that's called the supreme and wondrous abode of all the Buddhas, the Dharma sphere, the divine cause of the perfection of bliss. It is nirvana indeterminate, ap, aprat, apratis, apratisitan nirvana. Apratisi Pratisiti Nirvana, I don't know, is the blissful stage of self consecration, Svadititana, the beatitude of the perfection of wisdom. The three Buddha bodies, the three Buddhist vehicles, mantras, and their innumerable thousands, phenomenal existence, and that which transcends it, arise from the same source. It is called the Great Bliss, the Supreme One, the Universal Good, the producer of perfect enlightenment, which the great sages define this truth, which is the supreme bliss of self and others, as the union of limitless compassion, which is intent alone on the destruction of the world's suffering, and perfect wisdom, which is free from all attachment and is an accumulation of knowledge which may not be reckoned, so great is its diversity. So now I have no idea that's some Mahayana text that I've never known, and obviously he's chopping it up because you see the three dots. So I can't confirm that source at all. The perfect realization of oneness, together with its concomitants of wisdom and compassion, is expressed in the very definition of sanctity or walaya cited above. My slave draws near to me through nothing I love more than that which I have made obligatory for him. My slave never ceases to draw near to me through supererogatory acts until I love him. And when I love him, I am his hearing by which he hears, his sight by which he sees, his hand by which he grasps, and his foot by which he walks. God's love is at one with his compassion, which in turn is written upon his very self. When God so loves his slave that he hears, sees, and acts through him, then the substance of all that comes from such a being can only be divine love in union with perfect knowledge.
Yeah, hello, hello, Jen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that's true because um even me, I do supererogatory acts. Like I do supererogatory acts. Like yesterday I fasted, right? And this is also Maulid time, and it's a controversy about Maulid. It's a controversy, but I don't want to get into controversy about Maulid. But
Yeah,
but
I
but
know about the
yeah,
cake.
yeah, but
Mhm.
yeah, but the Prophet himself, there's a tradition in Islam that the Prophet himself used to fast Mondays, because of his 'cause that's when he was born, and so he
Mhm.
used to fast Monday. So yesterday, I did the sunnah of the fast. I
Yeah.
fasted Monday, and yeah, and that's sunnah I do a lot. That's sunnah I do a lot. That's one of the first sunnahs I did when I got into Islam. That's one of the sunnahs that's kept me that has kept me in Islamic practice. It's been really good for me. It's one that's easy for me. I'm
Mhm.
lucky to be in the health that I could fast, and that is not a problem for me. And then, so I'm lucky for my health. I'm lucky to be
Yeah.
able to do it. And long story short, it was one of the first acts I did when I first started learning to pray. Because when I first started learning to pray, I was with a friend, and I used to go to his house on Monday and Thursday. We used to always try to fast. And then one time we even fasted for him to get a baby, and then his wife actually got pregnant, and then the same baby that I fasted for, and it became born on my same birthday.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's
I remember that. You told me that's
yeah,
awesome. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like I have a sentimental attachment to that super talk. One of the main supererogatory acts
Mm.
is fasting. I have attachment to fasting, and then there's the gate in heaven for the fasters. It's called Rayyan. Rayyan is the gate in heaven for the fasters. Yep.
Mm.
Yep. So that's about the supererogatory acts.
So supererogatory means I'm gonna look it up. Means what exactly? Let me see.
Nawafil. We call it the Nawafil or the Nafila, and it's the extra acts. It's like you have the things that are obligatory, right? And God loves who does what's obligatory, right? But He also loves who does obligatory acts. So that's the text was obligatory because a lot of times if it's hard for me to pray, sometimes I don't fast. But when I fast, it's easy for me to pray. You understand?
Okay. So the performance of more work than duty requires. So yeah. So these would be like our like full moon observance where we're supposed to like take precepts, and those are fasting. It's actually tomorrow for us. um oh, it's supposed to start tomorrow. Yeah, so full moon festivals or full moon observance is called uposata, and we do the same thing, like we fast and do extra meditation practice. And on those days we're not supposed to like do any intoxicants or entertainment, and or like like dressing up, like beautification type things, and like supposed to be more like a monastic on those days. And Yeah, like you get merit for those days. So yeah, I can understand that. Okay.
Yep.
Um.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Okay. So God's love is at one. Okay, I read that. What is it? Oh, supererogatory. That's right. No, that was up there. Where was I? Okay, when God's love is at one with his compassion, which in turn is written upon his very self. When God so loves his slave that he hears, sees, and acts through him, the substance of all that comes from such a being can only be divine in love and union with perfect knowledge. It's this combination of wisdom and love at the highest and deepest levels which arises out of the realization of Tawheed, which is not just affirming one, but realizing one, making real the one both transcendent and immanent. This transmission of divine reality through the saint implies no compromise as regards to the principle of divine transcendence. On the contrary, the saint provides the most dramatic and irrefutable evidence of the most radical Tawheed. Only the saint can do this, for he alone is truly effaced before God, and it is by virtue of this effacement that the divine face manifests through him. The spotless mirror of the saint's heart faithfully reflects the face of God, whose infinite transcendence is rendered no less transcendent by virtue of this dazzling reflection on earth.
Hold on, hold on. I want to say, shout out Sosa. Shout out Sosa.
Pick up Sosa. Love Sosa. Um, this perfect reflection of the divine face transmits the essential quality of the divine nature, not just the love by virtue of which the saint comes to hear and see and act through God, but also loving compassion, that Rahmah which is inscribed in the very self of God. The saint thus comes to participate in the process by which divine compassion and divine knowledge embrace all things. You encompass all things in loving compassion and knowledge. 40 verse 7. Divine knowledge or wisdom is thus inseparable from divine compassion. To plumb the essence of the one is to enter the essence of the other. When the prophet is described as a Rahmah for the whole of creation, 21 verse 107, this implies that he is likewise a source of wisdom for the whole of creation. The saint is able, in the measure of his effacement before the face of God, to participate in this holy embrace of the whole of creation by the qualities at once prophetic and divine of compassion and wisdom. Oops, I flipped that. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Alrighty.
Hmm.
The common ground upon which the spiritual traditions of Islam and Buddhism stand together is the principle of absolute oneness, that to which the revealed texts of both traditions bear witness, and the realization of which by the individual soul here and now constitutes the ultimate goal of both the religions.
Okay. Big statement.
Okay, so the realization
Yeah. Well, yeah, because okay. Do you think Buddhism is ultimately oneness? As a Buddhist, do you believe that?
ultimate oneness.
Yeah. It says he said this is the claim he's making. It says the spiritual traditions of Islam and Buddhism stand together in the principle of absolute oneness.
The common ground upon which the spiritual traditions of Islam and Buddhism stand together is the principle of absolute oneness. I mean, yeah, because you realize that you're not separate from everything in the world. But I guess oneness would be maybe a little divine, but like as he's been trying to explain in this book, I get it.
Okay, no, no, because it's not for me. Because I know
Hmm.
Islam is, but I want a Buddhist to tell me Buddhism is too.
Hmm.
So Buddhism is based on absolute oneness.
Based on absolute oneness. No, it's an achievement.
Can you
More
say what?
like,
And stand together is what? Stand together is the what? The common ground. So does it so common ground? So is it built on? Do we have a common ground? Or are we common ground meaning where you build something on, right? You build something on the ground. So do we have a common ground in absolute oneness or in the principle of absolute oneness?
okay, so hold on. Let's finish the thought to see if he is adding to it. Okay, so the stand together is a principle of absolute oneness, that to which the revealed texts of both traditions bear witness, and the realization of which by the individual soul here and now constitutes the ultimate goal of both the religions. So I guess absolute oneness is like a goal. It's nirvana, right? It's like shunya. It's non-self. It's the realization of no self. So anatta. Oh my goodness, I should have made some tea. Um so I mean, I could say I get where he's going, like I get what he's doing, but I'm not I
Yeah,
mean,
because no, because we get into
oneness
the crux
though,
of the
like
argument, right? So he has to make the argument. I mean, is the argument standing? Can you as a Buddhist, only why I'm saying you as a Buddhist because you are a Buddhist and you
mm,
identify with Buddhism. Can you, as someone identify with Buddhism, identify with the principle of absolute oneness as a foundation, aka common ground of Buddhism that can also be put on the same plane as absolute oneness, however we might describe it, as common ground for both of us to talk about our spiritual traditions. Um, um, our
yeah,
principle of
I
that
do.
common ground. Do you think absolute oneness will count as one of those principles of such a common ground if there is common ground?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay, okay.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I do. It is in relation to the concomitance of oneness that holiness or sanctity is defined in both religions. Oneness demands perfect knowledge, which in turn requires the total effacement of oneself within that knowledge. So yeah, so that's what he's saying. Like it demands perfect knowledge. So that's why I said like so when you acquire right view or like when you realize right view is not is when you realize yourself as one as the same as everything, like not separate from everything.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay, so in the unconditional gift of oneself to others in compassion. The saint, the wali in Islam, and the arhat, bodhisattva in Buddhism, represents the summit of human perfection. It is in the saint that the deepest aims of religion are consummated in the world. It is by the saint that the religion is realized in all its plenitude. And it is through the saint that the holiness of the religion is most palpably experienced.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Hey, shout out Carter.
Big up Victor. Philip Squad. Um, okay, so theory and practice, concept and realization, spiritual ideas, and human realities, all are united in the person of the saint. The two basic dimensions of holiness, vertical and horizontal, metaphysical and ethical, divine and human, can be seen to define the essential common ground bringing together Islam and Buddhism in a common aspiration for the one.
Do you hold Buddhism to be have a common aspiration? Do you hold the one to be an aspiration of Buddhism?
Not really.
Oh, see, that's a big G. You see? Hey, what up, Mark Smith? What up, Mark Smith? Well, yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Hey, big up Mike.
You
Yeah,
see what
like
I'm
I would
saying?
say like the one and oneness is different. Like oneness, like you could say is like I said, like anata or the realization of like, you're interdependent and connected with all beings, or like we're not separate from all beings, but the one, unless you're like using that as a synonym for nirvana, then it would be relevant because that's our aspiration is rel- is the relief from suffering, you know.
Okay, okay, I get you. I mean, yeah, it's about if you feel the oneness, then I mean, if you feel the so what would you call that? That you both, I mean, you both call it the saint. So is both religions are there? You say both religions in their own way are dedicated to sanctity, right?
What's that? Your mic was doing.
Hello, can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so oh yeah, I said so. Would you say that both religions um it, would you say the looking for the one in the both religions it just illustrate that both religions are built on a quest for sanctity. That's why the saint realizes this.
Sanctity,
Yeah,
like pureness.
whatever you think sanctity is, however you describe it.
Yeah, that would be like if he's comparing and using saint to bodhisattva, then yeah, I mean I could get that.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean
So just like and then said, this is a Mahayana or Vajrayana. This is a Vajrayana
yeah,
Mahayana interpretation of Buddhism. The way
exactly.
they're going, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because the Bodhisattvas are Bodhisattvas in Theravada.
I mean, it's not really the aspiration. It's Theravada, like we seek enlightenment. You know what I'm saying? Like coming
I
back.
said
I mean, we honor it.
Are Bodhisattvas in Theravada.
Like yes and no. Like we honor the ones that are known, but like the ones that, but that's not really our goal. I mean, that's not the goal of, I guess you could say, Theravadins or modern day Theravadins. But like, I know some of like the Asian Theravadins, like they'll still recognize the Bodhisattvas, like um, Tara and some of. So it's kind of. I don't really know how to give a definite answer.
Okay, I mean that's the point he's making. That's the exact point he's making. He's trying to say that your religion wants to be a saint, aka Bodhisattva, and our religion wants to be a wali, aka friend of God. Well, so it's like he's building his argument on sanctity. It might not be strong enough. He's building on sanctity.
You know,
You're like going in and out. Like I don't know if your mic is
you
moving
know.
or like yeah, wherever it is. Like right now, just leave it there. And then
Okay, can
sometimes,
you hear me now? Can you hear me
yeah,
good?
yep, perfect.
Really
Yep,
good, perfect. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes if I don't know if it goes on your shirt or something, or if it
Oh,
like
I probably move my mouth too much, baby. I probably move my mouth and doing too much. Anyway, yeah, okay. I'm gonna talk directly into the phone. I'm sorry.
oh, it's
Okay,
okay.
so yeah, so so I would say what I'm trying to say is that he was building his own argument on sanctity.
I want to look up where's the sanctity.
Sanctity means sainthood. He uses the word sanctity and he also uses sainthood.
Yeah, just the state of quality of being holy, sacred, or saintly. Yeah, that would be Buddha nature. Like
Yeah.
we're all trying to get back to our pure nature, right?
Okay.
Hmm. Okay. So now this part, I want to kind of discuss because I've read about this before. Um, and if they don't refer to a part, then I'm gonna pause and bring up a different article. And remember, I told you I had a different article about like a comparative thing I downloaded earlier in the series. Like I said, maybe we'll get at it at the end, but it that article kind of touches on this subject. So
Okay.
basically, is Buddha in the Quran?
Hmm.
Um, when
Okay.
Buddhism and
Hey,
Islam, oh
you can hear me good, right? My mic is really good now. Is it really good?
yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, let's make sure.
Okay. When Buddhism and Islam are considered together, some see it as a matter of comparing apples and oranges. Upon deeper examination, there is, like the two savory, grown on trees, seeds in the flesh fruit, much which the two face have in common. Buddhism sees itself as a reformist movement that emerged from a preceding Hindu tradition. Similarly, Islam sees itself as a reformist movement, one that emerged from the preceding Abrahamic traditions and in response to perceived Jewish and Christian spiritual dissipation. Both Buddhism and Islam have universalist claims. What does this mean? Universalist claims?
Universal claims like it claims the universal wisdom to be applicable to all people, to be applicable to all sentient life.
Okay, yeah, okay. With strong core doctrines such as five pillars and six articles of faith in Islam and four noble truths and noble eightfold path in Buddhism. But perhaps the most significant is that both are rooted deeply in rich ethical canons that consider kindness, compassion, and mercy as the core human qualities to be nurtured. In his talks throughout the world, the Dalai Lama emphasizes similar virtues, and the Quran calls the Prophet Muhammad a mercy to all worlds. 21:107. While many similarities can be discerned, there's also a shared history that has been mutually beneficial for both traditions, especially for the Muslims because it prompted them to discuss how to deal theologically and legally with religions they had newly encountered. So, when the early Muslim dynasties conquered lands in Iran, Afghanistan, Central Asia, not to mention the Indian subcontinent, they found large Buddhist populations and they looked to the Quran and Sunnah for guidance.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to say the mercy to all the worlds because yeah is mercy to all the worlds. Or we say rahmat alameen. Rahmat alameen in Arabic. Rahmat as Prophet Muhammad is upon him. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay. The Quran discusses categories of belief in the surah entitled The Pilgrimage, which is one of the most important surahs dealing with other faiths and beliefs. It contains several verses that directly address religious diversity. The most definitive verse of this surah is in this regard distinguishes between six categories of religious belief, and the Muslim exegetes have traditionally placed all religions and sects into one of these six. As for the Muslims, the Jews, the Sabians, the Christians, the Magians, and the polytheists, God will decide among them on the day of resurrection.
Yeah.
22 verse 17.
Yep. 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 Um, everybody doesn't know the Sabians were another religion. Some people call them the Sabians. The two sects were called the Sabians. One is the Sabians of Haran. They
Your
had like
mic, bro, your mic.
hello, can you hear me now?
Yep, yep,
You can hear me now, right?
yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me make
It's
sure
okay.
my microphone's on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, there was two groups of early Muslims. I mean, not early Muslim of Sabians. When the Muslims encountered the women of the Sabians
Oh,
of
it's
Haran.
doing it again.
Hello, hello.
Yep, right there, wherever you just stay still. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So there was the Sabians of Haran, right? The Sabians of Haran, and they had like a code built on like a code that convinced the Muslims they were part of the same called Sabians. I don't know how monotheistic well, but they were considered
Doing
people of the
it again.
book. They were
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me go in and out. Let me go in and out. Okay.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go to StreamYard. Yeah, Mark Smith. There is definitely Buddhists
You hear
in
me?
those areas. Yeah.
You hear me good now?
Yep, yep, yep.
You hear?
And
It's really good now, right?
yeah, it's good. And whatever you got, just stay there. So yeah, Mark. Those all those areas, Afghanistan, Iran, there was Buddhists. There were all through Central Asia, down to Sri Lanka. There was Buddhists, Hindus, Zoroastrians. There was all kinds of people before the Muslims got there, for
Yeah.
sure. Hmm.
Art, what up, Art? He said when Mr. Pelu converted to Buddhism. Um, I'm, I
We're
mean,
not
yeah,
here to convert. We're
it's
here
the
to
no,
discuss.
no. It's a good question though. I mean, it's like I'm still trying to figure out how to go, so how to not make him God a definite affirmation. Because I'm trying to figure that out. Because just as opposite monotheist, so that's our oneness is in God. But we're going to see if there could be abstract oneness that we can share that might not necessarily have that incentive to have oneness, but that's oneness is just a tool for understanding the absolute God. So it's like yeah, so it says so Buddhism came first. Yeah,
Yeah,
Buddhism is older than Muhammad and Islam, than Muhammad and Islam.
yeah, it's
I mean,
older than Christianity as well. So Buddhism dates to like 600 BC.
mm,
Um, so yeah, it's one of the oldest still remaining. Probably besides like Hindus and Zoroasters were around at that time as well.
yeah, okay, okay. So yeah, and I want to get back to Sabians because I think Mark Smith saying the Sabians are cool. Yeah, so there was one Sabian that was I think one Sabian um um one Sabian cult or sect was that we called Sabians were the Sabians of Haran. They were a sect that had rituals that were finally tuned to astrology. And in some ways, Muslims do too because I can't there's astrology because it goes on the
Yeah, it's doing it again, man. You like I don't know if you're
it goes,
moving. Like you start out good and then it muffles, and then it's good and then it muffles,
okay.
and it's good and then it muffles. Like
I'm good now. I'm good.
yep, yep. Just
Okay, I'm still right here.
press that,
Yeah,
hold it.
hold on, hold on. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, the first Sabians were the Sabians of Haran. They had a sect, and their rituals are based off of of astrological calculations, the different signs. They didn't have one in Capricorn, in in Aries, in Aries, Cancer, and Libra as the cardinal signs, and they had festivals marking those seasons. That was one Sabian. And the other Sabians were called like the Sabians of John the Baptist. Their religion was supposedly have come from John the Baptist, and they hold John the Baptist to be their chief prophet. They hold John the Baptist to be their chief prophet, and I think they have a very complicated view on Jesus. They're different in their Christians, and that's another saving group. That so the difference from Sunday is a wholly different from them, and the baptisms. I'm saying those are called the Mandeans. That's all the people we call Sabians. And then the Magians are of course the Zoroastrian. First and
Mm,
foremost, the Zoroastrians, and basically and Persian religions in general. As a Magian, I also throw in I also maybe throw in um like um what's the other Persian religion besides Zoroastrianism, Mithraism, things like that too. Or not even Mithra, yeah, no, yeah, it'd be but mostly Zoroastrianism, and yeah, just Zoroastrianism, but any kind of Iranic religion, yeah, maybe yeah, but it's different branches of Zoroastrianism. But all of them, Zoroastrianism, would be the Magians.
mm. Wouldn't say these places were populated. Why? um, I'm gonna see if I could pull up a map of early Buddhism at its height. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this is a good one. So you can see origin is like in here, 5th century BC. Then it spread to 5th century through Indian and up because they had Taxila University. Oh, here we go. Like here, here's the Ganges River.
But they had a Buddhist university in the ancient days.
Yeah, Nalanda. Nalanda was one of the most famous ones in early history. Yeah.
I don't know. I know nothing about Buddhist universities. I knew absolutely nothing about Buddhist universities.
They had some of the first universities globally, like historically. None of them are still standing because they were destroyed. They did try to build and rebuild Nalanda, I think 3 times, or 2 times, and then the third time it was just completely destroyed. Um, but yeah, Taxila was another one. But Taxila, I think, was more kind of dharmic based because I know that like there were Zoroastrians and what is the other one? There's what's the other dharmic branch? Is Buddhism, Hinduism, Jains,
Jane,
Jains.
Jane,
Yes, lots of
Jane.
Jains. There was tons of Jains in these areas as well. But yeah, you could see it went all the way up to Mongolia, like all through China, down Vietnam, and this was like third to 8th century. You know, so it did heavily populate that area. Um, okay, I'll go to a deep dive on Sabians when I get home. If you're using, what's he say? If you use a headset and
Yeah, don't
don't,
worry
and if
about
you're
that.
not, please, okay, Mr.
Don't worry
Pelu,
about that.
okay. Um,
No, yeah, no, you okay? Hey, I'm Papa. Okay, I'm Papa. How you doing? I'm Papa said, uh, Judah Siegel, 1963, argued that the term said he was derives from Shiva, a primary god of Hinduism. Maybe I don't think so, but that's not. for the word to be. Even the people in the Middle East, the colonies called the Mandaeans, the communities I know in Iraq, they're still alive, but I think some of them living in Africa, but they were still baptizing and John the Baptist to be their principal saint or principal figure in their religion. And there was
Mm,
also ones called the Sabians of Iran who were kind of an astrological cult that was also referred to as Sabians and sometimes given status as Sabians. Sabians are considered people of the book
yeah, you're
in
doing it
Islam.
again.
Sabians are considered people of the book in Islam. You hear me now, right?
Yep, yep.
Yeah, but Sabians are considered people of the book. So yeah, so it was the Sabians who venerated John the Baptist as the principal figure, and then there was the Sabians of Iran who were the theological cult. Uh, um, I don't really understand it. I don't really know the theology, but Sabian groups and Google Sabian groups find who but Sabians are really interesting. The ones the Mandeans still alive who kind of have their religion is kind of considered sort of Gnostic, a Gnostic religion. 'Cause they have like a demi of Gnosticism. Get into Gnosticism, but it's like a Gnostic branch of religion that is that looks to John the Baptist as a figure.
Mm, okay. So the weighty import of this verse is that it is theologically prohibited for us to condemn any individual, irrespective of his or her faith, to damnation or punishment in the afterlife because ultimate judgment belongs to God alone. Many hadith and statements of the companions of the Prophet also affirm this fundamental article of faith. So, where did Muslims traditionally place Buddhists among these six categories? Unlike many modern Muslims who consider Buddhists to be among the polytheists, believing them to be idolaters due to the profusion of images and statues of the Buddha, early Muslim scholars of comparative religion had a very different view. They held a favorable opinion of Buddhists and marveled at the profound spirituality of Buddhist practitioners. In classical Muslim literature on religions and sects, we find many references to al Badada, meaning Buddhists, as well as to al Bud, the Buddha himself. Ibn al Nadim, um, 9th century, an Iraqi bookseller and author of famous work entitled the Compendium al Fihrist, who catalog existing authors and their subjects of study, records books that deal or records books that deal with Buddhism, including the life of the Buddha, Kitab al-Bud. In his chapter entitled Notes on the Buddha, Ibn al-Nadim delineates the different scholarly views of the Buddha. Some believe that he was the divine incarnate, while others claimed he was a messenger of God. Still, others thought Buddha to be a generic name for those who guided others on the right path. He describes the extraordinary images of the Buddha in Bamiyan, in what today is called Afghanistan, and writes that statues of the Buddha were brought from there to Baghdad. He also mentions the Navavihara monastery, the famous site of the pilgrimage and the same reason that was visited by Buddhists from far and wide by land and sea. He writes of the Golden Temple that he learned of from an Indian source he trusted, who said that pilgrims seeking cures found that upon seeing this temple, God healed their ailments. But I believe that that's a Sikhi temple. The Golden Temple is Harmandir Sahib, I think. Okay, so perhaps the most significant classical Muslim description of Buddhism is found in Imam Muhammad Abd al Karim al Shahrastani's 11th century comprehensive survey entitled Religions and Sects al Malal wa al Nehal.
Hey, is it possible that is there any Buddhist golden temple?
I don't think so. I mean, the golden. If somebody says the Golden Temple, you think of Sikhi, you think of Sikhism, and
Is,
that's in.
is there any golden temples in is there any temple called Golden Temple in Buddhism?
I mean, there might be. I have no idea.
Okay, that might be what he's talking about though.
Yeah. Um. But the pilgrimage. But see, man, well, Buddhists did go to the. See, Buddhists did do the Sikhi pilgrimage, so it could.
Yep. There
Like
we
you
go.
said,
There we
like
go.
they honored the Sikh temples.
Yeah, because they seen the Sikh gurus as saints.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so hey, so it
Let
makes
me
sense.
see. So I see if I do Golden Temple, um, Buddhist. Oh, Namdroling Monastery, Tibetan Monastery, Gold. Okay, so I guess there is one. Namdroling Monastery is the largest teaching center of the Nyingma lineage of Tibetan Buddhism, located in Byalakuppe, part of Mysuru district of the state of Karnataka. The monastery is home to a sangha community of 5,000 lamas, monks, and nuns. Okay, uh, so it's a Tibetan
Yep.
temple
India,
in India. Yeah,
and this is kind of a Mahayana Vajrayana book.
yeah. I'm trying to see when it was when it was building's timeline. This has to be too early though, because this wasn't built till the 70s.
Okay, so it could be another thing then.
Yeah, I think they're talking about Harmandir Sahib. Maybe I don't know. Um, okay, perhaps. Okay, Imam al Shahristani was a notable Shafi'i jurist, Ash'ari theologian, and author of the most celebrated and cited work on comparative religion and pre-modern Islamic tradition. In this work, he also makes a rather stunning and intriguing statement connecting the Buddha to a character in the Quran. Does he go into it? Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the character that he's talking about. Let me just pull it up real quick.
Kidder, you want to make him Kidder,
I can't.
the
Let
character
me.
in the Quran?
Yeah, yeah, and I could give you the name. Just give me 1 second while I find the thing. Okay. Um, where are you at? Okay, Streamyard, Chrome tab. Okay, so check this out, right? This is a Muslim scholars' discourse on Buddhism, a literature on the Buddha's position. So this was the article I told you I downloaded like a long time ago, at the beginning of the series. And okay, so there was this is a really, really good article actually. Like, um, it gets into what different people thought about different positions. So they had three arguments: a philological argument. So, in terms of philology, it is based on three verses in the Holy Quran. The first two verses refer Siddhartha as the prophet Du al Kifl and mention Ishmael and Idris and Du al Kifl were all steadfast. 85 Quran al Anbiya 2185.
Okay, so
Do
be
al
careful.
Kifl and
Yeah, be
make
careful.
mention of
Like
Ishmael
that,
and
be careful.
Elisha and Do al Kifl, all of are of the chosen, and that's 38:48. So it says, as a guide to all mankind, the Quran describes prophets either directly or indirectly. There are 24,000 prophets sent by Allah to all mankind, and only 25 of them were selected as the apostle, while five of them were selected as the ulul azmi, the higher ranking of apostle. Among the apostle is Prophet Du al-Kifl, as stated in two verses above. The history of prophets Du al-Kifl is not discussed in many Islamic narrations. With regards to the founder of Buddhism, Siddhartha Gautama, Muslim scholar like Muhammad Hamdulillah and Hamid Abdul Qadir state, stated that the Buddha was Prophet Du al-Kifl in the Quran. Justification was made based on the word kifli, which means someone from Kifli. The word kifl is Arabicized from the Kapila phrase, is short name for Kapilavastu. Kapilavastu is the birthplace of the Buddha, hence it is named Du al Kifl. So instead the terms of kifl, the word of tin was regarded by Muhammad Hamidullah and supported by Hamza Yusuf. Riza Kazemi, that's the guy who's authoring the book we're reading, Imitaz Yusuf al Qasimi as a Bodhi tree where Siddhartha meditated. Wow, that's a typo. And attained enlightenment. Thus, only Gautama Buddha is the only closest figure in the Quran with the fig tree. Allah says in the Holy Quran, I swear by the fig in the olive and Mount Sinai and this city made secure. Quran Al-Tin 95 1 through 3. So the four symbols in the Surah Atin are ironically symbolic to the Prophet. Muslim scholars have different views on the fig or teen, while they agreed with other terms such as al zaytun as a symbol of Jerusalem, the birthplace of Prophet Isa, Sinin, Mount Thursina as a symbol for the place of Moses, and Al Balad Al Amin is symbolized as the Prophet Muhammad. And early Muslim exegesis scholars, in the like of Ibn Abi Hatim, 8th century, quotes the view of Qatada that the Teen is the name of a hill in Damascus, that the blessed hill in Sham, and contained a tree, while Muhammad bin Kab interpreted the Teen as the companions of the cave, um, Ashabul Kafi as Al Qurtubi. Ibn Abbas and Mujahid hold the same view by regarding it as a fruit that is ate by people. Ibn Abi Hatim 97, later followed by Al Tabari, Ibn Kathir, and Abdul Razak, quoted Ibn Abbas' views. It's a mosque built by Noah on the Mount of Judi, besides repeating the Al Khattabi's view. So what you
I
think
mean,
about that?
I mean, I think, I mean, yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't think the reason I don't think it could be Buddha right now is I can't ascribe monotheism to it. If I could, then I would say so.
Mhm.
You know, if I could say so, but oneness, he's preaching oneness. I mean, I've heard it said. I've heard it said many times. I can't. I would have to. I mean, Islam could be a very broad thing, and recognitions of other traditions could be very broad, but it might not. So it's like I would have to say, we know there's been so many messages and prophecies before the prophets even mentioned in the Quran, except for Adam. You know, we know after Adam there's been so many that are not mentioned in the Quran. And can Buddhism and Buddha have originally been monotheistic but lost it by corruption or something like that? Maybe. What we say would be corruption. I know now modern Buddhists might not say that corruption, but what we might say if Buddhism might have started monotheistically, somebody might have made it sound more not monotheistic than it was. I don't know. I'm just gonna say I can't confirm the monotheism of Buddhism. So I hear these arguments and people it's good let people investigate on it, but I'm not convinced yet about that.
Mhm. So what does this mean? Like what is this um do al kifl? What does that mean to you? Or like what do you
Dullah Kif was a prophet. But he's not like really talked about that much. He just mentioned. You know, I don't know about Dula Cooper that much. You can Google him and see what they say about Dula Cooper. You can Google him.
all right. Um oh, I gotta stop sharing this. So the way that they're like making it sound was that like du al kifl means Kapilavastu, which is someone from Kapilavastu, right?
That's what he was making sound. I don't know if that's the case or not. I just want to want to see how he's mentioned in the Quran.
All right, so du al kifl, possessor of the kifl, also spelled zu a kifl, pronounced is an Islamic prophet, although his identity is unknown. His identity has been theorized and identified as various Hebrew Bible prophets and other figures, most commonly Ezekiel and Gautama Buddha. Dua Kifl has been believed to have been exalted by Allah to a high station in life and is chronicled in the Quran as a man of the company of good. Although not much is known about him from other sources, all the writings from classical commentators such as Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Kathir speak of Du Akifal as prophetic, saintly man who remained faithful in daily prayer and worship. A tomb in the Ergani province of somewhere in Turkey is believed to be by some to be the resting place of him, is located 5 meters from the city center on a hill called Makam Dagi. So let's see what it says. The meaning of Du al Kifl is still debated, but according to this view, it means man from Kifl. And Kifl is an Arabic pronunciation of Kapilavastu, where the city where the Buddha spent 30 years of his life. Another argument used by supporters of this theory is that Gautama Buddha was from Kapil, which was the capital of a small state situated on the border of India and Nepal. They claim that Gautama Buddha is not not only belonged to Kapil, but was often referred to being of Kapil. This exactly what is meant by the word du akufal. It should be remembered that the consonant P is not present in Arabic, and the nearest consonant to it is F. Hence, Kapil, transliterated into Arabic, becomes Kifl. So the supporters of this theory cite the first verses of the 95th chapter by the fig and the olive. That's the one in the secure city of Mecca. It is mentioned in Buddhist sources that Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment under a fig tree. So yeah, so that's just kind of going back over what the other guy said. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Um, I guess we would have to know like the exact translation of this word
Yeah,
because
I
some
mean,
people are saying it different.
and some people are saying it's Ezekiel
Mm.
in the Bible. So, but but can we speculate these things? I mean, it's not bad to speculate it though. I don't think it's bad to speculate.
But I mean, that's all there is. There's nobody like, there's nothing to confirm who this person is or isn't. Even when this guy says
Yeah,
like he
yeah.
was in prayer and whatnot, he doesn't know that. It doesn't say that. You know, it just says, what does the verse say? It says, remember Ishmael, Idris, and Du al Kifl, all men of constancy and patience. We admitted them to our mercy, for they were of the righteous ones, company of the good. So, I mean, it doesn't even say anything about them praying, you know? Um, so I don't know. Like, this is crazy because it's like there's no just one, like, translation for it. Like, this guy's got a whole different meaning. Um, Some are of the opinion that Du al Kifl could be Ezekiel when the exile, monarchy, and state were annihilated and political national life was no longer possible. In conformity with two parts of his book, his personality, his preaching are alike twofold, and title Du al Kifl means the one to double or to fold. So Abdullah Yusuf Ali in his Quranic commentary says Dua Kifl would literally mean professor of or giving a double requital or portion, or else one who used a cloak of double thickness. Like what is ranges of translation? And this says Al Kifl is a town in southeastern Iraq on the Euphrates River between Najaf and Ahila. So I don't know. It's interesting, like to think of, you know, like what I wonder what it really meant. Like, you know,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
but yeah, I thought that was interesting. Anyway, okay, all right. Before we explore that assertion, It is worth noting that Imam al-Shahrastani identifies the Buddhists as Sabians, which is a consequential categorization given the status that Sabians have in the Quran as a saved group. The root word of Sabians is Saba, which is the rising of a star. Most exegetus explains that the Sabians worshipped the stars because they believed the stars were vehicles by which God organizes the world.
Yeah, yeah, that's mostly the savings of Haran. There's two Sabian groups that were called Sabians in that have been attributed to Sabianism and been granted status Sabianism in Islamic history. The Sabians of Haran, the astrological ones, the one he's talking right now, and the Sabians of John the Baptist.
Mm, right. The Sabians are also described as believing in reincarnation and the eternity of the world. Eternity? Well, that wouldn't work. Okay. They're sometimes erroneously identified with the Mandaean Sabians of Lower Iraq who held some Zoroastrian beliefs regarding light and darkness. Sheikh
The Mandaeans are like a Gnostic religion that claim to come from John the Baptist, but they have like some Persian Gnostic type of belief in it. So I understand what it's saying. It is Persian in its thinking, but it's on Arab. I forgot what language are the text.
okay. Sheikh Ibn Taymiyyah believed that the Sabians were of two types, polytheistic and Unitarian. According to him, there were people who did not have a law taken from a prophet, but he argues that there were also people among Jews, Christians, and Magians who, despite not having a religion per se, know God as one and do not deny God. He said they cling to a shared type of submission, Islam Mushtarak, that entails worshiping God only, being truthful and just, prohibiting indecent and foul things, and prohibiting oppression, as well as those other matters prophets were in agreement on. Furthermore, he affirms they say there is no deity but God, despite having neither a revealed book nor a prophet. He argues that the latter group refers to the Sabians, including in the Quranic category of those who attain salvation. This is strengthened by the fact that the verse states that they believe in God in the last day. Furthermore, even if their beliefs are considered erroneous, this does not negate the possibility of their being saved on that day. According to the dominant theological position of the Ash'ari schools, since idolaters who are not recipients of a revealed message are not held accountable for not knowing and accepting divine unity.
I don't hold on, wait. You said what? Idolaters who do not are not recipients of real message are not held accountable for not knowing the divine unity. Absolutely not. That's absolutely erroneous.
It's
Absolutely erroneous. I mean, that could be in a Sharia school, but that's not Islamic. That's a kufr belief because even a total savage tribe still, if they have any type of worship, they should know the worship is going to be to the one God and not to anything else. So there's no idolatry. Is is
mm, okay. Um, in addition, Hadith literature clearly indicates that some people with false beliefs will be saved in the afterlife. For example, according to a sound hadith, a man had his sons cremate him, hoping that God would not be able to recreate him and punish him in the afterlife. The Prophet informs us that God forgave the man, even though he doubted God's omnipotence, which is considered kufr. The verse in the Quran,
hey, I don't believe this. This is a sound hadith, and I don't know where it's from. Um, Where's that hadith from? He says from a Sahih hadith. Does he cite the hadith?
All right, so let's see. So nine for more. Who are the disbelievers? I don't know. He doesn't.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. He makes these bold claims, and he says on Sahih hadith they don't cite the hadith. Like, why would you? Why would you? If that's the claim you're gonna make, you should be right on that hadith. I mean,
So it says, for more extensive examination of this problem, see my article, Who Are the Disbelievers? Seasons Journal, Volume 5, Number 1.
look at the way he cites the. That's not a good citation.
Yeah, it's not
Uh,
at all. This is like, and then he does this a lot with the Buddhist thingies. Like,
and this is
he,
not even him. This is Hamza Youssef, right? This is the Hamza Youssef part.
what is this? I don't know why it's not copying properly,
Can you
but
hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying?
it's what?
Can you hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the Hamza Youssef part.
Mm.
Hey, but I want us to get back. I want us to can we read something about Sapiens? Did we ever read something about Sapiens? The other group, the Mandean one. Let's read something about them.
All right. Well, he gets, okay, so where was I at? Okay, so, okay. So he gets into the Sabians down here. So, all right. The verse in the Quran categorizing those who will be saved states, surely those who believe, the Jews, the Christians, and Sabians, whoever believes in God in the last day has their reward with their Lord, and neither shall neither fear nor grieve. 2 verse 62. Regarding this verse, Imam al-Alusi in his authoritative commentary states, the Sabians are a group whose different schools revolved around a fanatical adherence to spiritual teachers, Ruhaniyan, Ruhaniyin, and,
Running, yeah,
and,
running.
and taking intercessors. When they were unable to draw near through them directly and to take from their essences, some of them resorted to using pagodas. So the Sabians of Asia Minor relied upon planets, and the Sabians of India relied upon stars, and some of them abandoned the temples and used images that can neither hear nor see nor benefit anyone iota. The first group consists of worshippers of planets, and the second of idolaters. And each of the two groups of Sabians has many types and differs in their beliefs and rites. Imam Abu Hanifa argues that they do not worship idols, but rather they exalt the stars, as the Kaaba, for example, is exalted among Muslims.
Yeah. Abu Hanifa has the stronger view of what they would be, the ones that we would call of the same group. It wouldn't be because yeah, it wouldn't be an idolatry. You know, let's read something about the Mandaeans though. I want to give the audience something about the Mandaeans, the Mandaeans. Yeah, it can be for Wikipedia. Just even the first part. Just read it for them.
Let's go to their website and see what they have to say. Okay, disciples of John the Baptist, Iraqi minorities. To my fellow Mende are all right, maybe not. I thought it would like tell them. Oh, there's some today? Like they're still around?
Yeah, there's some still around today. Yeah.
Sabian Mendians, the original home. The Mendians, a history of boat building and silversmithing in South Mesopotamia. Forgotten Mendian magic texts in the British Museum and holidays. So, let me see. Brief note. It's not easy to speak about the origin and history of Mendians because it's hardly discussed at all in their literature. For them, they themselves believed that as their religion was founded by the world of light, they were not concerned with the history of this world. Up to the present day, only one Mendian text has emerged which refers, but in a very confused manner, to their history. It is the Diwan of the Great Revelation called Inner Haran, Harangawaita. In Harangawaita, there is a description of the Nasorians staying in the Median hills where they escaped under King Ardban from the rulers. King Ardban has been identified with the Parthian king Ardban III, fourth or fifth. It seems to point to the existence of a legendary tradition which describes how the community or part of it penetrated into Iranian territory of that time, and is during the period of the later Parthian kings in the 1st to 2nd centuries AD. This same text describes how a Mandean community was established in Mesopotamia and discusses its further history under the Sasanian rulers. This tradition also includes events of the persecution of the community in Jerusalem by the locals, in the course of which the city was destroyed as a punishment. The reference is probably to 70 AD. The immigration of the early Mandean community from the Jordan Valley in Palestine into eastern territories brought about because of persecution by locals must have taken place during 2nd century AD at the latest, because several Mesopotamian and Parthian elements presuppose a fairly lengthy stay in these regions. The emigrants went first to Haran and the Median Hills, then entered the southern provinces of Mesopotamia. In the 3rd century, Mani, the founder of Manichaeism, had connections with the Mandean community and was probably influenced by it in his system. The Manichaean Psalms of Thomas show clearly both the friendly and hostile relations between the two rival religions. In the 9th book of the right hand, Ginza, the Mandean holy book, there are polemics against the followers of Marmani. The pre-Manichaeism existence of a Mandean tradition is more than assured today. Wow, this is crazy. Haran Gawaita attests to the foundation of a community in Baghdad in Mesopotamia and the appointment of Mandean governors in this region. In contrast to the Parthian rulers, under whom the Mandeans obviously prospered, relations with the Sasanians were bad. The same scroll refers to considerable reduction in the number of Mandean temples at that time. It's also clear from the inscription of the Zoroastrian high priest Qatar that those practicing non Iranian religions, and the Mandeans were among these, were persecuted during the reign of King Shapur I. Islam renewed oppression in spite of its toleration of the Sabians as people of the book. In this way, the afflicted community retired more and more into the inaccessible marshes of southern Iraq and the river districts of Khuzestan, where the Mandeans are even now to be found. In the beginning of the 20th century, however, the Mandeans have returned again to large cities, Baghdad and Basra, where they found opportunities to gain an education or money and raise themselves socially. Huh, that's crazy. They got their own holy book and everything.
Yep.
Wow. It forms a remarkable body of Gnostic writings. What does Gnostic mean again?
It against Gnostic. It means is a religion based on Gnosticism. And Gnostic is also the same word as Marifa that which added which Anan loves so much, but it can mean different things to different people though. Because Gnostic can mean the Gnostic means to get knowledge, but they can also mean a type of religion. It meant the context has a couple meanings depending on the context.
Mm.
Because it could be just the attainment of enlightenment, or it could be a set of religions called Gnostic that are dualistic and that are very Persian, like how a Mandean is has a dualistic origin.
Gnostic cosmogony generally presents a distinction between a supreme hidden god and a malevolent lesser divinity, sometimes associated with Yahweh of the Old Testament, who's responsible for creating material universe. Gnostics consider the principal element of salvation to be direct knowledge of the supreme divinity in the form of mystical or esoteric insight. Hmm. So Gnostic texts deal not with concepts of sin and repentance, but with illusion and enlightenment. Okay. Do you want to keep going on this, or
No, we get very enough about it. Then you think we
I'm
get
gonna
very
put
enough.
the website in the YouTube, and
Yeah,
then
we get very enough. They got a little dose of a new community that might not have heard before, or
yeah,
some
I
people
didn't
might check
know
it
they
out.
still existed. Um, okay, where are we at? This one. Oh, oh shit. Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
My computer screen just like went completely black. I can't see anything.
You can't say anything.
Let me try to hit
Oh,
escape,
I can
maybe.
see your stuff. Yeah, yeah, okay, because your mouse. I see your mouse moving.
Uh,
Your mouse is in the middle of the screen now. But you
oh,
can't see it now, right?
what is happening? All right, let me try to. What is happening? Why can't I see anything? Escape? Escape? Control Alt Delete, maybe? Oh, here we go. Okay, cancel. There we go. I'm back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Um, the Imam acknowledges here that Sabians are of different types and that among them are those in India as well as other places who believe in the planets is clearly negated in Islam. But it's impossible to know that with any certainty whether the Buddhists as well as the Hindus can be included in this category, and scholars do not seem to have ever claimed this. But given the ambiguous language referring to the Sabians and Magians that is used in Surahs Al Baqarah, Al Ma'idah, and Al Hajj, Muslims are advised to say Allahu Alam, God knows best. The Abrahamic
What I said again given given the ambiguous referring to the statements of a genes that is used of Baqarah are made of the Muslims are advised to say Allah. Who said Muslims are advised to say that? Who said that?
I don't know, like
He's just
maybe
making that up. That's his advice. He's advising Muslims to say Allah Adam. He needs to say he's advising them to say that. That's his advice. I
I think
mean,
it means like if Sabians and Magians are in fact like people of the book, right? God only knows.
no. Um, he's making a. I'm trying to say that what authority is he making that suggestion? He's saying he's saying what? He's saying that Muslims are advised to say. Who authorized him to advise Muslims to say anything?
But do you need to be authorized, like to give advice?
To say it's Muslims are advised to say, yeah, because if you want to give advice, say, I would advise Muslims to say, yeah, so you would advise them to say,
Mm, okay. Um, the Abrahamic faith, belief in God and the last day, is not understood in the same manner in either Buddhism or Hinduism, but certainly has parallels in both their teachings, especially in Pure Land Buddhism and philosophical Hinduism, which acknowledges one God and recognizes that the images in the temples are only aids to help simple people grasp a particular aspect of the universal, transcendent nature of God. While idolatry is an unpardonable sin in Islam, it is clear from the first prohibition of the Quran that mentions and do not set up rivals with God knowingly to verse 22 that it is predicated upon wittingly worshiping anything besides God or giving it attributes of divinity. Ignorance, according to the dominant opinion among Muslim scholars, is excused if no clear message of submission to God has been given to a people.
I don't, that's debatable. That's not, I mean, you still can't, no, he still doesn't give you, the right to idolatry.
So, like, I've heard this argument before. People say, like, oh, well, what about these tribals that are way out in nowhere that haven't heard about Islam and whatever one God and whatnot? Like, that they will be like forgiven for their ignorance because they're jahil.
Nope, nope, they won't. Because idolatry is not acceptable regardless. There's no way. It's almost like even if
But
you're one of them tribes, you don't need to worship anything. You should just worship God. You don't
yeah,
have
but
to.
what if they don't know? They don't know about God. They don't know one God message. They don't know about. They never heard of it before. How could they be blamed for something they never heard of before?
Because you're doing worshiping. You're doing worship.
But
If you're worshiping,
so
you're going to
what?
worship that one God.
That's what I'm saying. But how do you know to worship one God if you never heard of one God?
How do you know to worship many gods? The same way you know to worship many gods.
Well, I mean, like that was the norm before Abrahamic view came along.
Not in Islamic sense, because Islamic sense there's been monotheism since the time of Adam in Abrahamic thinking.
Yeah, but that's demonstrably false. Like demonstrably false.
We say there's been monotheism since the time of Adam. There's always been monotheisms, even alongside polytheisms.
Mm, okay, alongside maybe, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, yeah. There's all, we're
Before
not.
Abraham, like there was nobody or who
No,
was
okay, I can prove
one guy before
Akhenaten. There was a time when nobody. Okay, what about the time before? There was a time before idolatry.
Yeah, but I'm saying like what I don't like consider idolatry a bad thing, right? Like
I
idolatry is
know.
only bad to people of the Abrahamic faith, right?
Okay, yes.
Before that, before that, like nobody was saying like what you're doing is bad, right? So like let's
You're
say like
saying that, but but Islam, we say there was always monotheism since. Because first of all, God Himself is a monotheist. 'Cause He Himself is one, and He Himself knows He's one, and declares Himself to be one to all creation. That's first and foremost.
yeah,
Secondly,
he doesn't
even
worship himself, so it's not
what?
he doesn't worship himself.
No, He doesn't worship, but but okay. So he God does what He wills, and His will cannot be frustrated.
His what? His will can what?
Cannot be. If he does what he was, and his will cannot be frustrated. What I was saying is God
Cannot be
Himself attests.
frustrated?
Yeah, because I said God Himself attests to His oneness. What's what? How can I said what a word I said? If you go back and listen to what I said, right? I said God Himself attests to His oneness, right?
Mm.
He attests to His oneness. So what does that have to do with Him worshiping Himself?
What's the definition of monotheist?
Somebody declares that God is one, and only worships one God.
Okay, so it's either they declare God as one or they worship one God. Is it both or is
It
it
can be both. It depends on the context.
yeah?
Monotheism, the
So
belief in one God, is the belief in one God. But God knows, for Him, it's not even a belief. He knows that He is one God. He declares monotheism. He declares He should be worshipped. Even if He don't worship Himself, He declares that He should be worshipped as one.
it has nothing to do with worship. It says the doctrine or belief that there's only one God, right?
Okay, well, is that something to do with worship too? In Islam, has something to do with worship because you worship only one God. But God Himself declares He's one.
Okay, so all right.
He declares it. He declares that He's one.
Okay,
In
so
Islam, He does.
all right. So is there somewhere in Islam that says people who have never heard the message will be punished?
You it's impossible never to have heard anything, especially if you're worshiping.
That's not true, though. What are you talking about? It's impossible. There's tribes in the freaking Amazon that never heard of iPhones. Like, what do
Okay,
you
they don't need
mean?
to worship. They don't need to worship idols. Then they still don't need to worship idols.
But what if, yeah, I get that. You think that. But to them, that's their,
Okay,
they
that's
worship nature.
them.
So, like,
Then we
how
disagree.
how
We
can your
disagree.
God? No, 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 no. It's not about disagree or agree. Like, is there something in Islam that says people who have never heard the message will be punished? Is it that's a
You
yes
have,
or no? Like a yes or no question. Is
I
there
don't.
something there that says
Listen.
yes
Listen.
or no?
w- uh, I'm answering the way I need to answer it.
Okay.
Right. I know from my sheikh, um, my sheikh, Korusi, my sheikh, Kalan Al Korusi, the deputy grand mufti of Oman, in his series, knowing your religion. In his series, knowing your religion, you can find it on YouTube. Knowing your religion. It's a long series though. He teaches about that. He says that whenever there's a sign of worship, you know that the people knew about God. Whenever there's a sign of worship, so if there's a sign of worship, these people should not be worshiping an idol. The worship should always be directed to the one true God, even in a primitive state. Because even Adam himself was given a scroll, or given something, not a scroll, but even Adam, because Adam himself was the first prophet. Adam was given prophecy. Adam himself was a prophet in Islam from the first man.
Okay, so fate of kafar who did not hear the message of Islam. So it says here that Allah says, and we never punish until we have sent a messenger to give warning. And that's Quran 17, verse 15. So,
But he gives messengers. How many messengers has he given? He's given thousands and thousands of messengers to everywhere
okay,
in the world.
in his tafsir commentary on this ayah, Ibn Kathir said, these words, and we never punish until we have sent a messenger to give warning, tells us of the justice of Allah, may He be exalted, that He does not punish anyone until after He has established evidence against them by sending a messenger to him. This is like the ayah interpretation of the meaning. Every time a group is cast therein to hell, its keeper will ask, did no warner come to you? They will say, yes, indeed, a warner did come to us, but we belied him and said Allah never sent down anything of revelation. You are only in great error. That's Quran 67:8. And those who disbelieve will be driven to hell in groups till they reach it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and his keepers will say, did not the messengers come to you from yourselves, reciting to you verses of your Lord and warning you? All right, they will say yes. Okay, blah, 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 torment. Okay. A person who has never heard of Islam or the Prophet and who has never heard the message in its correct and true form will not be punished by Allah if he dies in a state of kufr. If it were asked what his fate would be, the answer would be that Allah will test him on the day of resurrection. If he obeys, he will enter paradise, and if he disobeys, he'll go to hell. The evidence for this is the hadith of Al Aswad ibn Sari, who reported that the Prophet of Allah said, there are four who will protest to Allah on the day of resurrection: the deaf man who never heard anything, the insane man, the very old man, and the man who died during the Fatra interval between the time of Jesus and Apostle. The deaf man will say, "Oh Lord, Islam came, but I never heard." The insane man will say, "Islam came, but the children ran after me and threw stones at me." The very old man will say, "Islam came, but I did not understand." The man who died during the Fatra will say, "No messenger from you came to me." He will accept their promises of obedience, and the word will be sent to them to enter the fire by the one in whose hands is the soul of Muhammad. If they enter it, it will be cool and safe for them.
Okay, this is all Sunni stuff because that's the type of stuff Sunnis believe. Because Sunnis believe you can go into hell and you won't be burned, or you can go into hell and get out of hell. This is all Sunni beliefs. This is just Islam. This is not Islam. This is Sunni belief system.
So, does Allah ever treat anyone unfairly?
No, of course not. He does. He doesn't. But he sends messengers everywhere. He says the world is full of his signs. The
Okay,
world is full of
so
his signs. How can you
okay,
deny it?
so a person can look around the world. They're not going to think, if they've never heard of Islam, they're not going to be like, "Oh wow, look at these signs. I'm a Muslim now, and Muhammad is my messenger."
No, he's not gonna say that. But they're gonna know God. They're gonna know God. Islam is not about. It's not about saying you're Muslim and having Muhammad as your messenger. That's absolutely secondary because Muhammad himself was God's own slave. It's
No, but
about
it
your
is
relationship
all
to God.
about that because you need to know that
No,
that's exactly what you have to profess to
no,
become
you
it. So it
don't.
is all. What are you
No,
talking
no, but that's
about?
not
It's a
about salvation.
shahada.
That's not about salvation. You talking about salvation? You talking about being a Muslim? Two different things. You talking about salvation? And you talking about punishing people who never know Islam? So we're not talking about people accepting Islam. We're talking about what's the punishment people who never knew Islam.
Right. So
There's
that's what
two
I'm
different
saying.
things we're
So
talking
if
about.
somebody never knows Islam,
Yes,
then
but it still
how?
doesn't need to worship idols. They still need to only worship God Almighty who created it
Okay.
because Islam is not about the Prophet. It's not about calling yourself a Muslim. It's about worshiping the God who created you, and that's what makes you a Muslim.
Okay. So the person who's never like, okay, so say their prophet came, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, and he died and his message didn't get very far. Okay, so the people in those lands and those little tribes out there in the Amazon forest who are still wearing loincloths and feathers and like bones through their nose, right? They're not, they don't know about one God and this
How
and
you
that.
know a prophet didn't come to them, and how you know they didn't reject the prophets? How you know prophets were coming to them and they were rejecting prophets? It could have been prophets coming to them galore, and they could have been rejecting prophets. It could have been cursed. You don't know what is bound with them. I'm not saying
Right.
they are. I'm just saying there's so many factors.
We don't know. So for the person who has never heard of Islam, who has never heard that idolatry is wrong, or what you would call idolatry is wrong, when they die and get met by your God and he sends them to hell, that's highly unjust and really messed up.
No, it's not, because if they rejected it, they should not have worshipped
No, but
idols.
it's
They don't
not
need to
about
worship idols.
rejecting. They're not rejecting anything. They're not
They
rejecting. You can't.
rejected the they
No,
rejected
no, they're
signs of
not.
God.
No,
They
they're
rejected the signs
rejecting
of
what you
God.
don't know. You can't reject what you never heard of.
You can't reject the signs of God.
I never heard of Sabians. Like, how
But,
can I
but
reject?
you're not getting it. The signs of God are not necessarily in the Quran. The signs of God outside the Quran and and the
Yeah,
prophetic
but the
tradition.
way the Quran is telling you to look at them, or you're going to
No,
go to
it's not.
hell.
Stop telling me. Okay, why are you telling me how the Quran's telling me? You don't understand the Quran. You're not a Muslim. You're trying to
No, no, no,
interpret
no.
the
It
Quran from a
doesn't
Muslim
have to.
perspective.
No, it doesn't have to do with that, because you're saying in the Quran, God says you can see Him through His wonders, right? So what if
Okay, just
somebody
do the
doesn't
signs.
know that that's God's wonder? He's seeing.
They'll He'll see a wonder and he'll know some God. I mean, God Himself give you signs that it's Him.
That's bullshit. That's
That's what,
absolute
okay.
bullshit.
That's what you think. Okay, that's what you think.
No, you wouldn't know they were from him unless the Quran or Bible told you it was.
No, no, you might see it and be in awe. You would have an intuition that was Him. He'll give you inner
That's
knowledge by His favor.
absolutely nonsense.
He'll
That's
give you
100%
revelation. It's
nonsense.
revelation. We believe in
It's not.
revelation. Okay, that's fine. We believe in revelation.
I don't know. I don't believe that at all. That sounds insane to me. And somebody who's never heard the message in this day and age to be punished for it is very unjust. I don't know what you're saying. Like that.
Okay, then. Can say it's unjust. Then say you don't agree. You don't agree with it. If you don't agree, that's fine.
I'm just having a hard time understanding. Like I get what you're saying, right? Like I understand what you're saying, but it's like if some I just think of like these little, like, you see them on like National Geographic
I
and
know,
stuff.
but I mean, if you want to be like that, it's fine if you disagree. If you don't agree with Islam, that's fine. I'm not saying I agree with
No,
Islam.
no,
I'm
I'm
not
not
saying I
saying
agree.
I'm not saying I disagree with it. I just don't understand how it
Because
is
God controls the face
just
of everything. He
to
sends messages
punish.
all the times. You don't know how many messages you might be sending to them now to give up idolatry. He could be sending a message. See, what I'm trying to say is that I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no, I thought
No, we're
Muhammad was
doing a
the last
speculative.
messenger. There ain't no
They
more
could be sending
messengers
messages. They
after
could be
him.
sending things. No, well, they could be sending. It could be sending people who were saints with signs. They could be sending signs. They could be sending things to them. They could be sending something to them. You don't know what they're sending to them. And we're doing a speculative discourse. So it's like every situation is so much case by case, and God is the most merciful. He's the most merciful God. I don't know how He's gonna forgive everybody, but He has His mercy. How He's gonna do it? I'm just going by speculation. I'm going by speculative theology. I can't just say I know every single case of every case by case scenario. We're just talking about speculative theology. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying?
Right, right. And I'm
I
reading
mean,
what the
I mean, the,
Quran says about what
I mean,
I'm
judgment
speculating
itself is going to
about.
be case by case. Judgment is going to be case by case when when he actually does your judgment. Everybody going to stand from some front of God, and He's going to judge you individually. And there's so many factors. I don't know every single factor for every single person. The factor that might save them, there might be a factor that might save them from even idolatry. Like he might have worshipped it, but might have always knew it was fake, but didn't know how to express himself. It could have been so many ways. He could have not have been an idol in his heart or something like that, or he could have had something to believe. But God Himself is going to search the hearts of the people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the one who's going to search the hearts of the
Heard of
people.
the message of one God.
I know, but He's going to search the hearts of the people. I mean, they still know about God. I mean, God, God is instinctual in Islam. Is instinctual.
Yeah, but that's to Muslims who have read about it.
Okay, well, that's other people have instincts too. Like, how did it start to begin with?
Is it
Somebody
with
had an instinct to begin with. Somebody had the instinct for monotheism to begin with, for monotheism to begin, and we believe the instinct came to mankind since the time of Adam because he was built with it.
and see, I think that all of those are stories to conquer lands and control people.
That's fine if you think that. That's fine. It's totally fine.
Mm.
In this discourse, if that's your interpretation of the rationale or reasoning or the reason d'etre for Islam, That's totally fine with your question.
But it's not just that, it's Christianity too. Like, I don't see the like, I can't understand, like, the God of the Old Testament, and this is what I'm saying, like, the things that God does is malicious, spiteful, vengeful, murderous, genocidal, and evil, and highly immoral. And I don't understand how people can say that, oh, it's okay because it's God. It's okay that he took the firstborn children of the Egyptian people and slaughtered all those babies because it's God and that's what he wants to do. But but then it's like when people do that, it's like, oh, you're not supposed to genocide people. You're not supposed to kill babies. Oh, well, God did it. So we're supposed to follow God's example. So it's like, it's so contradictive. And these are like the contradictions that just, it blows the whole thing for, like, I'm not trying to diss Mr. Pale. I'm trying to be real with you. Like, these type of situations blow the whole thing for me. Like the whole, I can't wrap my head around it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like everything is supposed to be logical and everything makes sense, but then it's like when it comes to God, it don't have to make no kind of sense. It's nothing logical, no rules apply, nothing that we can see or fathom, and it's like we're supposed to be okay with that. And then like people who've never even heard of that are gonna burn anyway. So it's like, what is, where is the mercy and where is the love and where is the compassion? Because it just sounds like a whole bunch of horrible stuff. Like
Life is good, bad, and ugly. God is the creator of both the bad and the good in Islam. That's Qadr. That's one of the articles of the faith. So you get to believe that God created everything, controls everything, both good and bad. That's how related to us by the Prophet Muhammad peace and Father contained Umar ibn Khattab. It's even related in Muslim, and it's also related, of course, in the authoritative book of Hadith, the Muslim of Imam Rabi bin Abi. Well, I believe so. I believe so. But that's the strongest hadith. That's like
your
strongest.
mic.
Yeah. So that's the strongest hadith in the one of the strongest hadith in Islam is related in Muslim is related in 40 hadiths of 40 hadiths. It's a staple hadith in Islam about qadr, destiny. That God controls our destiny, both good and bad. He creates everything. He creates all reality. He creates all destiny. Both good and bad is both created by God. So if you go to full, that bad was created by God. God is a reality. I mean, in reality, you deal with good and the bad. Hello, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in reality, you deal with both the good and the bad. Is God created both good and the bad? That's our belief in destiny. That's one of the articles of faith in Islam. We believe that God controls everything, so all situations, both good and bad.
Then why
God
is there a need for a devil?
is the enemy of mankind. That's bad. God created him. God created bad, and He created the devil. He created Shaitan. That's part of his bad. Part of the bad that God created.
Well, why a need for him if he's the creator of all bad anyway? It all comes from God anyway. It seems
Yeah,
like it's
the
just so.
Satan is the bad. Satan comes from God. Satan comes from God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But why? That's like God is ascribing a partner to himself by creating
No,
a
he's not.
force.
That's not a partner to himself. That's just that's a test, an adversary for mankind.
So, all right, an adversary for mankind. But why can't God do his own dirty work?
Because he's high above all the stuff people subscribe to him. Yeah, he don't have to do his own dirty work. He did his own dirty work by making the devil. He made Shaitan. That's doing his dirty work.
So is Shaitan like the evil aspect of God?
He's an evil creation. He's an evil creation.
But he has more power over this world than. God does.
No, he has no power over this world.
Yeah,
The
you
only
do.
power he has, he does have no power over this world.
Yeah,
I
you
tell
do.
you, God who made him and God makes him do bad. He's cursed. Satan is cursed. As we say, Odu Gura Him Shaitan regime. I
Okay,
seek refuge from God, from Satan the cursed.
right, right, right.
He's cursed.
So,
Odu Gura Him Shaitan regime. He's cursed.
okay. So, all right. Let me try to figure out how to put this. So, God made the devil to mess with us and make us do bad things
He
as
made
a
he
test.
made Shaitan he made Shaitan as an instrument of cursing those who already cursed. He himself is Shaitan himself. Shaitan is a curse. He's a cursed being, and he himself is a curse carrier, and he's the and he's the concentration of curse. I mean, the game, God Almighty revealed to us the Shaitan and his nature, and immunized us from him. But he's there to be an example of the bad. It's like with the Prophet Muhammad is upon him, we have example of the good. With Shaitan, we have example of the bad. We have both examples. He made Shaitan an example for us
Your
for not
mic
to
is
be.
buzzing, man. Your mic is
Hey,
buzzing.
hey, he made Shaitan. You hear me better now, right? You hear me better now, right? Hello?
Yep,
You can hear me now, right?
yep, yep, yep,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He
yep.
made Shaitan. He made Shaitan as a He made Shaitan as an adversary to mankind. It's almost like Shaitan himself is a curse. He's a curse carrier, and he's there to be example of the bad. It's like when we have example of the bad, we know what the good is. It's like we know good because we know bad. It's almost like what's the bliss of nirvana without the dukkha of life?
Right. No, no, I'm not. Okay. I don't deny that there's bad things, right? And the bad things teach us how to be good. Yeah. Like, I get that. But when you ascribe it to like a character, and now the characters don't make sense, because like if you have one all-powerful being who created all the good and all the bad, right, but he got this super bad dude to do all this bad bidding for us, like why does he need a super bad dude? Why can't he just do his own bad bidding for us? Like, why can't, like, that's what I'm saying, like,
Because he needed somebody to give an example of what's to be bad. The same way he gave us an example of the good, he gave us an example of the bad.
so it's like you're not thinking like he needed somebody to pass the blame to so people don't think he's really the bad guy.
No,
Oh, I'm
it
just gonna make
it,
this
it
guy.
needed an
You could
example.
hate him and love me, but I created him for the
Yes,
sole purpose of leading you to hellfire. So
yes,
like
for the
that's
curse, the curse,
so up.
the
I'm
curse.
sorry.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
so
the curse.
up.
Yeah, for the curse. Yeah, it's messed up for the curse. The curse got it messed up. Yeah, the curse got it all messed up. Yeah, if you cursed, you yeah, yes. That yeah. If you curse, God gonna do you dirty.
But it's but like even the devil tempts good people.
But the good people are immune from the devil.
No, they're not. What you talking?
Yes, you are. You have immunity. Kalabara. Yep, you have immunity. Yes, in Islam you do. Islam, the good have immunity.
So then why you even worry about jinns or doing voodoo and all stepping
I
in the
don't worry about nothing. The voodoo's part of the immunity. That's our vaccination.
so if you're good, then
That's
why you
immunization.
like but
Because of gratefulness, of gratitude.
there's people who
Okay.
will go do voodoo, go into a mosque and then come out and sell drugs and hurt people. So it's not
Why we
immune.
do voodoo? We do voodoo out of
I'm
gratefulness.
using
Every
that
worship is out of gratefulness. It's out of
example.
gratefulness of God. To gratefulness of God is why we do every act of worship out of gratefulness. Yes.
Right. I'm just using that as an example because it's like washing the jinns away or something before you go pray for him or something like that.
No, it's not washing jinns away. You doing the ritual because it's the sunnah to do it, and you do it. You commanded to do it, and you get a reward for it, and because you do it out of gratefulness, and gratefulness is something to you because it's God's pleasure with you and your pleasure with Him.
Mike, your mic. Um. All right. So,
Yeah. I say you do it for gratefulness because gratefulness is His own reward because it's God's pleasure for you and your pleasure for Him.
okay. I don't know, man. Like, it's not. I'm having like again, like I don't know. I'm having a hard time.
Hey. Okay, unpopular purpose said this. Unpopular purpose said, okay, what up, St. James? Anyway, unpopular purpose said that's why ultimately Satan, Lucifer is light. Once you come to the realization of our relationship with God, you understand there's nothing to fear but God. I think unpopular's onto something. You understand Takwa? He's trying to teach you Takwa.
Mhm.
You see? Thank you, unpopular. That was good, unpopular. Unpopular, you good.
Okay, so how does that reconcile an all merciful creator creating an aspect to lead his other lesser creations into hellfire?
Because those people were made for nothing but the hellfire anyway. And what's up, Born Rich? Shout out to Born Rich. Yeah, but those people were made to be nothing but the hellfire anyway.
Back to this. Yeah, see how convenient it
Yeah,
is?
yeah. They were
Like
they
it's
were
so
made they were made of
convenient.
fuel. The reason they were made was to be fuel for the hellfire.
Yeah, like this it's uh so then it's un it's not logical to call God love.
God is perfect love.
No, he's not.
Yeah, it's perfect love. He's Rakama.
Perfect love don't
Arakamara Rahim. He's Aish.
perfect perfect love don't create things for them to burn.
Yes, if they were meant to burn, they're doing what they're meant to do.
But you said he
It's
hates them,
perfection.
so he's not all love. He's
Yeah,
not
because
all,
but they were meant to be hated.
right, but that's what so then if there's hate involved, then it's not all love.
No, because
It was all love and all hate.
yeah. Hold on. Is all love for those he love. Is all love for those he love, and is all hate for those he hates. Yes, is all love for those he loves, and all hates for those he hates. It's paradise and hellfire.
And you think that's merciful. Like that's mercy?
That's pure mercy. That's all you have is mercy. There's nothing a
It's
believer has except his mercy.
it's not like there's nothing merciful about that though. At all. That's evil. That's vindictive. That's hate and rage. And
Hey, look what unpopular purpose said. Evil, evil is but an illusion that exists in our perception. Be wary because a lie becomes the truth. You see, he's
yeah,
getting
yeah,
it. He's getting
I
it.
mean, yeah, I mean, I'm glad he's getting it. I'm not getting it. Um, I don't necessarily believe in an outer force of evil because we believe that evil comes from within. So evil starts with the thought that you attach to, and you you make that thought into action by attaching to it. So if you don't understand how to process thoughts in the correct way, then you will follow things and do bad things or unskillful things. And but that's inner decision that people make that has nothing to do with like a outer force and somebody prescribing this to you like
Yeah, but see, is the inner force of Islam too because Satan whispers and he
yeah,
calls your
that's from
nas.
out, yeah, that's an
He
outer
call he,
force.
he
No,
whispers to you. No, but he whispers to your nas. He whispers to something
how could you
inside you to move.
right, but something has to whisper, right? Like
But yeah, but he can whisper, they can make it worse. But even if he doesn't whisper, you're
outer
not.
force. It's not
Yeah,
your own.
yeah. Okay, everything's an outer force because you're controlled by the force of God. Okay, all forces from God. All forces from God. God is Kulishain Kadir. He's powerful. He's all powerful. Yes. So we say God is omnipotent. We do say that. God, all power is God's. He's Kulishain Kadir. He's the source of all power. He's the one who possesses all power. It's Kulishain Kadir. Power of all things. That that's omnipotence. Yes, that's God's omnipotence. That's a technical word.
I see Born Rich batting for the Bible today. Yo, people call me.
Hey, Boris said. Okay, this is what Boris said. Boris said the Bible can never be fake. So okay. Before that, Boris said all religions hate. Romans 9:13. 13, 13. As it is written, Jacob I have loved, but Esau I have hated.
Mm,
Jacob is also called Israel,
right. So
but he hated Esau, also called
again,
Edom.
another contradicting statement.
How he love if he loves Jacob and hates Esau, that's contradiction.
No, by calling God all loving is a contradiction.
He's all loving to those he loves. He all hating to those he hates, but those he hates is irrelevant to love. They don't deserve. I mean, is love because some people don't deserve love. Not everybody deserving of love.
That's so messed
Not
up.
everybody deserving of love. Exactly. So
That
it's
is
wrong. It's
really
wrong.
messed
It's
up.
wrong to love those who are not deserving of love. It's just like the verse I was telling Anan. Look, I'm gonna give you a verse. Hold on. It's from the Quran. Wait, let me get it. From Mujadila. I said it to Anan when we were talking earlier.
Yeah,
Okay. Now
yeah.
the
And he
message
was
said,
he was on the same page I was with it.
"Can you hear
Like,
me?"
yeah, yeah.
Okay, wait. Let me go back to you because it went on. Okay. Anyway, the message was the thing was this. It was this is Surah Mujadila, verse 22, right? Hold on for a second. Let me go back to you. Hold on. My mic is. Let me go back to the audio. Okay. Um. Hold on for a brief second. Hold
James, you an idiot.
okay. Well, anyway, it says this is Surah Mujadila, verse 22, right? It said, you will not find the people who believe in Allah and the last day having affection for those who oppose Allah and His Messenger, either they were their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their kindred, those He has decreed within their heart's faith and supported them with the Spirit from Him, of the Spirit from Himself, and we will admit them into gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they abide eternally. Allah is pleased with them, and they pleased with Him. Those are the party of Allah. Unquestionably, the party of Allah are the successful. And Hezbollah, yeah, yeah. So that's successful. Okay.
Hmm. I mean, I get that. Yeah, think like that. I'm just failing to see the love or mercy in any of that. So, it doesn't seem.
So He commands us not to love those who He doesn't love and who oppose Him.
I want to be better than that. I want to be more moral than that.
You can't be better than what God wants you to be.
Of
It's
course,
God who decides morality.
of
It's
course you
God
can.
who decides morality.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's such that's no, it's not. Like, so your God is telling me to hate people, right? And I'm telling him I don't want to hate people.
You have to hate people
I'm
according
not
to their
hating no
evil.
one. I'm not hating
I
no
mean,
one.
it's not personal. Okay, you have to hate what they do, and I mean, if
I
somebody
don't
does,
have to
okay,
hate
o-
none.
okay, stop. Okay, watch this. I'm gonna give you an example, right? Do
Mm,
you hate Adolf Hitler?
no, I don't
You don't
know.
hate Adolf Hitler? Okay, well, I hate him.
I
I hate
pity,
Hitler.
I pity him.
Well, that's different. See, we have different faith. I hate Adolf Hitler.
Hmm.
Okay, do you hate Osama bin Laden? Okay, suppose you believe Osama bin Laden was the one who did bomb the September 11th. Suppose you believe the original story, right? Do you hate Osama bin Laden?
No,
Do you hate So you don't hate Hitler? So
How can I
you hate
hate? How can I have hate for these people? Why would
oh,
I
okay, okay,
die
oh, okay,
with
okay,
hate on my
oh,
heart
okay,
for
okay,
someone I never
okay.
met?
If somebody raped all your daughters, will you hate that person?
Oh my god. Of course I would hate him.
Okay, then see. So and it's right. And you think it's right for you to hate him, right? It's right
No,
for you
it's
to hate him,
wrong
right?
for me to hate them.
It's
No,
wrong for you to hate him,
I shouldn't die hating them. Absolutely not. 100%.
but you will though. You would die hating
Probably
them, right?
would die. I probably would die hating them, but that's not the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, no, everybody's like going too far. I don't go too far. I'm just giving an example for philosophical points.
Yeah, there's always the more extreme examples. Like I get it. Yeah, but
No, but I have to go all the way if you want to go all the way in the physical, because it was philosophical. Everybody, it wasn't.
like somebody
Uh,
murders a bunch of babies. Do you hate them?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
of course
yeah.
you hate them. Of course you hate what they did. But when I die, I should turn that hate into pity, or else I'm dying with hate upon my heart.
Okay, that's fine. When Islam, you're allowed to have the hate in your heart. You're allowed to hate what God hates. It's good to hate what God hates in Islam.
Okay. Religion that teaches people to hate. That's cool, I guess. Mm. Poor rich guys, Israelite cape on tonight, yeah? So you cool with the hateful God then, yeah, too? You cool with that too? Alright, that's cool. I mean, hey, I'm.
Look what Unpopular says. So I believe we live amongst perceived evils because the world needs balance. It's like yin and yang type of thing. That's just the way it is. See?
hmm
Yep.
And I mean, I don't deny that. Like, I agree with that, what he said right there, you know? We got
Yeah, Jay can.
general. We got the general coming through tonight. We
He
said
said
Chris
what?
Castro, Amos 5:15, hate the evil and love the good, and establish a judgment in the gate. It may be that the Lord God of hosts will be gracious until the remnant of Joseph.
Uh oh, uh oh, uh oh, uh oh, uh oh.
Yeah, but
Hey.
see, God of Jacob, what I'm having a hard time with, I don't know how long you've been listening, is that I think it's contradictive after all of this evidence that you guys have given me. Thank you for the evidence, by the way. Um, to possibly call God loving or merciful. That's what I'm saying. But I don't think the Israelites really think that he's loving, though. I think I remember Baba Dule telling me that. Um, but I'm not sure. Maybe he's on some different shit. I don't really know. Mm. Poor Rich say he hates all of us. Yo, Marlon. Yeah, big up the chat though, man. And good stuff, good stuff. All right,
Yeah.
all right. Let's get back to it. I guess, yeah. Because I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah,
But
yeah, we can agree, disagree. I'm just saying
yeah,
that's the difference. It's that's the difference.
this is like a lot of the reason why I just dumped. Like I can't. Like I just left it. Like I can't mess with it. I can't mess with this. It's so many contradictive things and so many things that just don't add up, and then it's supposed to just be all okay that nothing adds up because it's God, and like we're supposed to be cool with that. And it's like, how could I believe that this is how like the God of this universe is supposed to be? Like I would hope that the ultimate creator of all life is better than this.
You
Like
would
he
hope
has
so,
to
but
be
that's you.
better.
That's
Like
what you want. I mean, you can't judge God by your standards. You are being judged by His standards, and you need to accept and accommodate yourself to the reality of that fact.
no, but my standards are better than God's. Clearly.
That's what you think. But a Muslim would never say that.
but it's demonstrable. Even with the hate thing, I would never
How is
create
it
something.
demonstrable? That's what
All
you're
right, I'm gonna tell you. I'm
saying.
gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how it's
You're not the
demonstrable.
standard.
No, no, no. I'm gonna tell you how it's demonstrable. Right? I have 3 children that I've created from my womb. Right? I would never chuck one into the torture one their whole life and then burn it for the rest of its life. I would never do that ever.
Well,
Right there,
to what? To
right
what?
there says I'm more moral than God.
No, you're not, because God makes things. If God
Yes,
made things for destruction, that's what it's made for. It's like saying, what? Okay, why would a TNT explosive be made for if not just to put into a building and blow it down?
but humans made that because humans are destructive and they
Yeah,
want to
but
hurt.
God destroys too. His wrath is severe. Inna batsha rabbika lashadid. Truly, the wrath, the punishment of your force, the violence, the force of your God is severe. His force is severe.
Okay, but why isn't God better than that?
He's better than any conception that you have of him.
But the only conceptions we have of him are these books that we have in existence, right? We'll say the Quran and the Bible, right? And the God of the Quran and the Bible is not a very good person. And I think a
According to your
lot of
estimation, that's your estimation, but some people estimate him to be the best thing, the best person. I estimate him to be the best person.
okay, so a person that punishes people for pure ignorance is a good person. That's just and that's a good person.
He doesn't punish you for pure ignorance. He gives you messengers.
But no, but you no, but we already went through this. Like we already
No,
went
we
through.
didn't go through it. We
You
said he gave
did
you
though.
messengers. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. I said we gave you messengers, and you don't know how many messengers that these people can be rejecting. It's like and I said it's a case by case basis. It's not because of ignorance he's judging you,
Right, but the last messenger came in
but
seventh
he still gives you
century
signs. He can still give you
AD.
signs. He can still give you signs.
Exactly, but some people don't interpret those signs as being from the one Abrahamic God of
Well,
Allah.
the signs are telling you from his one Abrahamic God. You need to accept the signs given.
Yeah, but what if nobody ever heard of Abraham? That's what I'm
It
saying.
doesn't have to be. You don't have to hear about Abraham. You could be told a monotheist without hearing about Abraham.
No, but that's
Abraham is
not true. But then God is still going to punish those people because you're not worshiping Him the right way. That's
no,
why.
it's not. You're not. That's what you're saying. That's not what Islam says.
Why are Sikhs considered mushrikeen?
Because did they worship the one God that's transcendent of all creation?
Of course they do.
But they say that you're in God and you're God's part of you, right?
No, they say that there was messengers after Muhammad.
Okay, then okay, if they're truly monotheists, they'll be saved. Even if they don't believe in Muhammad or believe it's a messenger after Muhammad. But I'm not sure Sikhs are not a mushrikeen because I don't think you understand Sikh theology then because why do all the Sikhs say they're pantheists? If you're a pantheist, you're not monotheist.
Listen, I don't believe Sikhs are mushrikeen. I'm talking about what majority of Muslims have told me they are.
Okay,
Sunnis.
why? But if they're pantheists, Sikhs themselves tell me they're pantheists. If you're a pantheist, you're a mushrikeen.
That's not true.
Yes, you are.
It has
How
to
you
do
gonna
with
say
the whole sponge and water thing
how you
that
how you
y'all
gonna
referenced.
how you gonna tell what the mushrikin is? You not understand. You're not the one who decides what the mushrikin is. Is the Muslim decide what the mushrikin is through Rasul
I
Fiqh,
know what a
through the Sharia?
mushrikin I know what a
No, you
mushrikin
don't.
is. Yes, I
You don't
do. It's
know
one
it.
who prescribes partners to Allah, which I'm telling you that they don't do. They don't believe God is two separate beings or God is any kind of separate being. They believe
That,
that if God created the entire universe of himself, then everything must be of God. That's not ascribing partners to one.
It
That's not
is. He's describing partners. He's making the creation partners with God
oh my God. But how could it not be if God what then what God created us out of?
himself, but we're not part of him.
That's impossible. That's
Yeah,
impossible.
no, it didn't. We went through this last time. We went through the infinity. If you take a million from infinity, a million never loses its
Then it's
value.
not
We went through it
infinity.
last
It's not
time. We went through this
infinity.
last time. We talking about? We went through this last time, Jen. We did go through this.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
said
Yeah, we disagree. We agreed to disagree on that
disagree
one.
exactly. What are you talking about? We went through this already, Jen. What you talking about? We went through this shit just last time. We went through this last time, Jen. So
But I'm saying like you can't like I don't. All right, man. All right. I don't know,
we
man.
went through it last time, Jen.
I
That's the whole
know.
thing.
I know. I know. I know. Yeah, this is that's one of them concepts. You know. Yeah. All right. Let's keep at it then. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, let's keep bad. Let's keep bad. Let's keep bad.
back to back to the regularly scheduled programming. All right. In addition to including Buddhists among the Sabians, Imam al-Shahrastani makes another remarkable assertions in religions and sects about the identity of the Buddha and a Quranic character. Oh, did I already read this?
Okay, just keep going. Just keep going.
Okay. In a
Yeah.
section entitled "The Buddhists," he states, "The Buddhists believe Buddha is a person from this world who is born and does not marry, eat, drink, age, or die." What? That's not true. The first Buddha to men. Oh, maybe the title? Okay. No, but then it's that's not true at all.
But look, he's saying that an imam said that. He's saying that some imam called Shahrastani. So that he's saying that Shahrastani makes another remarkable assertion in religions and sects. He writes a book. So this is what Shahrastani says. I'm not saying so. He's not saying this is what Buddhism says. He's saying this is what some imam is commentating on Buddhism.
Okay. So the first Buddha to manifest in the world is known as Shakyamuni, which means honorable and noble. That's also false. Between his appearance and the Hijra is approximately 5,000 years. Also false. The next category below this is the Bodhisattva, which means a seeker of the truth. One achieves this rank through patience and giving by desiring what should be desired. That's false. Leaving attachment to this world, abandoning its appetites and pleasures. Rise, that's false. Rising above its prohibited things, having mercy for all of creation, avoiding the 10 sins, murder, theft, fornication, lying, dissension. What does that mean? Dissension. Dissension? What's that? You know what that means? Jeez.
I think the descending from God. I mean, I don't know what it means in the context. I mean, I know to descend is what a descent, like a descent.
Disagreement that leads to discord. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Foulness, cursing, name calling, harshness, and denying the spiritual masters of the next life. That's false. And perfecting the 10 virtues: generosity and charity, forgiving those who wrong you, overcoming anger with forbearance, relinquishing the pleasures of this world, meditating upon the eternal world, false, and letting go of this ephemeral abode, exercising the intellect through study, comportment. The fuck is that? Sorry, cuss.
Hey, look, comportment is how you carry yourself.
Behavior, okay. and reflection upon the ends of matters, mastery of self discipline by seeking the exalted, gentleness in word and deed towards everyone, conviviality.
Conviviality. It means to live together in harmony, genialness. Yeah, like
Okay.
like um like um gregariousness, sociability.
Friendliness is what the definition said. So, with one's fraternity and preferring others to oneself, that's false, and complete detachment from creation with total inner disposition towards the truth. A lot of false stuff here. Extending one's entirety in rapturous desire of the truth in order to arrive at the gardens of truth. Uh, Among their scholars, they do not differ as to the eternity of the cosmos. That's not true. There's nothing eternal. And their belief in karma, as previously mentioned, they emerged in India due to the special qualities of that land and its topography, as well as the fact that among its peoples are those who excel in spiritual exercises and self mastery. Based on their description of the Buddha, if they are accurate, which they're so not, it would seem that he is none other than Al Qadir, whom
You know,
Muslims acknowledge. Peace upon him be peace.
yeah, yeah, Cutter. But this is no way proof Buddha is anything like Cutter at all.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not like
yeah,
he
because
totally messed up.
Cutter is a prophet or a saint. I mean, some people told me he was a saint. I don't know if he's a prophet or a saint, but he was with Moses. I think he might even be a prophet. He might just be a saint, but I'm not certain. So somebody correct me on that one. But I got to look at Cutter. I think there's different views about Cutter. Cutter's not even mentioned Cutter in the Quran. No, she is mentioned Cutter, but I don't even remember is a story about Cutter, but I'm trying to remember how they say it. He's there with Moses, and he tests Moses. Tests Moses with a couple of things. Tests Moses with destroying a fence, with killing the boy. It's a bunch of things that he tests Moses with the story of Cutter. I might get back to that later. I might get back to that later, but it's the story of Cutter. But but um but um this does not prove that Buddha is Cutter. Cause Cutter, well, how come Buddha be Cutter? Was Buddha ever with Moses? Like, okay, let's look up Cutter. This is crazy.
Oh,
This is
okay. So
crazy.
he kind of all right. So he in 13 he kind of reconciles the some of the mistakes. So he says the author is off about by 4,000 years. True. Well, Al Sharastani's account of Buddhism is somewhat flawed. It is remarkable for his time, and whatever errors it contains are no doubt a result of misinformation provided to him from his sources. While there is considerable debate on the exact date of the Buddha's birth, it is generally given around 563 BCE in Nepal. His death date was around 480, which means he preceded the prophet by approximately 1,000 years with about a 50-year margin of error. All right.
Okay, look,
And
this is
yeah,
Kidder. This is Kidder according to this is according to Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Al Qaeda, right? Arabic contraction of Al Qaeda, the green one. It means the green one in Arabic, right? Is a legendary Islamic figure endowed with immortal life who became a popular saint. Exactly, he's a saint. He's a wali. He's a saint. He's mentioned in the Quran. He's not even a prophet. He's a saint though, but he's a very important saint. A saint is on the level of a prophet spiritually. The only difference is they don't have a specific. They didn't come to do specific message, but they came to do specific things. In the
your
order
mic,
of-
bro, your mic.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hear me
Yep,
now?
yep.
Yeah, a saint is very important. It's like a saint has the spiritual attributes of a prophet. The only difference is that he's not necessarily giving a message for the people, but a saint could play important parts, like that he played an important part in the ministry of Prophet Moses. Kidder. But I'm gonna get the kidder, the saint, right? especially a saint among certain mystics, right? The cycle of myths and stories surrounding Qadr originates in the vague narrative in the Quran in chapter 18, verse 16 to 82, that describe a long and arduous journey, long and arduous, the long and arduous journey of Moses, or Musa in Arabic, and his servant, the meeting of the two chiefs. In the course of their travels, they lose a fish they had taken with them. While they are looking for the fish, the man appears and agrees to allow Moses to follow him and teach him the knowledge that is the granted to him by God. See, so that see, he's like see um Kidder is the prototype of the saint in the Quran. That's where you get the ideals of the um, there's not necessarily a prophet in the Quran. It's from Kidder. Anyway, the man performs seemingly senseless deeds along the way. He sinks a boat, kills a young man, then restores a wall in a city hostile to them. Moses questions what the man has done and receives satisfactory explanation for everything. But by question, Moses forfeits the man's patronage. Arab commentators elaborate and the Quran story and named the man of God Peter, claiming that he turned green as he dived into the spring of life through various interpretations, identifying Keter with the vegetable world. And in some Sufis, I know in India, Pakistan, they have a day where they celebrate Keter, and they all smoke a bunch of weed and sip bang. Lassi bang is like the type of drink, like a lassi drink, but they put like marijuana in it.
Mm,
Yeah, that's the Keter. That's the Keter venerations, Keter celebrations around. Because he's like the saint of marijuana
okay.
in some Sufi circles. Yep.
That's kind of dope. Um, okay. The last suggestion that there's a relationship between Al Qadr and the Buddha is noteworthy, and the commonalities between the two are worth contemplating. Although Al Qadr is associated with the period of Moses in the Quran, a widespread belief among Muslims is that Al Qadr does not die until the end of time. Hence, al Shahrastani would not have been troubled by this historical discrepancy between the recorded historical dates of Moses and the Buddha is a distance of approximately 700 years, since he would most likely held the belief that Al Qadr was a transhistorical character. It's also possible to interpret the figure of Al Qadr as a supra historical archetype or a particular mode of spiritual guidance. Antinominy, antinomon, shoot,
Antinominal. I don't know. Against law. Okay.
antinomian,
Google that word or look at that word.
relating to the view that Christians are released by grace from the obligation of observing the moral law, relating to the view that Christians are released by grace from the obligation of observing the moral law. Okay, I don't
Yeah,
get that.
I don't know what that is. To
Any,
see, look. Kidder is looked as an archetype for saints, but the way he's describing I mean, I don't know about antinomy. That's a bad word. That might be a bad word. Enigmatic might be a better word. He's a mystical figure, and he's like the patron of, and he's basically the prototype for the mystical life in Islam that people can achieve, that even the saints achieve. So he's like a prototype for saint. But yeah, he is. He's an archetype in the Quran. Yeah, but not antinomial. Not necessarily antinomial. I don't know where you get that from necessarily.
hmm, okay. Um, Antinomian and enigmatic. radically transcending human modes of comprehension and even normal modes of prophetic guidance. This, or thus, rather than simply seeking to establish a historical connection or identification between Al Qadr and the Buddha, one might also see the Buddha as one manifestation of the spiritual archetype articulated by the Quranic figure Al Qadr. This point of view is substantiated by the remarkable parallels one sees between the two figures.
I mean, that's really debatable. That's really a stretch, but oh well.
Let's
I
see
mean,
why, because he gets
no,
into it. So,
because he is an archetype and stuff, but it's different. It's not antinomian because he's trying to make it antinomian, trying to make it how Buddha. Nah, I mean,
all right.
it's hold on, and Saint John had a question. Saint James had a question. Oh no 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 So had a question. Wait, Muhammad's dad? Who's Muhammad's dad? As Jesus' dad was called Joseph. Well, both Muhammad's parents was called no. Muhammad's dad was called Abdullah, right? Because Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Sheba ibn Hashim, or Sheba sometimes called Abdul Muttalib. His mom was there. What was his mom's name? Because I forgot his mom's name. The Prophet's mom's name. The Prophet's mom's name. Um, um,
Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib, and his mother was Amina.
Amina, yeah, Amina's mom, yeah. Amina bin Wahb. And anyway, his dad is Abdullah ibn Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib ibn Hashim, or sometimes, but Abdul Muttalib is his real name was Sheba. So you guys always say Abdullah ibn Sheba
Mike,
ibn Hashim. And oh yeah, I said Abdul Muttalib his real name was Sheba. Because Abdul Muttalib mean he was slave, but Muttalib was the uncle who raised him when his father Hashim when his father Hashim died early, so he was called Abdul Muttalib because people thought he was Muttalib's slave. But the Prophet's family, peace and peace upon him, is Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn ibn Sheba ibn Hashim, or Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib ibn Hashim.
okay. Um, Al Qadr is indeed an enigmatic character. According to the Quran, he's given two gifts directly from God: mercy and experiential knowledge of reality. He's generally not considered a prophet, he's a
Yeah,
teacher.
exactly. Yeah, he's a prototype of the saints. He's not a prophet. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. He's a teacher who wants no students, and in the Quranic narrative, he attempts to dissuade Moses from attempting to learn what cannot be taught but has to be experienced. This is a very Buddhist view. The Buddha is reported to have said, if one would make oneself as one teaches others to be, one should master self control, for the self is truly hard to tame. Al Qadr uses a Zen like approach in which the student cannot discern the meaning of his actions but has to endure the teacher's outward antinomian behavior patiently. He's described by most of the theologians of Islam as someone who was given direct knowledge, im laduni, which is not revelation but knowledge from divine presence. It is defined as a direct knowledge someone obtains from God without means of an angel or a prophet through witnessing, as occurred with Al Qadr. It is said that it is a knowledge of the divine essence and its qualities with a certainty that arises from direct witnessing and experience that occurs in the inner eye of consciousness.
And you see, and that is why even saints could be brought to people even in remote areas to this day because of Imladuni.
Okay. Um, Sufi exegetes of the Quran have argued Al Qadr represents the inner dimension, esotericism, which transcends form. He appears to men in those moments when their own soul bears witness to an awareness of that dimension. In a rare case, when there is a spontaneous realization of spiritual truth on the part of a fard or solitary or someone who is by destiny
So
cut off.
fraud means obligatory. Okay, anyway, yeah.
Okay. Um, a solitary or someone who is by destiny cut off from revelation or from normal channels of spiritual instruction. It is Al Qadr who is the teacher, as in the saying, when the disciple is ready, the master appears.
You see, that's exactly yeah. That's yeah. But that's exactly what I was saying before about no matter what, even to this day, people can get signs. That's exactly what I, so at least you can because even without a prophet, you can still get signs and you can still have instructions. You can still send you a guide. God sends you guides using things all the time. It doesn't have to be even Muhammad. Even in our own Milwaukie village, the Marifa, the blessing, the favor come to people
Your
and
mic,
they'll be able
bro.
to get out of. Yeah, even in remote villages, right?
Mm,
The favor could come to people and say you don't necessarily need the prophet. You don't necessarily need a prophet or a kitab or anything. This is other than God gives you the right knowledge of the signs. That's imladun. He can give you the right knowledge of the signs. He could bless people even without the messenger, without them even knowing what Islam is. He could bless you with spiritual knowledge. So even remote villagers out of nowhere could have the spiritual sensations of worship from God and know that these signs are coming from the thing that made
your
everything.
mic, bro. It
Hello,
keeps
hello,
like, every second you like it's clear for 1 second and then it just muffles. Like,
hello,
yeah,
hello.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah.
So
Anyway,
basically, you could just zap knowledge into people and then blame them if they don't receive it.
he could blame those who reject it. Or because yeah, because he can make himself aware to the people. He can make himself aware even in remote locations. You can hear me good now, right?
It's in and out. It's like constant.
Okay, wait. Let me. Okay, let me go and come back. Let me go and come back for 1 second.
I think it's like moving or something. Or I don't know,
Can,
like if it's
can I go? Let me go and come back for 1 second. Hold on.
all right. So wait, he died 4 years. Wait, um, okay, I'll ignore that. Yeah, so I really try to understand, like, these points, but
Okay, yeah, yeah. Anyway, you can hear me good now, right?
yeah, for now, okay.
Um, I'm sorry.
It's like no,
And
I
it,
don't know what's happening
yeah,
today.
I don't
It's
know.
like,
And it wasn't like that before, right?
no, it's been so good these whole times, like,
So
but
good time.
today
It's,
it's just,
it's the same phone. I don't know if I should turn my whole phone off and come back on.
oh, sounds better. What'd you
It
do?
sounds
Do you have
better now.
headphones?
No, no, I didn't put headphones on. I just turned off the browser and I just clicked another window.
Oh, yeah, it sounds much better now so
So
far.
what? Okay, I'm still good,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
I'm still good. I'm still good. I'm far away now from the phone. I'm still good.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. All
okay.
right.
For now. Anyway, yeah. So what I was saying before, yes, with Imla Duni, God could give you knowledge. He could give even he give even people from remote villages knowledge. That's what and that goes back to the whole argument we were having earlier. It's
Mhm.
like yes, we believe he can still give you sensations even without the kitab. God still gives that all the time.
Okay.
He give you spiritual instructions outside the normal. outside of normal revelation from those who cut off revelation. Yes, he can give you to you. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. So now he explained it to you.
But I thought only prophets were supposed to be able to talk to God.
No, the walis, the friends of God, the saints could talk to God too. And he can give saints direct messages.
Hmm.
Like Kidder is a saint. Even you can get direct messages from God. It doesn't mean you're going to get a book of kitab that becomes law.
Hmm.
That's what he means by antinomian, because basically not all messages are laws, are kitab. Or, you know what I'm trying to say? Not all of it is a law, but it's still knowledge of him. The law is to give you a system. Not everybody going to give a system. Not every saint is here to bring a new system. Like the system is already finished with the Prophet Muhammad peace and upon us. Islam is complete. He's completely favor upon us, but then Islam for other religions. So that's an extra.
She is doing it again.
I know.
All right. Yeah. Uh,
Okay. Hey, hold on. Um. Uh. Yeah.
Wherever it is right now, just
Hello.
don't touch nothing. Like I don't know
Yeah.
what. See what happens. Like
I'm good, right? I'm good
yeah,
here, right?
yeah. For
So
now. Yeah.
yeah. God. Yeah, yeah. God. God. He. Yeah, 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 yeah. So God, what was I saying?
He can
Oh
give
yeah,
people knowledge.
he
Like
can give people knowledge. Yes, he can give people knowledge in any condition that they are, even in the wilderness. Anyway, yeah, yeah, yeah. Muhammad is the last. He completed his favor upon us and gives Islam as the last system, but he can still give people knowledge even outside of Islam. He can give people knowledge.
hmm. Okay. Um. So the Sufi sage and recognized master Ibrahim Adham, who was a ruler of Balkh and abandoned his throne for a life of asceticism in the wilderness after Al Qadr appeared to him twice, said, in that wilderness I lived for 4 years. God gave me my eating without any toil of mine. Khidr, the green ancient, was my companion during that time, and he taught me the great name of God.
Give me 1 minute, okay? Hello, can you hear me? Give me
Yep.
1 minute. Give me
Okay.
1 minute. I'm gonna turn my phone up and I'm gonna turn it back on. Hopefully everything is better. Let me give me 1 minute.
Okay. So is Al Kidder it's seeming kind of like Angel or something. Uh Kind of something like that, like I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's like we could have like me and like we've had great conversations, and the thing that I like and like bless Mr. Pelu as well is because like we can actually disagree on things and argue a little bit, but not like go nuts and start cussing each other and calling each other names. Like we could walk away understanding like this is something I'll never understand and he will, and then like he won't understand mine, but like we're cool with that, like, and it's a good. I really like these discussions because like sometimes I have questions that you can't really ask to people because they freak out, and it's just I don't know. It's nice to just be able to question things without like being accused of being malicious and stuff. So,
Okay.
all right, we'll see how
I'm
this
good.
goes.
Yep. Hopefully this works now. I turned it off and now it should work.
All right,
Yeah,
so
yeah. So it says that you must be a patient. You must be a saint by being patient. With all my mic. You must be a saint. Where's Zen? Zen.
sometimes most of I try to, I really do.
Yeah, Zen.
According to a sound hadith related by Imam Bukhari, the Prophet stated that Al Qidr was named so because he sat upon white herbage under which green foliage sprouted forth. This is an astonishing hadith given that the Buddha is often depicted as sitting or walking on a large white lotus flower with green foliage under them. The large white lotus flower also matches the Arabic description of farwa bayya, a white sheepskin-like plant. Given the Arabs had few names for flowers, the meaning is left to conjecture. It's also interesting that the color green is associated with both Al-Qadr and the Buddha. Al-Qadr literally means the green man, while the Buddha's lucky color is considered green, and he's often portrayed as green in statues. I've never heard that before.
Hold on, hold on. Okay, see, so you read some parts when I was gone, right?
No, I didn't. No, I waited. I
Oh,
was just talking.
you didn't read the Sufi sage and recognize Master Ibrahim Adam, who's
Yeah,
ruler of
when you
Baka
just
Ben.
got back, yeah.
You read it when I got back?
No, I read that before you left. I paused right there at the
Okay.
end. Yeah, because I said the green ancient was my companion. So I was like, what? The green man? Like, is he an alien or something?
No, he's green. Yeah, they say he's green.
Okay.
I don't
Um,
know what he is. He could even be I don't know what Kidder is. I don't know if he's a whole man. He could be in a jinn. He could have been a something. But he was green. He was supposedly green. But then again, the Quran doesn't say they say he's green. I don't think the Quran says he's green. It just talks about the man. I don't think the Quran says him by name. Is other legends behind him came afterwards, but nobody says him by name. But he's supposed to. But a lot of legends are built around him.
okay, I guess they're talking about the green jade that is usually like a lot of little Buddha pendants and things are carved out of green. But that's like a Chinese like jade, like good luck type of thing. I've never heard anything from him. I'm gonna look into that though. Um, okay. Other remarkable similarities revolve around both lineage and location. A hadith mentioned by Ibn Ajibah and his commentary on the Quran says the Prophet is reported to have said concerning Al Qidr, he was the son of a king who desired that his son inherit his throne, but he refused and fled to a secluded island place where they couldn't find him, which is no different from the story of Gautama Buddha, a prince who fled his palace and sought out a secluded place in which to meditate. In a similar vein, Ibn Asakir also relates that Al-Qidr was a king's son who did not desire power or women. He mentions that Al-Qidr remained celibate through his life. Oh wow, really?
I don't know. This is you look at the sources. I don't trust these sources that he's saying because celibacy is not even celibacy is a sin in Islam.
Yeah, that's why I said really. Like that's
Yeah, this is not true.
mm,
Look, it says even I the fight. See, even the source before where it said the prophets reported to have said, right? Look at that. Look at that. See, he's trying to make weak hadiths. Where's 20? Look at 20.
this
I
one,
make
Ibn Kathir, Qasas al-Anbiya.
no. That's 21. But look at
Yeah, that's
20.
what we read. Remained celibate through his
Yeah,
life is
okay,
21.
that's 21. But look at even 22.
Okay. 20 says, see, Ahmad Ajibah al-Bar al-Madid.
Yeah, and he was the son. But look, no, because look, see, look, he said what? He says what the Quran says. It says on a commentary on the Quran says the Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him is reported to have said concerning Akira, he would have said, so, where is Hadith? These Hadith is where is that Hadith in Hadith book? What is that?
Yeah, it's a hadith mentioned by Ibn Ajibah, which is
Yeah,
Ahmad
but why? Is that one of the Hadith books? What book is that book?
al-Bahr al-Madid. How come I can't highlight shit? Oh, what the fuck? It won't let me highlight the thing. What the, It's like skipping right over the part I need to highlight. It's really weird. Um, yeah, I don't know these sources. I've heard of Ibn Kathir before.
Yeah, I know Ibn Kathir. He's very he has the most like one of the most famous tafsirs of the
Mm,
Quran. But but this is strange because he said even Askari also relates to Ibn Kathir with the son of the king and he celebrated all his life, right? He
I
says
was doing it again.
he said
Yeah.
even he said even I don't know what the hell's wrong with my phone my speakers. It's never did this before, right?
No, it's really bad today. Yeah.
Why?
You'll have to go back and listen to it and like what it sounds like. If you do you want to like just pause for like a minute and then go listen to the YouTube, and go see what I'm hearing. Like you'll be able to hear it. Um, if you want to do that, or just yeah, read up. Because we'll hear the feedback from your
Yeah,
thing.
but anyway, it's good
Think
now.
like that. Yeah, yeah. The second it is, yeah.
For just a second,
Um,
I'm gonna keep my phone like this. I'm gonna keep it right in my mouth. Or I used to I keep it right in my mouth right.
yeah, or maybe like, is it too close? Like, I don't know.
No, not it's when it's far you can't hear it sometimes. But anyway, whenever it's close, even if it's chopping up, it still comes through for some reason.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Um,
keep it like this.
yeah, I don't know how to check that for you. Like maybe.
Yeah, I don't know about Kidar being celibate because celibacy is a sin in Islam. Like it's not something to be celibate.
Yeah, but is he a human though? Like you just said, they said he's a green man. Like, is he even a human?
I don't know if he's a human or not. He could be a
Right.
jinn. I don't know what he is. The jinns could be
So that.
Muslims too, and jinns could probably be saints too. Yeah, because jinns could be saints.
Hmm, okay. Um. Really? That's new.
Yeah, because jinns could be Muslims. Yeah, jinns could be Muslims, and jinns could be saints.
Mm, okay.
Yeah.
Um.
Okay. There's a chapter called the Jinn. The chapter called the Jinn will explain jinns. The whole chapter in the Quran called the Jinn.
Yeah. All right. Um. Okay. Al Alusi, in his Quranic commentary, narrates that Abu Nu'aym, in his Hilya, mentions that Al-Qadr was in India, as was the Buddha. In addition, Ibn Kathir also relates two teachings of Al-Qadr that are surprisingly Buddhist in their essence. The first is on the authority of Wahab B. Munabid, Munabih, who
Munabi
Munabi, who relates Al or who
relates to that.
relates that Al-Qadr said, "O Moses, people suffer in this world to the degree of their mental attachment to it." According to the same book, when Al-Qadr departed from the company of Moses, he left him with this advice: "Be beneficial wherever you go, and never cause any harm. Be joyful and radiant, and do not become angry. Leave disputation, and never go anywhere without purpose, and never laugh without amazement."
Hey, but um, let me see. This is accurately described on the basis of all Buddhist teaching. Let me see. I will convey every for those who wish to translate the Ibn Kathir. So this is Ibn Kathir's on his book about the prophets, sons of prophets. Anyway, um, um, you see, even Kidder, if he's with Moses, right? Kidder is a mystical god. Kidder cannot be Buddha.
Yeah, I don't. It
The
can't
truth
be.
be told, there's no possible way Kidder could ever be anything about Buddha.
No,
The
and
most you could say is unless somebody's gonna find some mystical teacher of Buddha having the Buddha when he went and found under the Bodhi tree that he found another man called the Buddha, and that's it. He said the other Buddha he thought him could have been kid. That's the only way I can see it, even the time to link it together. You know what I'm saying? Because Buddha could be a more immortal jinn or immortal god, or like a jinn that lives like 1,000 years, like an old jinn, right? And he could just be around, right? And he could have taught Buddha or something like that. But I would have to see a tradition saying that the Buddha saw somebody when he went into the wilderness under the Bodhi tree. He saw somebody, and I don't have no record of him seeing anybody. You know what I'm saying? You understand you understand the point I'm trying to make?
he could have no what? Your thing is doing it. So what was
Yeah,
the end point? You
yeah,
said under
yeah.
the Bodhi tree and what?
I said the only way I can see Kidder being associated with Buddha is if I find a tradition of Buddha when he went into the wilderness to reach enlightenment and find Nirvana that he was met with a messenger or met with somebody in the wilderness, and that person could have been Kidder, but Buddha himself could not be Kidder.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't line up to me. That's
It don't
like
line up at all.
it couldn't be if he was with Moses. Like,
Yes, exactly. So he would
yeah.
have had to
But they
Kidder
said
would
that
have
this guy is like, what did they say? Like
he
is
thousand
throughout
years old,
time.
right?
Like,
Yes, yeah, yes. He doesn't. He has a long life, right? If he has a long life, right, he doesn't mean he's Buddha because Buddha, you know when he born, you know when he died.
right, right. Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
like so. The only way I can see him connect to Buddha is if there was a tradition of Buddha meeting somebody when he was searching for enlightenment in the wilderness. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, he ran into a lot of people while he was sitting there, but there
Oh,
was
he
like
did. So did he run into Kidder? He could. The only
no, it
way I
was
can
like
see him.
Brahmas, Mara, Nagas, like different mythical type of beings. Mara tried to come and tempt him to get up and do some things or whatever, and he resisted him. Brahma came and tried to talk to him, and he ended up teaching Brahma something. And the Nagas came to try to scare him, and he ended up teaching them, and then they ended up like protecting him from the rain. And like they were big snakes, so they put their hoods like over his head to like an umbrella and protected him from the rain. Like there's a lot of different beings that came to him to try to pull him out of there one way or the other, and he pretty much like resisted all of them.
Okay. Hey, live this He's on the chat. Can you erase live this stuff? Live
Yeah,
this on the chat.
yeah, let me. It's the fake one, by the way, too. That's not the real one.
Oh, there's a fake
So I'm
live
just
this too.
gonna, yeah, man, and that just shows me that it's somebody from my own server who knows this, Like, who
So
else would know this?
it'll,
Like,
it'll be the only one who will know it will be F16 maybe Tango
and it's
Bango.
really it's really messed up if he's trolling my chat. Like, he did leave my server the other
Yeah,
day.
but he's still on Fax Chamber.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. I don't care, but yeah, anyway, I got no time for trolls, so
Mm.
peace. All right. Yeah, I don't think that this can be it
It
doesn't.
can't be Kidder. The only way I can see a connection is if somebody would say that he found Kidder somewhere, that Buddha met Kidder or something like that. But Buddha can't be Kidder.
No, no, I don't think so at all. Um, okay, in the Quranic narrative, when Al Qadr explains to Moses the reasons why he committed the apparently inexplicable acts with about I'm sorry, inexplicable acts about which Moses questions him, Al Qadr gives as his reason, "It was all mercy from God that compelled me here. I was not acting from my own concerns. 18, verse 82. This exemplifies the arhat's purpose in life. While discrepancy, no, no, not at all.
Yeah, it sounds like he's stretching. He's trying to make Islam. He's trying to make some a figure from Islam where he did something because and that's going back to what I was saying about God's mercy. You know how you were saying how can God be a loving, merciful God if He does bad, but even the bad is in the end of the day is God's mercy in a certain way if you really understand it. You remember how I was trying to tell you that?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't,
I'm not saying you have to agree with it. I'm just trying to say,
yeah,
but he's trying to connect Kidder and he's trying to get the aura. So the aura hat is a Buddhist thing, right?
yeah. It's like it's somebody who I think it's Stream Enterer. Let me see. Oh no, Arhats is one who has reached nirvana, or in some traditions is somebody who's far advanced along the path, but may not have reached full Buddhahood. Um, the difference between an Arhat and a Buddha is that the Buddha attains enlightenment by himself, whereas Arhat does it by following teachings of another. So they gain the insight into true nature of existence. So I guess it's one who has achieved nirvana, perhaps. Okay.
Okay, so um,
In certain situations, I guess, or schools. So yeah, it doesn't exemplify their purpose in life because they're not acting from a mercy that God compelled them, or we don't even believe acting from their own concerns. Like you can't act outside of from that doesn't I don't know that doesn't make sense in Buddhism. Um, While discrepancy about the historical time period between that of Moses and of the Buddha remains, the fact that Imam Sharastani could see the parallels between the teachings of the Buddha and Al Qadr stands as powerful affirmation from a master Islamic theologian that indeed much of what we find in Buddhism is compatible with a Quranic worldview. One striking example is the Buddha's statement: one who knows self is dear will keep it well guard. Wait, one who knows self is dear will keep it well guarded. The wise one keeps a vigil a third of the night. Similarly, the Quran states, "The Lord knows that you, Muhammad, keep vigil in the night, nigh 2/3 or half the night or a third." Uh,
yeah, in Islam it's called doing qiyam. Like, it's called doing qiyam or tajahud or qiyam
what does he say? 24
or or or
clearing.
tahajjud or tahajjud. You do qiyam or tahajjud. That's what it's called in Islam. The qiyam or tahajjud. Hey, Wolf is here. What's up, Wolf? Wolf is here and Teron Pool's here.
Big up
Um,
to man. Big up Wolf.
um, um. Wolf said, "I didn't get the notification from YouTube." Jen, so I mean, I sent it out late though, but subscribe to Jen's channel, like, comment, subscribe, and send these videos to people. Send this one, send the old ones. We have a lot of good videos. We're 11 series in. Born Rich said, um, earlier that um, we did a great. What was I mean, and anyway, he was talking about a great show. Anyway, yeah, we're 11 episodes in. We send these things to people. These episodes are epic. I know we're having a little bit of mic problems today, but besides today, everything was epic, perfect, right? And even today, it's still good, right, Jen? Can you hear me?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Wolf said, I don't know much about Buddhism. It's a little bit like Quran belief. I don't know. But he said, Jen. Wolf said, Jen. So your belief isn't that similar to Shaolin monks? What do you know about Shaolin?
All right, hold on. Let me look at the comments 1 second. Um,
You said about Shaolin monks. Okay.
so your belief isn't that similar to Shaolin monks? Um, no. Shaolin monks is a they were a it's a different branch of Buddhism. So it's like a different denomination or sect. Um, I don't know too much about Chinese Buddhism, or I know very little about like the Shaolin monks, but I know that they're not necessarily ordained monks, but they call them monks because they live in the monastery and train in the monastery. Um, so they don't take the same precepts as venerables or bantes or bhikkhus. Um, but they do, like, they will dress like monks, like kind of like the students that, like, when you see little kids like in Thailand with like shaved heads and robes, like they're students, they're not actually monks. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to train and then like, but the warrior, like they call them monks, are their training was to defend in the most non-lethal way. So like if you see them, they're very like precise, and like they can put someone down but they won't kill them, so they deal with a lot of restraint in their method and how they fight and do things like that. So that's, I don't really know a lot about them, to be honest. um
So what you looking up now? This is a Buddhist text.
yeah, again, like I don't know what. So like 24, he says Cleary 54. Like what is that? What kind of source is that? And I still don't know what this ibid means. Like I still don't.
Let's go to the bibliography. We gotta go to the bibliography. I don't know what it means neither.
Yeah, Cleary 54. Like this is what I'm
It's
saying. Like
probably in the bibliography. If you look at the bibliography, it's gonna tell you clearly what's probably the bibliography gonna tell you it. But you probably have to go all the way down the bibliography and look at what clearly is.
so we're okay. So we left off right here, right? All right. Let me just do this for a second. How do I just page down? Like, there's no way to do that. All right, bibliographies. Clary and Ebid. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Ebid.
clearly. Thomas Clearly,
Thomas Clary translation of the Dhammapada. All right. So Dhammapada.
and he said it's 54, right? He said page 54, right?
See if I can find it. Okay. What page? 54?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, yeah, that's what I remember him saying. Yeah, 54.
Limited preview. I only get 6 pages for free. Um,
Tehran Poole said Thomas Clearly died this year.
really? Okay.
That's what Tehran Poole said.
That's only 19 pages. Okay.
A a Wolf asked a question. He says, yeah, question for you. Would you say Buddhism and Christianity are more in common? And same to Pelu, if you had to summarize your thesis, what is Christianity have that relates to um I and B? What is that? Or does it count Buddhism? I don't know. I don't know.
Your mic, bro, your mic.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, Wolf. I don't know, Wolf. Yeah. Anyway, but you heard me read the question, right? You heard me read the question, right?
No, what would you say Buddhism and Christianity have in common? And same Christian Pale. Oh, yeah, this is what we literally been doing an 11-part series on.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. So yeah, yeah. So
Um,
but Christian, we're not really dealing with Christianity on this series though. We're not really dealing with
yeah,
it.
keep tuned because that may be the next comparative one that we do.
Mhm.
Um, actually, what time? Oh, it's about 1 o'clock. Jeez. You want me to drop the link or
Um.
see if anyone wants to jump on or
Okay, you could drop a link and see if anyone wants to jump on. If nobody jumps on, we can you keep reading until somebody jumps on. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my mic. I'm so sorry about that, man. My mic is working out, right?
it's just in and out constantly. Like one word comes out clear, then it just it muffles like you're like
I don't know what's wrong with this
I
mic
don't
today.
know, it's clear, then it muffles. Like I don't know what it is. Did you go back and listen to it? Like is it moving? Like is it still?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, like way
It's really
louder.
good. Okay, I put the mic volume loud.
All right. Maybe it's not picking it up. Let's see if that works.
Yeah,
All right.
and yeah. So now it's way louder and it works good, right?
Yeah, so far, like so far.
Okay, I'm gonna
Mm,
keep it like this. Maybe it was maybe when I was moving, it was going in and out. Maybe it's an automatic thing that kept turning off and on. I don't know. But now it's not automatic no more. But now it was bumping, right?
yeah, it seems good now. It seems good.
Yeah, it's the auto thing that was messing up. Maybe I was moving my head and the auto thing was messing it up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that for everybody for technical difficulties today. I feel bad now.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll see how this goes.
I feel
Um,
so bad. I feel like I messed up a show for people.
no, 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 no.
I didn't mess up the show today. I didn't mess it up. 'Cause we was on a roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like I messed up the show. I feel so bad,
No,
man.
no, no, no. You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Okay.
Wolf, the book is called A Common Ground Between Islam and Buddhism. That's what the book is called. Common Ground Between Islam and Buddhism. You really can find it.
Nope.
Common
It's
Ground
still
Between.
doing it. Nope.
I'm doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a common ground between Islam and Buddhism.
Yeah. All right. The history of Islam is not unlike the history of other religions, has its enlightened and dark periods. In Islam's shared history with Buddhism, we find spans of time when Buddhists live in relative peace and security under Muslim rule, and in other times we find Muslims oppressing Buddhists, forcing them to convert, or sometimes even massacring them. In some cases, we also find evidence of Buddhist oppression of Muslims. So, is it worth looking back not only at how well or how badly Muslims and Buddhists have coexist, but also at what the religion of Islam says about Buddhists and their place in a Muslim dominated society? Buddhism was widespread in Central Asia, Iran, Tibet, and the Indian subcontinent, and China long before Muslims arrived and interacted with them in these places. As Islam spread into Southeast Asia, Muslims encountered Buddhists in Burma, Cambodia, Vietnam, Siam, and also the Malay archipelago. Buddhism thrived during the early period of the Muslim conquest, and Historical accounts describe in great detail the temples and Buddhist schools in places such as Balkh and Mazar al-Sharif in today's northern Afghanistan. Moreover, sound records note the travels of Chinese Buddhist monk and scholar Sh- uh, Xuan Huan, I don't know, Song, visiting Balkh around the year 630 and finding about 100 Theravada Buddhist monasteries there. The keepers of one of the most important shrines in Buddhist history were Persian speaking Afghans known as the Barmakids, who were brilliant Buddhist administrators. After their conversion to Islam, they were brought to Baghdad during the rule of the Abbasid dynasty, where they revolutionized Muslim government and introduced important diplomatic innovations that changed the face of Islam. Now, I heard that they never converted, but they won't say. I've heard that the Barma kids never converted, and that's
Hello,
a
can you hear me? Yeah,
narrative. Yeah, that's like
can you
a
hear me good?
false kind of um
Oh.
that's like a false narrative put out to discredit the role that Buddhism had in the formation of the Abbasid or the how you call it success of the Abbasid Caliphate or
So you said
dynasty or
the
whatever.
Barmer kids? What you mean?
Barmakids.
Let me see.
Yeah, some places will say that they converted, and some places will say that they never converted. They were Buddhist, and that the Abbasid um they hired them to help them because they were great like minds and great spiritual masters and great like successful people. You know, they were great with record keeping, and they translated a lot of books in the Abbasid library. They translated a lot of things for them, um and they were really kind of an important piece of their dynasty. And yeah, so some things will say that they converted, and something, I don't know if that changes by sect maybe, and some will say that they remained Buddhist. And even the Abbasid gave them like positions, like high positions, um as Buddhist, and that was like a huge thing, you know.
Okay,
uh,
okay. Hey,
hmm
shout out Neil Twain. Neil,
Needle swing.
Nita Swain. Yeah, Nita Swain.
Mm,
Yeah, sorry for my mic, everybody. I don't know what's going on with my mic. My mic was break the whole time.
mm.
Yep. Um.
So, well, the book, are you, if you're asking what our name, like, holy book is called the Pali Canon. Pali Canon. That's our main collection of scriptures. All right. But yeah, the Barma Kids is an interesting thing to look into. Um, in the 8th century, when the Qutayba Muslim led the Umayyad Caliphate, excuse me, into Central Asia, he found many people he had described as idol worshippers, most of whom were probably Buddhists, but there was also Manichaeans and Nestorian Christians in these lands. According to Arab historians, Qutayba was warned by the native people that anyone who harmed the statues would perish. However, he began to wipe them out, and upon seeing that he did not suffer or perish as a result, many of the superstitious embraced Islam. Dr. Alexander Berzin, historian and scholar of Buddhism, writes about the early expansion of Islam into Central Asia. The Umayyad governors allowed followers of non Muslim religions in the lands they conquered to keep their faith, and if they submitted peacefully and paid a poll tax, although some Buddhists in Bactria, Bactria and even an abbot of the Nava Vihara converted to Islam, most Buddhists in the region accepted this dhimmi status as loyal non Muslim protected subjects within the Islamic states. The Nava Vihara remained open and functioning. The Han Chinese pilgrim Yi Jing visited Nava Vihara in the 680s and reported it flourishing as a Sarvastivada center of study. An Umayyad Arab author, Al-Kermani, wrote a detailed account of Nava Vihara at the beginning of the 8th century, preserved in the 10th century work Book of Lands, Arabic is Kitab al-Buldan by al-Hamadani. He describes it in terms readily understandable to Muslims by drawing the analogy with the Kaaba and Mecca, the holiest site of Islam.
You see, that's what I was trying to get to. Yeah, but anyway, let's see if he gets to that.
Mm. He explained that the main temple had a stone cube in the center draped with cloth, and that devotees circumambulated it and made prostration, as is the case with the Kaaba. The stone cube referred to the platform on which a stupa stood, as was the custom in Bactrian temples. The cloth that draped it was in accordance with the Iranian custom for showing veneration, applied equally to Buddha statues as well as to stupas. Al-Kermani description indicates an open and respectful attitude by the Umayyad Arabs in trying to understand the non-Muslim religions, such as Buddhism, that they encountered in their newly conquered territories. Nonetheless, opposition to Islam in these lands was violent, and non-Muslims were not allowed to carry weapons. Afghans maintain that Islam spread among them peacefully, but the historical record shows that Buddhism remained strong even after the Arab invasion, up until the conversion of the king of Kabul during the reign of al-Ma'mun. A statue of the Buddha was sent to al-Ma'mun as a tribute, and he had it shipped to Mecca, where it remained on display for a few years, reminding all that the king of the Afghans had embraced Islam. This worked well as a bit of Abbasid propaganda in their efforts to spread Islam. During the uprising of Imam al Hussein in the Arabian Peninsula, the Buddhists used the Umayyad neglect of Afghanistan as an opportunity to reclaim their sovereignty. In 705, the Tibetans allied with the Turki Shahis and attempted to drive the Umayyad forces from Bactria. In 708, the Buddhist prince Nazaktar Khan succeeded in removing the Umayyad forces and established a fanatic Buddhist rule in Bactria. He even beheaded the former abbot of the Nava Vihara who converted to Islam. 7 years later, the Arabs regained what was lost. The Muslim general Qutayba recaptured Bactria from the Turki Shahis and their Tibetan allies. Qutayba imposed harsh punishment on the monastery, which led to many Buddhist monks fleeing to Khotan and Kashmir, thus strengthening Buddhism in these areas. The temple was restored, and the general policy towards the Buddhists was toleration, unless they were involved in any subversive opposition to Muslim rule. The Tibetans, who had previously allied with the Turkish Shahis, now allied with the Umayyads, and in 717 sent an ambassador to the Umayyad court of Umar bin al-Aziz, who in turn sent the Muslim scholar al-Hanafi to Tibet to preach Islam to the Tibetans. He seems to have been
And hey,
unsuccessful.
hey, 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 he seems to be unsuccessful. Yeah, yeah. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was the only good Umayyad ruler. Out of all the Umayyads, he's the only decent person. All the rest of them were terrible people except for Umar ibn Abdul Aziz.
Oh wow. Okay. Um okay. Buddhism remained strong in Central Asia for over 100 years of Muslim rule, which indicates a general toleration of the religion. But by the mid ninth century, Islam began taking hold among the Central Asians despite widespread practice of Buddhism. Thomas W. Arnold, a British Orientalist and professor of Islamic studies, writes, the king of Kabul's successors, however, seem to have relapsed to Buddhism, for when Yaqub Layth, the founder of the Safarid dynasty, extended his conquest as far as Kabul in 871, he found the ruler of the land to be an idolater, and Kabul now became really Mohammedan for the first time. The Afghans probably being quite willing to take service in the army of so redoubtable a conqueror as Yaqub Layth, but it was not until after the conquest of Sabat- Sabaktigin and Mahmud of Ghazni that Islam became established throughout Afghanistan. The polymath scholar Al Bayruni, acclaimed as the founder of comparative religious studies, noted that the decline and gradual disappearance of Buddhism in Afghanistan after the 10th century. He described what was left of Buddhism in Afghanistan during this time and engaged with both Hindus and Buddhists during his sojourn in India when he accompanied the invading Muslim army of Mahmud al Ghazni. Evidence suggests that the Muslim architecture that was used to build madrasas was influenced by the architecture of Buddhist monasteries. It is clear that up until the Mongol invasions of the 13th century, Buddhism was still widespread in Eastern Muslim lands, and Buddhists could be found in Iran and Central Asia. After the Mongolian invasions of those lands, Muslims suffered greatly, and many of their subjects found an opportunity to exact revenge for previous Muslim transgressions. The level of animosity felt against the Muslims by some of their previous subjects is illustrated in the following incident from the reign of Kuyuk Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan, as recounted by the Muslim historian al Juzjani. Trustworthy persons have related that Kuyuk was constantly being incited by the Buddhist priest to acts of oppression towards the Muslims and the persecution of the faithful. There was an imam in that country, one of the men of learning among the Muslims, named Nur al-Din al-Khwarizmi. A number of
Kararizmi.
okay, a number of Christian laymen and priests and band of idol worshipping Buddhist priests. But there's like, what is this priest like? We don't have priests. Whatever made it.
Not a
A
monk.
re- yeah, they like
A monk.
monks. Made a request to Kuyuk, asking him to summon that imam of the Muslims that they might hold a controversy with him and get him to prove the superiority of the faith of Muhammad and his prophetic mission. Otherwise, he should be put to death. The Khan agreed, the Imam was sent for, and a discussion ensued upon the claim of Muhammad to be a prophet and the manner of his life as compared with that of other prophets. At length, as the arguments of those accursed ones were weak and devoid of the force of truth, they withdrew their hand from the contradiction and drew the mark of oppression and outrage on the pages of the business and asked Kuyuk Khan to tell the Imam to perform two genuflections in prayer according to the rites and ordinances of Muslim law in order that his unbecoming movements in the performance of this act of worship might become manifest to them and to the Khan. When the godly Imam and the other Muslim who was with him has placed their foreheads on the ground in an act of prostration, some infidels whom Kuyuk had summoned greatly annoyed them and knocked their heads with force on the ground and committed other abominable acts against them. But that godly Imam endured all his oppression and annoyance and performed all the required forms and ceremonies of the prayer and in no way curtailed it. When he had repeated this salutation, he lifted up his face towards heaven and observed the form of invoke your Lord with humility and in secret, and having asked permission to depart, he returned to his house. It's not surprising that the Buddhists would have felt such hostility towards people that had so little regard for their faith and deemed them simply as idolaters, no different than those under whom Muslims had suffered in Mecca during the early years of Islam. Nevertheless, not all Buddhists during this period were antagonistic to Islam, and some had a real interest in the tenets of the faith. Among the most prominent converts to Islam from Buddhism was Ghazan Khan, the seventh and greatest Ilkhanid ruler of the Mongol Empire. He was born a Christian, raised Buddhist as a young boy, then went on to erect several Buddhist temples in the Khorasan. He ruled in Persia and brought with him into that country several Buddhist priests who were kept in his court and with whom he enjoyed conversing. At the height of his power, after a thorough study of Islam, he seems to have a genuine conversion experience. His chronicler, the noted Muslim historian Rashid al-Din, defended the conversion as sincere and argued what interested motive could have led so powerful a sovereign to change his faith, much less a prince whose pagan ancestors had conquered the world. Again, however, we find the Buddhists referred to as pagans. There's no denying that we have this recurrent theme, both in the past and present, of Muslims labeling Buddhists as pagans, idolaters, or polytheists. This is somewhat compounded by the reality of the absolute disdain Muslims have for any forms of idolatry, even iconography. It's beyond the scope of this essay to adequately address the issue of whether Buddhism is an idolatrous form of worship. Suffice it to state that any such assertion would be a gross oversimplification given the vast range of spiritual expression found under the umbrella of Buddhism. Today, or there are today Christian Buddhists, Jewish Buddhists, humanistic Buddhists, not to mention the variations found in history. The Bon influenced expressions of Central Asia for existence are quite different from Chan Buddhism or China or its Japanese expression in Zen. And Zen Buddhism certainly cannot be termed idolatrous, even by Islam's severe standards of idolatry.
I don't know about that. Who told him that?
Uh, I don't know.
I mean, you're making a
Why?
big claim.
You think Zen's
Zen, I don't
idolatrous?
know. I don't know what Zen is, but I don't know if it's not idolatrous. I gotta know what Zen is. What makes Zen Buddhism different than other Buddhisms that will make that not that what will make that especially not idolatrous?
I don't think any of them are idolatrous. So I mean, I don't know. Let me see.
Zen Buddhism.
I don't know, cause I mean, Zen still have like those little like gardens with the rocks and stuff with the statues in them. So I'm not sure why they're singling out Zen. Uh,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why this thing about Zen.
yeah.
What is Zen Buddhism?
It's just that
Zen's like a form of Mayana, right? It's like a form of Mayana.
or Hinayana, I think maybe it's the Japanese version that's kind of like
Yeah.
mixed with Taoism.
Uh,
Um, Okay. Oh, so here we get complicating matters for Muslim Buddhist relations is the reality that many Muslims tend to conflate veneration with worship. Despite Abu Hanifa's acknowledgement that Sabians did not worship the stars but merely venerated them in the manner of Muslims venerating the Kaaba, Buddhist ritual and the widespread use of Buddha's image in their devotional practices continues to fuel the narrative of idol worship, especially among those Muslims who bring a fundamentalist approach to their faith. Furthermore, we must also acknowledge that most forms of Buddhism are described by Buddhists themselves as either agnostic or atheistic, which eliminates the problem of idolatry, but creates just a severe problem for Muslims because it also eliminates the idea of God altogether. Sorry, I didn't check the StreamYard to see if I. All right. In this regard, we should take particular note of one of the central contentions of Dr. Shah Kazemi in this book, that those Buddhists who describe themselves as atheists are in fact going beyond anything the Buddha stated. Not really. For Shah Kazemi notes on page 31, nobody can deny that Buddha's doctrine is non theistic. There is no personal divinity playing the role of creator, revealer, or judge, but to assert that the Buddha's doctrine is atheistic would be to attribute to him an explicit denial and negation of the absolute, which it doesn't find anywhere in his teachings. So, in other words, Buddhists do not have a concept of ultimate reality, which although not Abraham, wait, I'm sorry. Buddhists do have a concept of ultimate reality, which, although not Abrahamic or personal, does correspond to God in a transpersonal case. In the same vein, not like Islam, certain strains of Buddhism include belief in an afterlife, form of heaven and hell, places of joy and suffering. And these are themes raised and discussed in this book in a manner which we will hope will lead to fruitful dialogue between Muslims and Buddhists, rendering clearer both where we differ and where our common ground lies. The fact that Muslims are historically relegated, or that the fact that Muslims historically relegated Buddhism to idolatry is more a reflection of an ignorance of the depth of Buddhist teaching and less a reflection of an Islamic understanding of Buddhism. In many ways, Islam is a bridge between Asian truths found in the teachings of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Vedantic Hinduism, and the truths found in the Abrahamic faith of Judaism and Christianity.
I totally don't agree with that though.
Mm,
Like,
okay.
why would you say it's a bridge between them? It's almost like it's a super stretch. It's a bridge between Taoism, Confucianism, Vedic Hinduism, and Abrahamic faith. This is a bridge between them all.
How? Like, I don't know
Yeah,
what.
yeah, this is a stretch. That's a
Yeah,
stretch. That's a super stretch.
it's more like a tunnel, like not a bridge.
Like, yeah, it's like a super tunnel. Like, what the hell? I
Just goes
mean,
right past all of those things. Like, it doesn't
it's
connect one to the
like
other. Just
what?
goes right past all of them.
Yeah, like what? Like what? I mean, no, this doesn't work. This argument he's saying right now in this sentence does not work. No, sorry,
Yeah,
that doesn't work.
I don't think it does either.
It doesn't work at all. That doesn't work. Sorry.
Yeah. Moreover, as has been clearly stated by Professor Kamali in his foreword and amplified by Dr. Shah Kazemi, there were periods when Buddhists lived safely under Muslim rule, paying a tribute or jizya, and were considered people of protected status, dhimma, in accordance with the position of Imam Malik and many Hanafi scholars who permitted protected status for non-Abrahamic religions, even ones which involve idolatry. Dr. Sadiq al-Giriani explains this position.
Yeah, it's exactly because yeah, they can still do that even for idolaters. They can still give them dima if it's expedient for the Muslim. Yeah, they can still do that if they agree to pay the jizya.
Mm,
Yeah,
okay. Jizya is taken from the Arab idolaters and whoever practices a religion other than Islam among Christians, Jews, Magians, communists, Hindus, and any others among worshippers of idols or fire, given that the Prophet himself commanded those going out in military expedition to oppose the enemies of Islam to first call them to Islam, and should they refuse, then invite them to pay tribute. And he did not
yeah,
distinguish.
yeah. Because what you do is this is the Prophet taught us peace be upon him. Said first you offer them Islam, right? Then you offer them jizya. Then you offer them if they don't accept Islam, you offer them jizya, right? And if they don't accept jizya, you offer them the sword. He didn't put the last part in.
Yeah, I could see why.
Yeah, you offer them Islam, you offer them jizya, you offer them the sword.
But like, don't you? That's why like it got so far. Like that's why it spread so far. Don't you think? Like that's why. Like it's still. I think that's like why it has so many followers and why like a lot of the followers don't even know anything about it. They just know they're Muslim and that they're supposed to do and this and that. And like I feel like a lot of people don't even know like what it's all about. And I wonder like how did this religion spread so far? Like how did it get like how did it make it to this day basically? Like how come it didn't die out? And
It's not gonna die out.
well, yeah, because it spread. Like, look at the choices. You don't have no choice.
Yeah, it's irresistible. The Dawah of Islam is irresistible.
I mean, yeah, because you'll die if you don't accept it. That's why. Like,
No, 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 no,
yeah,
no, no.
you
Stop,
just
stop,
said
stop,
the
stop.
you
No,
offer them
stop,
to convert
stop, stop, stop,
or
stop,
pay
stop,
or
stop, stop,
die.
stop, 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 stop. You're not gonna die. He said, "Well, we offer them Islam. That we offer them what? Jizya. Jizya is a mercy for them. Jizya is for their own good.
Right, to pay, right, so they could
It's for
stay
your own
alive,
good.
right, so
Yeah.
they
So
could
you
stay
you can pay your
alive.
way. You can pay your way alive. And if you can't afford it, we could waive the jizya. We could waive the jizya if there's on because like even during the time of Umar even Khattab radiallahu anhu he
Yeah.
even time of Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu. I'm sorry for my mic, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. This even during his time, right? The people were given the option. I mean, it was sometimes when the people were facing famines, and he suspended the jizya during the famine time, so that people can recover, and even gave them alms from the Muslim treasury to help non-Muslim communities who were paying jizya to get back on their feet. And they suspended jizya and gave them money to get them on their feet. So jizya can be spent even when you're poor. Jizya is a mercy to non-believers. It gives them a legal status in the Islamic State. It's a good thing for them. As a matter of fact, somebody tried to argue me. I'm not even gonna say his name. This guy tried to argue me. This guy, he's a Christian. He calls himself a Christian supremacist. He said that Muslims are soft because we allow the jizya. He said if it was up to us, we do Inquisition. He said he likes prefers the Inquisition. He said the Inquisition is like a fireside. This is exactly what he said. The Inquisition is like a fireside chat.
So it's like that's what I'm saying though, like how is like either you submit or you die. You convert, you submit, or you die.
No,
That's
you pay. No, we allow you pay.
that's
We allow
submitting.
you to pay.
That's submitting.
Okay. So yeah, you submit. Of course, you're supposed to submit. We all submit. It's submission. Islam is submission.
But what if people that this is what I'm saying, like this is why like so it like it literally spread by the sword. Literally.
Everything spreads by the sword.
Okay. Well,
What doesn't spread by the sword? The sword is the reality of life. Everything's on the cutting edge. We're on the cutting edge of existence.
did Buddhism spread by the sword?
I
Did
mean,
Judaism
it's
spread by the sword? Did the
yeah, it did, it did. When it went into Israel, when the Jews got the commandments from Israel, they had to go in and had to kill the Canaanites. Yep, it happened. As for Christianity, it was built on a Roman Empire that was spread by the
no, no,
sword.
I didn't say Christ. I know about the Abrahamic faith. I know about them. I'm talking about. You said everything is spread by the sword, but I don't think it is. I just think the Abrahamic religions are spread by the sword. They're very violent in nature. Even the nature of the God is violence and death and hate. So this is what I'm saying. So this is how people submit, or they're fearful if they don't submit they will die. So that's how people are this is why these religions have survived to this day.
No, they haven't. They survived
How's
because
that
of
a
God's
good
love and kindness. They just survived because of God's love and kindness.
but God is not loving or kind. We already
Yes, He
went over
is.
this.
No, that's what you said. That's what
No,
you said.
he's not loving or kind, especially to people who don't want to submit to him.
What you mean? He's loving and kind.
Not to people who don't want to submit to him.
Why you want? Why do people want to be delusional? What's the point of being delusional?
Why should we follow something that a man is telling me to follow?
And a man didn't tell you to follow. A man's only telling you to follow it because God told a man to tell you to follow it. He
How
said
can we
everybody.
how do we even know that man is sane to say how do we know that man don't want power and wants people to follow him?
He
So
don't
under
want power. He doesn't want it. The man don't want
of
power.
course he
He
does. What
want
are
to
you
tell you the
talking
truth.
about?
No,
Why
he don't want
even
power.
kill people and
It's
why
defense.
even
You
kill
have
people
to because that's on what you mean. We didn't kill nobody. We didn't murder anybody. We had to fight for
for
our
not
survival.
converting?
We don't murder people for not converting. We
But
give you the
at the
jizya.
beginning there was though.
We give you jizya. You have to pay. Everybody got to pay taxes. Even in America, you pay taxes.
No, no, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the principle of I understand the necessity of tax, but the
Yes,
thing is, okay,
yes, we pay taxes.
right, but it's
We have to
different.
pay tax.
Different. It's
No,
different.
it's not different. The same as
It
paying
is.
taxes.
No, it's
You
not
pay
because
taxes to the IRS in America. Hey,
what happens if you
don't.
don't? What happens if you don't?
You get locked up.
Right, you don't die. You don't get
Well, we
choose
won't
the
kill you either.
sword,
We won't kill you neither. We won't kill you neither unless you try to
and you
fight a
have a
war.
and you
No,
had
we're
a
not gonna
no.
kill you.
You
We're not
didn't.
gonna kill you.
That's not what
We're
you
not gonna,
just said, though.
no, this is what I said. Because I said if
You
you
said you
reject
had
Jesus,
three Dimmies have three choices. You
no,
convert, you pay, aka
listen.
submit,
That's not what
or
I
you
said.
send the
Listen,
sword.
listen. I said first we offer you Islam.
Mhm,
Listen, if you refuse Islam, we
mhm.
offer you jizya.
Yep.
Now, if you refuse jizya, we offer you the sword, right? But
Refuse
when
the
we
sword? Like, can I say no?
listen,
Like,
listen.
if you offer the
Listen.
and I'm
Why?
vegetarian, so I'm like, nah, I'm good with that sword. Like, I'm good.
You want
Like,
me to
no,
explain?
thank
Hey, I can explain this easily. I can explain it easily if you want to know. I can easily explain it. I can easily explain this if you want to know. I can easily explain to you, right?
you.
Okay. When we offer you the jizya,
Mm,
rejecting the jizya does not mean that you can't afford it. If you can't afford the jizya, not rejecting jizya. Is if you now in rebellion to the imam. If you're in rebellion to the Islamic State, and you say we're not paying that, we're in rebellion to you. Yes, then we're going to offer you the sword. It's not about you not affording it. I told you that jizya was even suspended when people couldn't pay it.
right, and that's real nice, right? But
Yes,
what if I've lived like my family's lived in this land, right, for hundreds and thousands of years, right? Since we can remember. This is my house, this is my granddaddy's land and all this stuff, right? And here comes these Muslim people are like, this is our land now. You can do this, you can pay us, or we can offer you kindly this sword. And you're like, why I'm gonna pay you for my land? This is my land. You should be paying me for standing here right now.
no, it's called getting conquered. It's called getting conquered. That's what happens. You get conquered. In warfare, to the
That's
victor
what I'm
goes the
saying. So
spoils.
why? So people just lay down and submit to being conquered, right? So
Yes,
so right.
eventually,
So then in that
unless you
case,
want to
people just
die.
lay
Okay,
down and
okay. Unless you want to die, yes.
nobody should fight for anything. Then everybody should just allow themselves to get conquered.
By Islam, of course, yes, of course, by Islam, yeah,
Hell no. For what?
by
It's not like
Islam,
God is coming down. This is a bunch of men and armies and
it's
human
God.
beings. It's not though. It's
God
human.
himself is Muslim.
Right. I get that, but I'm saying like if it was God that came down here was like, "Listen, I'm conquering your land." I'd be
He
like,
is.
"Oh,
He
shit,
owns it.
let me
He
give you some money, right?" But it's not God in front of you. It's some soldiers that just done took your whole people out and now they're trying to take your shit too. I'm gonna fuck them up and I'm gonna die trying. That's what stand your ground is. In that case, everybody should just lay down. Oh, yes, sir, you can have my house and my wives and all my money. Here, take all of it
No,
happily.
we're trying to take all of it. We're trying to take the jizya amount. We're not trying to take everything. We're trying to take give us a little jizya. That's it. We're trying to take everything.
Yeah, but fuck that, man. Like that's
Hey, we curse like
I
crazy. We must not
can't.
curse.
Yeah, I shouldn't be cussing. I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah,
getting late. It's getting late. I'm getting tired.
yeah.
But you know
Because
what I'm saying? Like, how was that? Like I guess on the winner side, yeah, that's all great and whatnot. But for the people who are getting conquered,
yeah, it sucks to get conquered. It sucks to get conquered.
does why would people want to make people suffer like that?
You get conquered. That's what happened. It's been happening since the beginning of time. People are conquering people left and right. That's life.
So God wants good people to make other what bad people suffer, or
No, we just want to conquer them and marginalize their bad effect by putting them under our rule and making them pay jizya. So we're marginalizing their bad effect and making good use out of them. He make
three.
to make a long story short, we're making lemon. We're taking lemons and making lemonade.
No, you're taking somebody else's lemons and making it your lemonade, and they don't
we,
get.
yeah, we're taking lemons and making lemonade. Yep.
Yeah, see, like the whole conquering thing, and like that's
We were
that's
conquerors. Yes, we're conquerors. Yes, Islam is a conquering religion. It conquered.
yeah, that's
I
see
mean,
to
that's a
me.
fact. That's true.
Yeah, no, but like I just can't see God like up in the sky, like yo, conquer and destroy these people. Like
We
that's
didn't say
horrible.
destroy. No, no. Conquer doesn't mean destroy. When
Well,
we conquer a person, it's better for them. We conquer them. We heal the people. Make them better.
no, but that's what? Like, who are you to tell them what's better for them?
Um. We're the Muslims. What's we supposed to do? We're supposed to invite people to good and reject what is bad. We're supposed to do. We're supposed to tell people the good and curse the bad. We're supposed to do that. Yes. It's
Yeah,
called
right. So
nasiha.
what if they're
We're
good
supposed-
people? They just don't want to do what you're doing. Like they want to do their own things on
No,
their stuff.
they
They
could
don't
pay
want to be
jizya.
conquered.
They could pay jizya.
Mm,
They could pay jizya. I mean, they're gonna pay tax anyway. I mean, you pay tax. It's not such a big deal to pay tax.
yeah. See, like, isn't that's oppression? That's literally
It's
oppression.
not oppression. It's freedom.
No, it's not. It's the
You gotta
opposite.
pay
What?
tax. You gotta pay
Opposite of
tax.
freedom. It's the
We give you
opposite of.
freedom. Then just accept Islam. Then you be free. The only real freedom is slavery to God. Absolute slavery to God is the only freedom anybody could ever have. In this whole dunya, in this whole world, slavery to God is the only freedom you can get. The world is always subject to God Almighty. We're always in a condition of permanent service. If you're against your own religion, ask for tax payments. No, we're not against our own religion. Huh?
That's interest.
The Jesus
So
is part of Islam. The Jesus is part of Islam. I'm not. We're not against it.
I think she means the interest on loans and stuff. Like you can't ask for more than what was borrowed.
Well, what's that got to do with taxing you on jizya?
Wait a minute. You're not
That's a
supposed
riba.
to for more than what you loan someone. No, that's not the same. It doesn't apply to the same thing. Um,
Tax is allowed in Islam. Tax is allowed. You can tax. Even the Muslims have a tax. Have zakat. They also have some other taxes that they can pay collusion and stuff like that. So there's taxes. There's land taxes they can also pay too. There's taxes in Islam. Islam state have to collect taxes to operate. Anything got to collect taxes to operate,
mhm.
and we collect tax from the non-Muslim citizens. The dima, the ala dima, we call dhimmi, you collect jizya from them. Yes, that's no taxation. You collect jizya. I mean, even America's the land of the free, home of the brave, but we pay taxes to the IRS.
Yeah, but some people call that slavery.
Well, I call that taxation. As long as you have representation.
Some people would say that's not freedom.
Well, taxation. Then don't live in the Muslim territory. Live in the
Yeah,
wilderness,
exactly. But
or
then
or,
what
or,
people
or don't get conquered. Or don't get conquered.
right,
Don't get conquered.
right. So then the unfortunate people who who had to suffer and be conquered.
They're not gonna suffer. Matter of fact, when we conquer most places, right, we give them less tax than they paid before. They'll pay less taxes when the Muslims conquer them than
No,
what they
I'm
paid
talking
before.
about the people who don't want to submit to you. That's what I'm talking about.
All you gotta do is pay tax. You pay tax anyway. You're gonna pay tax anyway.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the people who don't want to be conquered.
But you're
Or
gonna pay. Well, it's not your. It's not. No, nobody wants to get conquered, but it's gonna happen. I mean, you don't decide to get conquered. Nobody decides to get conquered. They just get conquered. It's not a choice. You get conquered because you lost the battle. If you lose the battle, you get conquered.
so does that apply to all or just Muslims? All
What you
conquerors?
mean?
Or are Muslims the only good conquerors and everyone else are bad conquerors?
Yes.
Or
Oh, but they're the best conquerors. Muslims are the best conquerors. Yes. 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 Yes.
so everyone else that conquers people,
It's not
pe-
as good as Muslims conquering you. It's better when you get conquered by Muslims.
oh my god, do you see how crazy that sounds? Like that doesn't sound crazy to you?
It sounds normal.
It sounds normal.
Yeah, it's perfectly normal to
Uh,
get conquered by Muslims.
why the want to conquer? Why the need to take over people's lands and
It's not people's lands. All the lands belong to God. It's God rules all the lands, and God gives it to who He wills.
then nobody can conquer nothing because that land is God's and I'm not conquering
It's
it.
God's, but God gives stewardship. He gives stewardship. We're the beneficiaries of creation. We're the best of creation, and we're the beneficiaries of creation.
That's so convenient.
I
Like
know,
that is
right? We're
so
the beneficiaries of
convenient.
creation.
That's
It
such
is, right? It's so
bullshit.
easy. It's so
No,
easy.
it's
It's so
not.
easy. He made it easy for us.
It
Yep.
is like that's what I'm saying. Like that's how it's so fake to me. Like that is so fake. Like that just justifies you being greedy and needing someone else's stuff and wanting
It's
to
not
take
something
over.
else. Everybody's got stuff.
That's greed. No, it's not. It's human stuff. It's
It's not.
human
It's
stuff.
not.
And humans don't get to like what if that's not what God wants?
How you know what God wants and you don't even believe in God?
Nobody knows what God wants.
But
Nobody
you don't
knows
even.
what God
You're,
wants.
no, yes, the people God reveals His wants to people through revelation. He does, and He
Okay, so
reveals it
God has desires
to
that he
dunya.
needs people to enact for him because he can't do it himself.
He does it Himself. He makes the people He wants to enact to do it. He controls the people who satisfy Him. I'm satisfied with Him because He's already been satisfied with me.
Okay. Um yeah, this is like just such a like a convenient way to acquire power and greed, and it's all justified with everything that you're saying. All the oppression is justified because you're better than the people you're conquering. You're the best of creation, and
Hey,
you don't
yes, yes,
know
because
that.
we don't oppress. Our rule is liberating. Our rule is liberating.
But it's not. I mean, to
We liberate. We
whoever's
liberate.
fortunate enough to be a part of it, but for the
Anybody
people
question? All you
side,
gotta say this. Look, I'm telling you this. This is all you gotta say. All you gotta say is Ashadu la ilaha illallah wa ashadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's all you gotta say. That's that hard.
so see, this is what I said before, and you told me no, that doesn't make you a Muslim. Believing in one God makes you a Muslim. I said no, it doesn't because you have to
What
take
you
the
mean?
Shahada, and you said no.
No, boy, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about going to paradise. You're talking about two different things. You keep twisting that on purpose. Like what we were talking about. We're talking about judgment. That's not a conversation if you're a Muslim or not. It's about if you're a monotheist and you be forgiven on judgment day or not. Two different conversations. One is about being a Muslim. One is about being saved on judgment day. It's two different conversations.
Okay, so anyone, so but you have to say that in order to be saved on what's the name day,
No,
Judgment.
you don't. I keep telling you that 1,000 times. You don't.
So you don't have to say the Shahada to be saved on Judgment Day, but you
No.
do have to say it to submit to men to be saved for your life.
No, you don't have to submit to men to be saved about how to say. You could pay the jizya.
All right.
You can pay jizya, and you can't afford it. We're merciful.
Okay. Uh,
Yeah, it's easy. It's really it's a liberating religion.
Yeah, of course it's compulsory, Anan, if you want to live there, or else he said they offer you the sword, but you can't kindly refuse it, I guess. Maybe. If you're
In
lucky.
America, can you kindly refuse tax in America? No, when I mean give you the sword, let's see if you make a rebellion. Okay, if you rebel against the American government too, if you make an armed rebellion against America, what's gonna happen? You say we want to pay tax and make an armed rebellion. Even America's gonna fight you. If you raise arms and fight against America, you don't want to pay your taxes. You have a militia and say I don't want to pay taxes. What's gonna happen? They're gonna bring the sword to you too. Promise you.
I guess it's just because it's like supposed to be coming from God that makes it even like I could understand if it's coming from men, but when it's coming from God, I think it makes it so much more wrong. Um because it just like I think the American government is greedy in its taxes and they overtax and they like frivolously spend our taxes. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's
Well,
like
our tax is lighter. Our tax is very light. Our tax is very low. We're not supposed to charge a lot of tax. We're going to charge very low. We're going to have less taxes. Even historically speaking, even in the early from the early time of Islamic State, when the Muslims came and conquered all the people in the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire, we, we charged them less tax than what they were paying. When they were in Egypt, all the places, they paid way more tax than when they had to pay the jizya to their own Christian rulers of their own same religion. Check the records. They pay less tax with us. What if the Sharia state choose not? It happens. The Sharia state sometimes can choose not to. Like for example, in India for a long time they didn't pay jizya until Aurangzeb. Now they can choose not to. It can be suspended. I said that before. The jizya can actually be suspended. Even in prophets, even in Umar's time, the jizya was suspended when there was famines.
mm,
One
uh,
thing about Ibn Taymiyyah, I think Ibn Taymiyyah is he's very popular in the student world. I don't regard him as any type of authority.
all right.
So where we at? Let's finish this paragraph. All right,
All right. Yeah, because it's getting late.
let's finish it. Let's finish this
Until I
paragraph.
start getting argumentative when I get tired. um. All right. Yeah. Should they refuse, then invite them to pay tribute. He did not distinguish between a polytheist or people of the book, and in this sound hadith recorded in Muslim on the excuse me, authority of Abdul Rahman Awaf, the Prophet took jizya from the Magians of Hajar and Oman. Furthermore, on the authority of Al-Zuri, Malik states that the Prophet took jizya from the Magians of Bahrain and Umar accepted it from the Persians, and among them were Buddhists as well as the majority who were Zoroastrians. And Uthman accepted it from the Persians, and the Prophet stated, treat them as you would people of the book.
Yeah. In the terms of jizya, yeah, you could treat them in terms of jizya. I don't know if you treat them as the book. I don't know where you getting. I mean, but for the jizya, I'm not gonna fight it because in jizya, yes, the jizya doesn't have to be through the book, and it's right about Umar giving the Persian jizya. I know that for a fact. Yeah, the Zoroastrians and stuff were given jizya, even though they weren't considered people of the book. The Zoroastrian and maybe some Buddhists were there too, probably. I know the Zoroastrians. So yeah, so yes, I mean yes. So a Buddhist can definitely be given the jizya and be making demons. I'm not just saying that all fact in Islam in his found in earliest time, the father's time, yes. You see, on the matter of Jesus, not on all matters, because people the books have some extra special rights that other non-Muslims don't have, like marriage rights, some other rights, right? some other some other special caveats or benefits they have. But in terms of jizya, Buddhist and I mean, non-Muslims, almost every non-Muslim can be offered jizya. You can offer them jizya, and that's the problem with always done. If they accept jizya, if they accept jizya, jizya can be imposed on them, taken from them, even if they're part, even if they're Buddhist, even if they're atheist, even if they're whatever. If they want to live under jizya, they can still live under jizya.
All right. You want to pause it there, or
Yeah, yeah, we do finish it there. We finish it there. It's already late. We finish it there.
all right,
We're
one
almost done. That's the finale is gonna be.
next.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a finale. We still got. I don't know, but we're getting there. Almost there. So that's about Ginger, everybody. Yep. So yep. Mm.
So yeah, it's 1:55. I'm gonna type that in the thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, yo,
Yep.
crazy.
Yep. Everybody. Hey, St. James said Jen is half Muslim. She memorized the ghetto Quran. I don't know.
I
Is it
told
song for ghetto Quran?
you, man, keep talking. You about to get tired.
Mm-hmm. And they said, what? Can someone take the Shahada and still belong to many other religions? No, you cannot do that. No, you cannot. Islam could be your only religion. You might have another philosophy. You might be a Stoic or philosophy, maybe. You could have another philosophy. Because a lot of Muslims had philosophies too. They were like Stoics and Aristotelians. Okay,
James,
is
stop.
it or having 1008 simultaneous religion better? No, I don't know that. Or 108, a nice number for religions to have simultaneously. I don't know. James stars. Is it James said James Carter first live from Bedford Stuyvesant, live from Best Guy. That's James Carter first. Everybody know you hip hop fiend. Hip hop fiend, Jam.
Yeah, yeah. To be honest, yeah.
Okay, so it's the can't lie. You kept me engaged, and that's hard to do when it comes to religion. Big up for the Shanjo, Mr. Pelu. Do your taxes, baby. We happy to hear you engaged, sister. Hey, I'm sorry my mic was messing up today. I don't know why my mic was messing up today. I don't know what happened. Maybe my internet's messing up. I don't know. My internet it was my internet. I don't know what happened because my mic was perfect all the time. I got a new phone and everything just to record on YouTube. I got a new phone with a good mic, and then I don't know why it kept going out today. I'm sorry, everybody. But look, check out our old show. We did a great show. I'm sorry today. I'm sorry. So,
Yeah, that's all right. Listen back and see what's up. Like, see if you could hear, like, see, or
nah,
if
but
you.
is it too late now? I mean, I can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want. I'm just upset about it. I
Mm,
just feel bad because but it's almost because I can't do it in the middle of the show while we're talking, and then no matter what, it's already recorded. It's not gonna go edit it and do all the other stuff live. We're recording and just keep going. You know what I'm
yeah. Yeah, we were talking about Shaitan earlier, like why, but he said some jinns could be Muslims.
saying? Yeah, jinns could be Muslims. It even says in the Surah Jinn. The
So
Surah Jinn.
is Shaitan a Muslim then?
No, not all jinns are Muslims. Some jinns are satanic. Some jinns are with Shaitan. Shaitan's a jinn, but he's not a Muslim jinn. He's a rebellious jinn. Jinns are like people. Some people could be Muslim and some people could be Kafir. Satan's a Kafir jinn.
A kafir jinn created by
Yeah.
God.
Yes, the same way Kafir humans created by God too. Everything's created by God. Everything's created by God. God's created everything. God's created everything. Everything's created by God. What you talking about?
A kafir jinn. All Alright, it's time to cut the show, man. What he say? I can't even. What if Shaitan decided to be loving and good? What if he transformed?
He can't. God already knows decided that he was going to be cursed. He said that's why he said Odibila he Shaitan the regime because he's cursed. There's nothing he can do about it. He's done. He's done for. He's done. He's done out here. Like that. Like how the people Britain will say he's done out here. He's done out here. He's done out here. He's done. He's done. Shaitan is done. There's nothing he could do. Sorry, sorry, Anan. You can't say Shaitan. You can't save him. Don't save him.
So he
You
can
don't want
never
to be
repent.
saved.
He can never repent.
No, he can't do nothing. No, he's done. His repentance is going to be in the hellfire. It's not going to be gone. It's going to be too late. Okay, look. I'm reading Surah Jinn. This is the 72nd Surah of the Quran. I'm going to read the translation, right?
Mhm.
In the translation from Yusuf Ali. It says, say, it has been revealed, Audu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Say, it has been revealed to me that a company of jinn listened to the Quran. They said, we have really heard. Listen, all right? We have really heard a wonderful recital. It gives guidance to the right, and we believe therein, and we shall not join in worship any with our Lord. And exalted is the majesty of our Lord. He has taken neither wife, he's taken neither wife nor son. There were some foolish ones among, some. It was some. There were some foolish ones among us, who used to utter extravagant lies against Allah. But we do think that no man or spirit should say aught that is untrue against Allah. True. There were persons among mankind who took shelter with persons among the jinn, but they increased them in folly, and they came to think as they thought that Allah would not rise up anyone to the judgment. And we pried into the secrets of the heavens, but we found it filled with stern guards and flaming fire. We indeed used to sit there in the hidden stations to steal and hear it, but anyone who listens now will find a flaming fire watching him in ambush, and we understand not what ill is intended to those on earth, or whether their Lord really intends to guide them to the right conduct. There are among us some who are righteous, and some the contrary, and some the contrary. We follow divergent paths, but we think that we can by no means frustrate Allah throughout the earth, nor can we frustrate Him by flight. And as for us, since we have listened to the guidance, we have accepted it, and any who believes in his Lord has no fear, either of a short account or of any injustice. So that's the beginning of the jinn.
Mm.
Look. Amongst us are some that submit their wills to Allah, and some that swerve from justice. Now those who submit their wills have sought out the path of right conduct, but those who swerve, they are but fuel for what? The hellfire. They're what? But fuel for the what? The hellfire. And Allah's message is, if the pagans had only remained on the right side, on the right way, we would certainly have bestowed upon the rain in abundance, but that we might try them by means. But if any turns away from their remembrance of their Lord, he will cause them to undergo a severe penalty. Yeah. So
Okay.
anyway, so the jinns are like humans. They could be good jinn, they could be bad jinn.
Mm.
Some jinns are Muslims, some jinns are kafirs.
Okay.
You know?
So Shaitan himself can't be a Muslim,
No, he's not a Muslim. He's a kafir.
but he believes in God because God created him.
Yeah, but he's still a kafir. He knows God is still rejects him because he's stupid. He's a retarded. He's a kafir
Why would God make him like that then?
because he made him for fuel for the hellfire. This is what he said. He tells you why he made him. What? They were made for what? Nothing but fuel for the hellfire. He told you why he made him. But who swerve? They are but fuel for the hellfire. It says it in Surah Jinn 50 verse 15. So it tell you what it's made for. Same with humans. It's the mankind and jinn kind of the two burdened species. The Dakalain, they're the two burdened kinds. Because they're burdened with the weightiness of their opinions. They're the ones gonna face God on judgment day. The angels the angels are not burdened with their opinions.
But mankind and jinkind, the sentient people, the sentient life, are burdened with opinions, and they're the ones who are going to be judged about what they thought. Islam is about really, it's a mystical religion, but it's really about getting your mind right. See, all these things sound harsh, but it's straight in your mind to the reality of your creator. So yeah, so
Yeah,
those people are made but nothing but food for the hellfire.
right, but that's what I'm saying, like, that's not, like, the reality of the creator, like, that's not something I would consider, like, good, like, that's not something I would want to attribute to something that's supposed to be love, like, and you know what I'm saying, like, this is why I'm like, this version of God is just like, controlling people by fear, and it's missing out on all of like the beautiful and loving aspects of it, because it doesn't stress that like it stresses everything horrible and terrible about it, so it's like, if that's why I'm like, people, are they really following it for the right reasons? Like, they're following it because they're scared of what it says, but they're not following it to become better people, like more loving people.
You
Just
are because you fear God. Only when you fear God, you was when you have real charity in your heart.
no, like,
The
but
God fearing people are the most charitable. They're the most generous. They're the most hospitable. They're the most courteous. They're the best people. The best people to ever evolve out of mankind are the ones, are the leaders of the elite of the God fearing.
yeah, but if you're only doing that because you're scared of punishment, then that's
Well, there's no escaping it. It's a reality. You join the reality. It's a reality that God is severe. Yes, reality is true. Reality is gravity. I mean, we face the gravity of reality.
so you're not being nice to people because you want to be a good person. You're being nice to people because you're terrified that if you're not, God is going to punish you.
Of course, because being terrified of God is being a good person. Fearing God is being a good person. That's the basis of being a good person. It's fearing God. The God fearers are the best people. Yes, the God fearers are the best of creation.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's for the wrong reasons, though. It's not a genuine, like, love for humans or love for people
You
or
can't
love.
really love people if you don't fear God because you have to appreciate the people through the God who created them. The people themselves are God's creation. When you look at God's creation, you look at the beauty of humanity, you're like, wow, God is great.
But
God gave
nothing,
us
but
humanity.
nothing about God, like, nothing about these stories says that God is great. They said that he's evil and vindictive and terrible and only does things to somehow save us from an internal punishment that he already knows if we're going to land there or not. So, like, this is all just sick entertainment
It's
that
not
we
sick
have to
entertainment.
ignore for our suffering in our lives, for his pleasure or whatever. Like, how does that make sense? It's not like I'm not wanting a God based on my desire. I would hope that the creator is better than this. That's my point. Like, I would hope that something that morals are supposed to stem from would be an exemplar of them, but
Okay, look.
it's
Hey,
not.
hey, hey, Mr. Alio Attic said Jen wants a nice guy God.
Yeah, I just addressed that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you
It's not
just.
that I would want. No, you said, then the next one is I want a God based on my own desire. But that's what I'm saying. It's not. I don't have any wants or like what I want it to be. It's You're talking about the ultimate creator of this entire life that we get to experience, right? And for that thing to be malicious and spiteful.
He's not malicious and spiteful. He's not his malice. His severe. Yes, He's severe. He's not malicious. It's just severe. It's like he's strict in his punishment.
Right, but creating things to burn is malicious. I'm sorry. Like it's just sick.
It's only meant to burn. Okay, okay. If you make if you made charcoal, if you was a charcoal salesman, you made charcoal. You made it just to burn.
But charcoal is not sentient. It's not a living being. It doesn't fear death.
Well, some people don't care for their sentience. Some people they're not really sentient. They have a false sentience. They have no real soul. Some people
What?
are soulless. They have no real soul. They haven't because truth hasn't been written on the soul, so the soul is not true. The soul, if God doesn't come and write truth on your soul is just a junk. You just junk. You just feel for the hellfire. Some people are feel for the hellfire. He didn't mark your soul. Some people's souls are marked with preciousness. Some people are not.
So some people have no. Okay, so like I don't really believe in a soul, right? But I believe in sentience because it could be exhibited and demonstrated and tested, right? Like it's not like a question if people are sentient, right? Like Hitler was a sentient being, like my cat is a sentient being, like
But his sentence was lost. I mean, he's a sentient, but his sentence is like it's
no,
I don't know. I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but it's like there's some people their sentence has been so misguided that they just become a monster. They're not. They become soulless. They become like a soulless savage. Like their sentience has been lost. I mean, they're sentient, but there's no soul. There's no goodness. There's no goodness in their soul. I heard you saying they still have a soul, but their soul has no redeeming qualities. Soul is just there to burn in the fire at that point. Like their soul is without merit. Not every soul is merited. Is favored. Not every soul is with merit. Some soul
yeah,
does not weight up. Some
that,
souls does not have the weight that's gonna keep. It's the gravity of reality.
well, no,
Some people
no,
got to get the weight up.
that's
Some people got to get the weight up in their soul. You got to get your weight up in your soul.
right, right, right. But when you say like things like the gravity of reality, it's definitely not. That's your reality, your
Yes,
belief.
no, it's the reality. It's
No,
to
it's
us.
your belief.
To
You believe
us, it's the reality. Okay, for
right,
us, the Muslims, it's the reality.
right.
For the Muslims, according to the position, the convictions of the Muslims, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is the reality. We call him Al Haq. He
Yeah,
is
I
the
get,
reality.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. But that's your belief, right? Like that's your
That's
belief,
that's our conviction that we hold to be the absolute truth.
right?
That's our position. That's our conviction.
Yeah, but that's not like applicable unless you believe that, pro- like
No, it's
specific.
applicable, whatever. It's almost like gravity. It's like gravity reality. It's like no matter if you believe in gravity, the gravity is gonna affect everything you do. Like if you take a ball right now, put in your hand and drop the ball, it's gonna come
Yeah,
to
I
the floor.
understand, but that's again like that's gravity. That's something we can demonstrate. We can't yet
You could
demonstrate.
demonstrate God. Yes, I could demonstrate God's reality.
If you did that, you would be the richest person and the most. You would be the leader of this world if you
I
could do.
am. I am. I'm rich. I'm rich. My soul is rich. I'm rich in soul.
Well, I mean,
That's all I need to be rich in.
you would have like everybody would be like bowing down to you, and I
They
would
don't
like
need to. They don't need to. My soul is.
demonstrate God.
God is pleased with me, and I'm pleased with Him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm saying
It's all
like,
that matters
right,
to
right,
the
right.
Muslim. What
Okay.
you saying is irrelevant. What you saying is the life of the dunya. You know what I'm saying? I love death the way you love life.
Yeah, I get all that. Like, I get that.
I'm talking about the life of the next world.
But
You're
what
talking
I'm
about the
saying,
dunya.
right, right, right. But what I'm saying is that like you can't demonstrate how what you call merit, I will call karma. Nobody can demonstrate like how that.
But you know it. You have the marifa. You have the enlightenment of it. You feel it. It's not. You know it because you feel it. Like you have it. You know it. I mean, you don't know it with the senses that you're speaking of, but you know it with the spiritual senses, with the sixth sense God gives you, with your enlightenment, with your inner intentionality. It's like you give it. It's a grace.
It's not of my power. It's the grace from God. It's not of my
So
power.
so could people experience that in different ways, or do they have to experience it in an Islamic way?
Get experience it in the divine way from God. It's God who gives it. How God gives it to you is His own business. There's many ways God gives it to you. Remember we talking about the internal knowledge before the ilm laduni. Like God can give you that internal knowledge. I don't know the best way to say it in English. Maybe like I don't know how to say it. It's like insight or enlightenment. Like God can give make you enlightened.
Hmm.
I don't know
Uh,
the best. I know how to say marifa in Islam. I know that's Anna's favorite word. One of Anna's favorite words, marifa. Yeah, yeah, marifa. But I don't know how to really say that perfectly. Like enlightenment. Like he can give you the inner knowledge. I don't know the best English translation. It's like enlightenment or gnosis or basically gnosis or gnosis gnosis. That's how you translate it. Yeah, he can give you that knowledge by his grace.
hmm. So if you believe that, but in a different way, like, are you still going to be punished for not? Hold on, I'm trying to think out. I'm sorry, I'm getting like really tired. Um, so basically, if people believe that in their core, right? Like, if you believe that in your core, right? But you don't believe necessarily that God is anything else, like of anything like these books are telling us, and all this like creating fuel for thing, all this extra stuff, like, right? But like, if you know that when you die, you're gonna get judged by the creator of this universe, like, are you still gonna be punished because you weren't a Muslim, or because you weren't, like, you didn't
Okay, look.
practice like
Hey,
the due?
look at Tehran Pool says, regardless of what you call it, there's only one reality. See, it doesn't matter what you call it. You trying to make it seem like it's a Muslim thing. Islam is about God. If the religion is just a tool to make you close to God, it's not a tool. It's a tool, but it's like a mercy. It's a mercy. Because Rahmat that's what we call the Prophet. Rahmat the mercy on the world. It's a help. It's a tool. It's a guide. It's a tool. The religion is about God.
But that's
Islam
only
is
a
Deen
little.
Allah.
Yeah, but it's
It's
one
about God.
aspect. There's a lot of other aspects that have
No,
nothing
it's
to do.
not. That is only one aspect of it. That's is about God. Everything else is
Everything about
supplemental.
conquering people and taxes and brushing your teeth and
But that's reality. That's
cleaning,
reality.
stepping in the right foot in the bathroom. That has nothing
That's
to do with
reality. It
God. That
does
has nothing to
because
do
we
with
remember God. What you mean? It does.
what.
Okay.
What does
Okay. Look,
God care
for
what
example.
foot you walk to the toilet with?
He
That's what
cares. He
God
gave you the sunnah.
cares.
Okay.
We know,
When I step, hey, when I step in with my left foot first, when I step in correctly, it's a remembrance of God. The act of doing that, I remember God in that act. Like every single thing you do in Islam is called dhikr. It's a remembrance. It's a remembrance of God. And every single act you do of worship, you get a credit for that, and it leads you to live a meditative life. Your life becomes an observance of God
okay,
by the enforcing of Islamic ritualism in your life. The Islamic regimen, it,
that's just rituals and
yes,
habits that
but it's
have nothing
good.
to
It's a good
do
ritual. The
with.
ritual is good for you. It's a good habit.
It's
Islam is a good habit.
completely okay. So like, so then it's just that has nothing to do with God.
Yes, it
Like,
does. It's
literally,
just because
no,
if
it's
he
only
gives you a mercy, if he gives you guidance, look, God
somebody
gives you guidance.
to control your every movement in
It's not
life.
to control your every movement, it's so you can remember God in your every movement in life, and so you
He
can remember God in everything.
God really cares how what foot you step in the bathroom with.
Yes, he does. That's why he
Why?
instructed you with the sunnah
This
because
is
he wants you to remember God.
this
Everything remembers God.
and this is
Every,
why, right, I'm just saying, like, this is why there's no way that I can believe that this comes from the creator of the entire universe. There's no way. This comes from men who want to control every aspect of your life, so you live your life in complete submission to men. This has nothing to do, this can't have anything to do with the creator of the universe. No, I'm not trying to tell nobody how to live now. Ghosts don't start with me. It's 2:14 a.m. I'm tired and I'm argumentative. You know what I'm saying? So like we're trying to have a productive conversation here, and I don't need your freaking sidelining stupid narrative that you're trying to push on me. But what I'm saying is like, how do these rituals and how do these habits and they're it's a how you call it, it's it's a idolization, is an idolization of a man that told you to do these things.
We're not idolizing the Muhammad. You say we're idolizing Muhammad?
Okay, so I'm saying, so did that
So are you
or
idolizing Buddha? Are you idolizing Buddha?
no, 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 but I also don't have to eat
Okay.
and sleep like him and go to the bathroom like him.
But
That's
the monks, the monks do a bunch of rituals. Okay, the monks do. So are the monks idolizing Buddha? Are the monks idolizing Buddha then?
no, because there's different directions, right? So like there's different directions. Like the Buddha's giving instructions how like not to lie, when to approach people, when like how to talk to people,
So what's the
without
difference between
making them
Islam?
angry,
What's the
right?
difference? What's the
How to
difference
be
then?
kind to people, how to love animals, how to um, be fair, how to be just, not how to, you know, offer people a sword or tell people they have to do this or do that in order to be like favored by God. Like it's a completely different thing, but I just don't understand how these things could get you closer to your final day. Like, how does this have to, what does this have to do with me getting into heaven?
It's about observing God. It's every step you do, every step of every single commandment, every single point of the Sharia that you accomplish. It is giving you is getting you to paradise because it makes you remember God. Every single thing. Every time you say "Oh, the Billy Mishtan regime," it makes you remember God. Like all day. I'm saying this all day when I'm working all day.
Oh
I'm saying
yeah,
la
and I get that.
ilaha
That's
illallah, la ilaha
mantras. I
illallah.
get that. I get that. That's
But
mantras,
every
and
single
I
thing is a mantra.
understand
Every single thing is like a mantra. Every
the
act.
words are
Oh, okay, okay.
mantras. Words are mantras.
Even when you clean, okay, even when you go to the bathroom and clean yourself, that's an act of worship because you're doing it the right way. You're doing it the sunnah. Every time you take a shower and you do the right way, that's an act of worship. Everything's an act of worship. Everything you pray, all these are acts of worship. If you do it, it's an everyday lifestyle, but makes your everyday lifestyle into a worship. Your whole life becomes a worship, and ultimately.
But you can't remember God while stepping with your left foot.
No, you got to step with you know you can step with your left foot to go into the bathroom, and you step with the right foot to come out.
I don't know, whatever the thing is. But say it's reversed and you think of God. Isn't that the same?
No, you do it the way the prophet did it because that's how you remember what to do.
But
He's
this
the
is what,
example. He's Al Burhan. He's our example. He's the
okay,
example. We call him Al Burhan, meaning the example. He's the example of of what Islam is as practiced in the human.
okay, so what I'm saying is, as long as you remember God, right? What like, is God really gonna punish you for eating with your left hand? Like, what if you're left-handed? What if you're left-handed?
Okay, if you're left-handed, you could do everything with your left hand except eating. The only time you can eat with your left hand if something's wrong with your right. If something's wrong with your right, yes, you can eat with your left, right?
if something's wrong with it, right? But everything else you can still do with your left hand. You can write with your left hand. You can shoot a gun with your left hand. You can fight with your left hand. You can smack somebody with your left hand. You can still do everything with your left hand.
except for
It's
eat.
only for, it's only to remember cleanness because back in that's how you used to clean. You should clean with your left and eat with your right. But now we have washing things, but we still need these things to remember cleanness. We're supposed to always remember cleanness, and everything becomes a ritual, and everything becomes a worship act. It's like when you eat it, it's just an act of worship. Okay, if you eat with your left hand, nothing's going to happen to you, but it's an act of worship. It's like everything is to bring you closer. Every act, and remember the sunnah. Everything when you do it, when you always remembering that God is watching you at all times. You know what I'm
Ugh,
saying? If you
like I
always remember,
no, I get that. I'm just saying, like, what makes this way like
because we
have?
have to remember God all the time.
But what if somebody can do that without that? What if somebody does
Well,
that without Islam?
that's coulda, woulda, shoulda. Well, I'm talking about what it is. It is what it is.
No, no, no. I'm literally asking you, like, what if somebody remembers God while they're eating with their left hand? What if somebody remembers God while they're doing something that doesn't match up to what these directions are? Like, what if they
I
can,
don't know. Well,
like,
that's
why do
rebellion.
these,
Why would
why
just be in
do these,
rebellion? Why would just be in rebellion? That's just rebellion.
no, no, no. What if they're dyslexic or they get things confused and they
But
can't, or what if they're like, I don't know, like Alzheimer's people or something like that? Like,
okay, yes, if something's wrong with you, right, and you make and if something's wrong with you, guys are gonna punish you if you're really sick. If something's wrong with you, of course, I told you. If something's wrong with your left hand, if something's wrong with your right hand, you can eat with your left. If something's wrong with your right hand,
no, I'm saying like I'm right-handed, right? And I'm trying to imagine holding the fork in my left hand, and
people do it all the time. You make you ambidextrous. People do it all the time.
okay,
It's
well
not gonna.
maybe
It's not
people
gonna
are
end.
maybe people have way better motor functions than I do, but I'm saying like the I just don't the ritual like this ritual obligation is very confusing to me, and because I don't understand how again like why is this so important that this is the guy. This is a creator who made not only the Earth, our galaxy, our solar system, our sun, our moon, like whatever countless things that are in this entire galaxy which we can't even conceive of yet, right? He's supposed to have created all of that, right? And you're telling me that he cares what hand I put my fork in.
Yeah, yeah, he cares because he gives you the instruction to do it. It's to help you. It's to help you do it. He gives you the sunnah to help you. It's not because he needs it. He wants to help you. Remember him. No, let me look at the comments. Let me see if any relevant comments. Um. Okay. What's instead if I was a Quranist? Go speak a Quran instead if I'm a Quranist. No, I'm not a Quranist.
Anything he says, he's just here to heckle and cause trouble.
Okay, but I just want to answer one question. The only I just want to answer that I'm not a Quranist. I am Hal Haq wal Istiqama. Hal al Haq wal Istiqama. That means the people of reality and the orthodoxy. I'm the
Mm.
orthodox. Um, let me see. Okay. Mr. Alio and to say it's not even haram eating by left hand. We eat with the right hand because we're told to do so. Even though it's okay to eat with the left hand. Yeah, if something's wrong with your right hand, you can eat with your left. It's just a sunnah. It's not like it's not like you're gonna die eating with your left hand or something like that. It's just a sunnah. But still, but but I'm just saying it's still valuable. I'm not trying to negate the sunnah. The sunnah is important. You know what I'm saying? Because it just to remember God is rituals. You know what I'm trying to say? It's just ritual. It's to remember, but it's to remember God. It's like what's wrong with ritual? It's okay, okay. What's wrong with rituals? Even if you don't like it, what's wrong with it? Is a ritual gonna kill you?
I just think that no, no, not at all. And I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is I again maybe it is what I desire, what I think or whatever, like I would hope that the creator would be beyond all of this. Like I would hope that like we wouldn't be punished for missing rituals. Like that's merciful. Like mercy is not punishing people for not doing something a certain way, or you know what I'm saying, like if you don't do it this way you'll be punished and this and that, like for adhering to these ritual, like punishment for not adhering to these rituals, or maybe not even gaining favor, because then you got to think like maybe there's somebody who goes through all their day and completes these rituals 100%, but they're still you know,
Hey, hey,
hurting
hey. So
people. They still kill people. They're still cruel to people, but they do all everything that they do, and you're going to tell me that that person has more favor with God than the
what you
person.
mean? But who does that? Who does that? Who does it all the way? Who does it? The only people who follow Islam is Allah who is the comer. Everybody else doesn't follow Islam.
Okay, all right. So
And,
so
and
it
they're
doesn't
not killing
matter
no.
what.
They're not
This
killing.
has
They're
nothing to
not
do with
killing nobody.
sectarian. This
We're
has
not
nothing.
killing nobody. We're
This
not.
has
We're
nothing.
not. We're not killing nobody. We're not hurting nobody. I never seen us kill nobody ever.
This has nothing to do with sectarian issues, right? This has nothing to do. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about rituals, and
But not everybody does the rituals the same. Not everybody's rituals are meaning. Some people just do stuff and it has no meaning. They have no faith behind it. If you do something and it has no meaning, all you do is acting. You're playing yourself. Okay, so you're saying, okay, if I'm a heretic and I'm playing myself by thinking I'm doing Islamic rituals, even though I'm a kafir the whole time, am I better than anybody else? Of course not. You're gonna burn the hellfire too. We call it nifaq. We call it nifaq or hypocrisy. And the person of nifaq, we call him munafiq. So if you're a munafik, yeah, of course it's not going to benefit you. No, the munafik is not going to benefit the munafik. No, it is. It is an issue of heresy. It's an issue of nifaq. If you're a munafik, yes, it's not going to benefit you. But you might still do a ritual all you want. It's not going to hurt you. The ritual is going to burn you in the hellfire more because you was fake.
so
Adnan said we humans are better off being ruled by jinn. It's funny because I was actually reading a book one time about the case of the animals versus mankind in front of the king of the jinn. That was funny, yeah. And Sosa says exactly. Mr. Pelu is trying. Pelu is trying to paint Islam as a strict and oppressive thing. No, I'm not trying to say Islam is strict and oppressive. I'm trying to say Islam is liberating. I kept saying Islam is liberating the whole time. Even when Jay was arguing about it, I kept saying Islam is liberating. It's a liberation. Because no matter what, everybody's under absolute control of God anyway. So it liberates you to live the reality of your life. Well, so I don't know when I ever painted this as oppressive. I don't know what you're talking about, Sosa. I don't know. I never painted this as oppressive as Islam is an oppressive thing. It's you want to project oppression onto it, Sosa, or other people doing that. I did not paint it as oppressive. I kept saying Islam was liberating. Yeah, right, Jen? Did I keep saying Islam was liberating?
conquering, maybe
Not saying
that
you
would
agreed. I'm not saying
conquer.
you agreed. Oh, we're talking
Yeah.
about the conquering? No. Everybody's talking about the conquering. Yes, Islam conquers. Not, but our conquering is not oppressive.
So
It's liberating. Conquering is liberating. I didn't oppress this oppress that because it's a conquering thing. Our conquering is liberating.
I never heard that in my entire life as
We
a Catholic.
liberate.
I've never heard
Okay,
that.
let's see.
Um,
What? Yeah.
there was
Okay.
something I wanted to highlight, but I'm trying to find it now. Let me see.
I said it's liberating. That's what I said.
I don't know. I can't remember. What was it? Yes, I mean,
Hey, okay. Tehran said going back to Jen's question about how Islam spread so fast, spread fast early. Some non-Muslim communities in the middle, it started as liberating. Yes, I'm gonna tell you one specific community who did. Monophysite Christian, because monophysite Christians were deemed heretical by the Diophysite Christian establishment that ruled the empire, the Byzantine Empire, and they persecuted monophysite Christians and charged them heavy taxes. Matter of fact, that's why taxes were so far less when the Muslims came in. Monophysite Christians, especially monophysite Christians, are like Orthodox Christians of the Orthodox, but are not under the Greek Church. Like example of a monophysite church is the Ethiopian Coptic Church. Also, another example of a monophysite church is the Ethiopian Tawedo Church. I hope I'm saying it right. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the Eritrean Orthodox Church. Also, the Syrian Orthodox Church is also monophysite, and so is the Armenian Orthodox Church. That's monophysite. I think some other churches in India are, but I'm not certain about them. But I think the Syriacs are too in India, but I'm not certain about them. But I know the Armenians, Assyrians, Egyptians, Ethiopians, and Eritreans are all monophysites. A lot of monophysites prefer Muslim rule because Christian diophysites deem the monophysites are or heretics, and they suppress them for centuries. And they hold on. And they prefer the Muslim rule. So yes, that's one community I know for a fact. Seeing Islam as a liberating force. There's many more others, but that's the big example. That was a huge example.
I mean, I don't know, the history thing, like, people in all kinds of history did atrocious things, like, across the world, but, I don't
Okay,
know,
and
I'm just thinking about ritual.
Dr. Odio said it was said Jews were oppressed for over 700 years until Muslims came and saved them from Iraq to Spain. Jews were not even allowed to enter Jerusalem after the crucifixion until Muslims took over Jerusalem. That's a fact too. Mus Jews couldn't even go to Jerusalem. Yep, I remember that part too. And they destroyed the Jewish temple and they built a thing the thing of Jupiter there. And then after that, it's when the Muslims cleaned it up and made the Haram al Sharif there, right? But Jews weren't even allowed to go to Israel. I remember that part. Jews, I mean, not all of Israel, but I know Jerusalem. Jews weren't even allowed in Jerusalem in the Christian period. When the Christian Byzantines took over and made Jerusalem a Christian city, they didn't allow Jews into Jerusalem. That's a fact. I remember that. Yep. No, no, no. He's right about that, St. James. He's right
Necessarily.
about the he's right
Right.
about the Jews not being able to go to Jerusalem. He's right
Yeah,
about that, James.
again, like, you guys are on the, you could say, like, the winning sides of those battles, right? Like, if you talk to Jewish people, they'll tell you something completely different. Like, I've heard Jewish people talk before, and this guy was explaining that some people said that, and again, like, I'm just saying, like, it's all depends on the winner, like, whose side you're looking at, right? Like, you, Tehran, are giving me this one, Mr. Ali, you're giving me this one side, right? But, like, if you go, like, ask some Jews or something, like, some of them will say, like, some caliphates were good for Jews and some of them were not. Like, the same for Buddhists, right? Some of them were good for us and some of them massacred us.
No, 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 no. You're right. You're right.
Right.
Some caliphs were heretical and they did terrible things. Yes, some rulers were
Yeah.
terrible to Jews. I ain't gonna lie. Some did went crazy. Some was against Jews for some crazy reason. Some, but that's not part of Islam. Matter of fact, the policy they did was exactly against the Sunnah of the Prophet and against the Quran. So yes, there's been oppressive, heretical regimes. Yes, unfortunately, yes, that's a fact. I'm sorry, that's a fact. Yes, there's been heretical regimes in this that have used the name Islam. Unfortunately, that's a fact.
Heard anyone call them heretical. Usually they're praised. So, I mean, I don't
They,
know.
well, because that's because they're the people who praise them are heretics themselves too. They're heretics. They're part of Abu Ghad. They're part of the
Like, I
aggressors. They're
hear, like,
terrorists.
okay, so, like, one of them, I guess, is Aurangzeb, right? Like, I hear people praise Aurangzeb, and then I hear people say that he was even murdered his own family, his brother, and um things like that. So it's like, how could you praise a man who murdered his entire family?
You know, I don't know. See, a lot of them were crazy. Like you said, a lot of these Muslim rulers were crazy. I mean, not Muslim rulers, heretical rulers were crazy. I'm sorry for calling them Muslims. So I'm
So
sorry to all the
they
Muslims.
so
Anyway,
they so these heretical rulers, right? They used the scripture and everything. Remember, I said, oh, that's all convenient. Yeah, it's real convenient for conquering, right? So that made it convenient for them to commit these atrocious attacks and justify it under what they were practicing. No.
Yeah, okay, that's been going on. Yes, unfortunately, that's been going on since the Umayyad, since Muawiyah.
Mm.
And that's talking about it now. Mr. Pelu was Muawiyah, good for non-Muslim Sufi followers ahead of it. Yes, okay, it's been going on since the early days. Ever since the Caliphate came to the Umayyad state, and the issue of the arbitration, with Ali and Muawiyah, and that whole debacle is that's been happening since that time. Yes, there's been heretics who trying to use Islam to increase their own personal power and oppress the world. That's been a fact. I'm sorry to break it. That's been a fact. I admit that there's been heretics. We have a heresy problem in the Al Qibla. Al Qibla means the world of Islam, or basically the Islamosphere.
They go right. They are going right against their thing. And just one second, real quick, Mr. Alio was also the same guy who said that they were getting slaughtered in in circumstances. So that was on that show where Zabita was on. Um, so yeah, that's exactly where I've heard what I was saying to you from, and I'm not denying that. Um,
Hey, wasn't said I didn't say Umar was nice to the Jews and some future Muslim leader. Yes, Umar was a great leader. Umar was nice to everybody. Umar was great. No, I don't care what guys say. Umar was great. Umar and Abu Bakr and Umar were the two rightly guided caliphs, the Khalifa Rashidin. They were great. Although until they died, they served with honor and nobility, and they were distinguished. Nothing wrong with Umar and Abu Bakr.
mm. So I that's a good question. Why didn't they save them from him? I heard they sided with it. I don't
Some
know.
did. Some heretical rulers like the Mufti of Jerusalem Al Husseini sided with Hitler. Yes, there was heretical rulers who did. But us the Muslims, the Orthodox Istiqama, we would
Mm.
never do something like that. Matter of fact, even to this day, okay, look, I'm gonna give you an example. Today, one of our main strongholds is Tunisia in an island called the Jerba. In the Jerba, the only people who traditionally lived there was us, the Muslims, the Orthodox, the Halakha Istiqama, and Jews. And they have the oldest Jewish community in the world. They live in the middle of the Istiqama community, the oldest continuously operating Jewish community in the world, right? Even in North Africa, also in Algeria before, she used to live right in the MZ Valley. That's the Istiqama stronghold in Algeria, of the Valley of Towns of Gardaya, the biggest town, Gardaya province, and other towns too, like Malika and some other towns.
Your mic, bro. Your mic. Your
Yeah,
mic.
yeah. Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Mm.
now? Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. Also, North Africa, in Algeria, in the Emza Valley, in the province of Gardaya in Tunisia, that's also an Istiqama stronghold, right? Where the Alaqui Istiqama, the Orthodox Muslims live, and also historically there was always Jews living with us there. We didn't have Sunnis and Shias living with us. We had Jews living with us, even in Jerba Island in Tunisia. To this day, the Jerba Island, the biggest island in Tunisia, is the Istiqama stronghold. But we have the oldest continuous operating Jewish synagogue fixed community in the world, in the Jerba Island, Tunisia. So we never oppressed the Jews. Yeah, yes, unfortunately, yes, there's heretical people who did expel Jews from a lot of places. But then also you understand it also goes both ways. Because even when the Jews were expelled from Spain, a lot of them moved to the Ottoman Empire.
Your mic. Your mic. Your mic.
Hello. I'm
Yep.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what the heck. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. This mic. I'm gonna turn off and on. Hold on. Wait. I'm turn my mic. I'm gonna turn my mic off.
Yeah, the link is pinned if anybody wants to jump on. It's been pinned for a while.
Yeah. Like when the Ottomans took over, when the Jews were expelled from Spain, the Ottomans accepted all the Spain all the Sephardic Jews who wanted to be the Ottoman Empire. Like, for example, if you go to a lot of the Jews that lived in Eastern Europe, a lot of them spoke Spanish. They spoke a language called Ladino. And Ladino was a Judeo-Hispanic language that developed in Spain. That's what they spoke in Eastern Europe. Well, how did the people from Spain go to Eastern Europe? Oh, because they were exiled in the Crusades, not the Crusade, I'm sorry, in the Reconquest, in the Reconquest of Spain, and then they moved to the Ottoman Empire. You know, we have Ladino speaking communities all over Greece, Turkey, and all this stuff. They speak the whole Spanish language from across the whole Mediterranean, and that's in their quotient. So that's one example of the different times. Um, yeah, so it depends on the period. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we've had a heresy problem where people have oppressed people. I'm sorry. Yes, that's a fact. Okay, it's a fact. I mean,
What shots did I take, Ghost? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you're saying I'm taking shots at Islam. How am I doing that? How am I doing that? I want you to explain to me how I'm taking shots. I'm literally asking questions. I've heard Muslims on these streams praise Aurangzeb. I've heard them say he was one of the greatest Muslim leaders and caliphates that swept through India and smashed all the idols of the unbelievers. Now, I could probably go back and find you the proof, but who knows? I have hundreds of freaking uh, things I'd have to look through. So, like, I don't know what you think I'm trying to do, but like literally, we've had conversations for 11 episodes now where I've disagreed with many things that Mr. Pelu said, and he's disagreed with many things that I've said, but we're still able to walk away with a mutual respect for each other's beliefs, which, I could probably do with you too. Maybe if you had any kind of respect for anything anyone else believes in. But, maybe you should think about shit like that. Ghost. Thank you. Yeah, for real, Sos. Um, but yeah, man, phew. I get that, like, they weren't following what your religion told them to, right? I get that. Like, it's not Islam that told Aurangzeb to do that stuff, right? But
Of course, of course. I mean, I have to get into details. I mean, if we're gonna do an Aurangzeb study, because I don't know enough about the history of Aurangzeb detail per detail. Like I watched documentaries, but they didn't go into the atrocities. I'm be honest with you. I read a little bit about him, and I watched one documentary about the Mughal. I'm not a Mughal expert.
yeah, me neither. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not by any means like, um, I just know bits and pieces of arguments I've heard. I know he executed some, I think the fifth guru, his sons or something, his family. Um, maybe I can't remember, but he had a lot of things to do with um, slaughter and like persecution of Sikhs and people in that area. Um, but again, like I'm not really good with details, and I know I've read that he murdered some of his own family members, right? And now, like, my question is it wasn't taking shots. I was wondering if for somehow, because the religion has this, conquering and conversion and submission type of aspect, if, to the people that praise him on these streams and the people that, say good things about him, are they justifying his actions because of these tenets or no?
I mean, I don't know the history of Aurangzeb exactly, right? But I'm just gonna put it more broadly. If there's an oppressive ruler, right? Because I know about oppressive rulers since the get go. And yes, the people have been using the Quran as a control system from the get go. Since the time I can tell you definitively from the Umayyad regime, and that's
Mm,
really early, right after the Rashidun period. So yes, it's been going on. Yeah,
okay.
that's been going on. That's not a secret. That's been going on. It's a real
And I
thing. It's a
seem
problem.
like that's it. Like that, I appreciate your honesty with that. Like thank you. Finally, like I appreciate that you're honest about that. And that's really messed up because that makes people portray it in a really bad way. Was praised by historians who are not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people on these streams who I've heard personally, not about some historian or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. So is praising a man who killed his own family a good thing? Like, is that a good thing? Is that somebody praiseworthy, whether they're Muslim or not?
See, look,
Is
I see.
that
I'm not an
somebody
expert
praiseworthy?
at the West MC.
But see, a lot of them regimes, when they had them regimes, a lot of them people were really brutal people. You just said, look, I'm gonna give you an example with the Ottomans. The Ottomans used to kill all their family all the time. Like to be assaulted, okay, to be assaulted, the most from a long period of the Ottoman history, to be assaulted, what happened was when the one sultan died, all the sons were going to killing fest to kill each other, and the last one left would be the sultan. That
Mm,
was a regular practice. So a lot of these people were brutal people. A lot of these heretical regimes were brutal. Like you're not gonna see that in the Orthodox Muslim regime, not in Islamic regimes. You never see anything like that whatsoever, right? But in Sunni regimes, it happens all the time. It happened in the Ottoman period. The Istiqamah regimes, no, you're not. We never. We don't know that type of savagery. We don't understand it. We don't. That's alien to us. But unfortunately, in the heretical regimes, that was a common practice for centuries. I'm not, and it's well documented.
mm,
So they were brutal. They used to engage in homosexuality. They used to do a bunch of this crazy stuff. Like a lot of Ottomans back, lot of Ottoman rulers used to get males and have homosexual relationships. They used to have a lot of crazy stuff. Like they used to get drunkards. A lot of them used to they were not good people. Even from the Umayyad period, from the time of Yazid, was a drunkard. He used to be effeminate. We used to act like a woman and was ruler. And he was almost like a Greek Nero type of king. But he was ruling the Muslim caliphate, supposedly the so-called Umayyads. So it's like the corruption was got early from Yazid, from Muawiyah time. These people were some disgusting people. They're terrible, disgusting people. Only one of the Umayyads was Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. They were all terrible people. They're all like Greek. They went into Syria and adopted the Hellenized way of thinking. They had a Hellenized. They were like Greek. They were like Greek. That's how they used to think. That's why even they changed their religion. How they made it. They made it like Christianity. Like they made it like the logos was became the Quran and they started worshiping the Quran like the Christians worship Jesus. It was like they became Greek. They became like Greekish when they went into Syria. All those people they wanted to live like the Greek kings because that whole place had been Hellenized from the time of Alexander. Is like yeah. I mean, so and it's been embedded in their system of theology and fiqh and Sharia since then. This nasty depravity. This depravity has been there. Is yeah, it's depraved. I know it is. They're depraved people. I mean, well,
mm.
you want me to
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate when things happen like that. You know? What does he say? Oh, this guy, man.
Hey, wasn't said the Safavids kill their families too. Yeah, a lot of them kings used to kill their families. What they used to do? They used to go kill their whole families. That's what they used to do. That was a common practice in a lot of regimes, Jen. They would kill the whole family because just to be in power. Like the one person, that's how the winner would be the one who killed everybody who survived the last. That would be the winner of the contest to be the next ruler.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like they're gonna like be punished for that, right?
But I told you they're heretics anyway, and they're gonna burn the hellfire. I've been told you that. I've always said that. I've never not been clear
Yeah.
about that. I've never not been clear about that. I've been crystal clear about that the whole time. crystal, clear- crystal, crystal clear.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Oh man. So he says, what does individuals praying praising a man? What does it have to do with Islam? Like, why are you acting brand new? Like these people don't praise him because he was a great Muslim leader. Like, are you missing something here, or like, are you just trying to make me into an Islamophobe so bad that you literally just say anything? This is what I noticed about a lot of these people. Like, they'll just lie and say anything to push their narrative. And yeah, do your thing, man. That's cool. Cool. I'll be that. I'll be that. But just remember when I was freaking looking for Muslims to do this series with me, everybody had excuses. So, big up Mr. Pelu every time for even engaging in this thing with me. and being able to discuss these hard issues that we've discussed, some pretty deep, like, hard issues. Some of them we may agree on, some of them we may not agree on, some of them I may never understand, some of them he may never understand. But like I said, like, we're adult enough with each other to still be cool. And big up all day, man. Like, that's cool. Like, I'm cool with that. you know a lot of these questions I ask because they're personal questions of mine that I've had personal conflict with in my life. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm questioning things about God or about rituals or about favor and about punishment and about this and that, it's all because I've been conflicted with these things, and I'm trying to get different outlooks. So I don't understand what the deal is, but it's some people's just hyper offended. But yeah, it's about 3 a.m., man. I don't even know if I'm gonna be on another 10.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We about to get off now. Yeah, we about to get off.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a
Yeah,
good.
thanks everyone for joining us today. We
Yeah,
got to
thanks
get off.
everyone.
Yeah.
It's been a great chat. Big up to everyone in the chat for coming through, man. We appreciate you guys coming through and listening to our madness.
I'm sorry for the technical. I don't know what happened today. Remember, my internet messed up. Why my phone? The phone cleared. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was happening today.
I don't know
Maybe my
what it
internet's
is.
bad. My Wi-Fi was bad. I don't know what the hell happened. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, but sorry everybody. But next time we'll be strong. Hope God
Yeah,
pray.
try to get it sorted out for Sunday and maybe wrap it up by Sunday.
We probably we're probably gonna be 12 parts. We're gonna have 12. Yeah, we're probably gonna be done by Sunday, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
One more part left. One more part. So yeah, everybody go back and watch the series. Go watch it on fast. You can watch it on 2x or whatever. But the series is good. The series was good. It was well produced. The sound was good every time. We had good conversations. Go if you didn't see the rest of the episode, go watch it. Even take your time, but just watch. Just get through us. Just get through some of them. You could skip parts, but these are classics and send it out to people. Send it out to people. Put in your Discords. Put in your WhatsApp group. Put it in your text message group. When it's out, this so people. This was a good project, everybody. I'm not saying this because I did it with them, but it was really good. It was a really good project.
It really was. And I'm really happy with it too. And like I said, I'm super thankful that, you engaged to do this with me. It's been something. I've had this book downloaded for over a year, and I've been literally trying to get someone to go. I'm like, it's not going to be any good if I don't go through it with someone who's Muslim. Like, obviously, especially being written from a Muslim like perspective, I'd be lost. I wouldn't know. It wouldn't, it just wouldn't work. So yeah, man, I'm really happy, and I think that I've definitely learned a lot from this, and yeah, it's been great, man. It's been really good. So
Hey,
thank.
Skiff came through. Hey, Sif. Hey, I ain't seen Sif in forever. Sif, you finally came through and watched my show with me, man. Sif, man, I ain't seen you forever. Sif, one of the people that I first met online.
Oh
One of the
wow.
first people, like, cause he used to always be on Claire's channel with me. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and that was one of the first people like I met like in January, like when I just started come online, like January, like
Yeah.
because I'm new to the scene. I'm new to the scene. I just started in January.
And I always think of, there's a delivery guy that comes into my job, and he's got that tattoo on the back of his neck, his triangles,
Mhm.
logo right there. The delivery guy's got that same logo tattoo on the back of his neck. And I always think of him. I always think of you, Scythe. So yeah. But no, but yeah, thanks to Ron too. That means a lot. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you. So all right, guys, Sunday 8:30. You know what to do. We'll be back
Hey.
8 o'clock.
Yeah,
8 o'clock.
it's
Got you.
not 8:30. It's always 8. It's always 8 on Sundays. We go 8 on Sundays, 9:30. Yeah. Okay, perfect. No, so
All
8
right.
o'clock Sunday, everybody.
Yeah.
Probably for the finale. It might be the finale. It might be the finale. We don't know yet. Might be the finale.
Right. Right. Well,
Okay, everybody.
See y'all
All
later.
right.
Thanks for coming
Have
out.
a good night.
Like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share. Send this to everybody. Like, subscribe, and share. Shout out everybody. Thank everybody.
Yep. Pick up everyone. All right. So many people came through the chat tonight. I'm never gonna be able to call out all of you, but
Yeah. Shout out
uh,
everybody. I'm just saying shout out everybody. I can't
yeah,
get.
yeah.
I
Shout
don't
out.
call everybody as they came on, but shout out everybody.
Yeah, and love. Ghost man. I must. Uh, I'm gonna end this one. I'm gonna end this one.
What is,
And
oh, yeah, we ending it. We're ending it. It's too late,
yeah,
Jet. I
end
mean,
this.
it's too late, Ghost. It's too. I mean, we weren't even supposed to go this late. We usually don't go this late, but we just kept going. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
All right. Take care. Take care, everyone. Peace.